and a knighted barrister doffed his hat to me as he ignored his younger brother.
"Miss Speedwell, a distinct pleasure."
"It is nice to see you. Would you care to come inside?"
"He damned well would not,"
Stoker protested. Sir Rupert suppressed a sigh with some effort.
"I can see he is going to be tiresome about this. Yes, Miss Speedwell, I should very much like to come inside, rather than conduct our family business out here with witnesses,"
he said, with a glance to the rustling shrubbery. "Oh, that's only Patricia. You mustn't mind her," I told him, explaining about his lordship's tortoise as we entered the Belvedere. Within a few moments I had unearthed a tin of biscuits and poured small glasses of whisky. Sir Rupert took a taste, rolling it over his tongue like a connoisseur.
"I say, that is lovely. I was rather afraid you would offer me tea."
"I remember we resorted to strong drink the last time we met," I told him. It seemed appropriate under the circumstances. We exchanged conspiratorial glances, and Stoker rolled his eyes heavenwards before draining his glass.
"Rupert, why have you come?"
Sir Rupert took another sip of his whisky as I regarded Stoker thoughtfully. "You really have the most appalling manners, Stoker. Sir Rupert, was he always like this?"
"Impetuous? Boorish? Entirely self-involved? Yes, from the cradle. And there was never any improving him, no matter how hard Father tried. And stubborn as the devil, too. I recall upon one occasion, Father refused him permission to ride in a local point-to-point on the grounds that he wasn't an experienced enough rider to take part."
"I imagine he sulked. He has a gift for it." Sir Rupert shook his head.
"Worse, he stole Father's favourite horse, Tinchebray, and rode him without a saddle, blazing past everyone else in the field." "Father never criticised my riding again," Stoker put in mutinously. "That horse was never the same," Sir Rupert told me.
I smiled at him, and he took another appreciative sip of the whisky.
"You have been far kinder than I deserve, Miss Speedwell. I heard of what transpired with young Merriweather, and I cannot offer enough apologies. The cub ought to be whipped for offering you such insult." "And where did he get the notion that Miss Speedwell deserved it?"
Stoker demanded, with silky menace. Sir Rupert flushed delicately, just a hint of rose at the tips of his ears.
"That was my fault, I am afraid. On the evening of Father's funeral, we brothers gathered to toast him with the last of his Napoleon brandy, a toast to which you were invited," he said pointedly to Stoker. "In any event, there were rather more bottles than we remembered, and we got through them all. At one point I mentioned that your absence was possibly due to a previous engagement with Miss Speedwell. I might have further remarked that should I ever be offered the choice between drinking with my brothers and spending the evening in such charming company, I should not hesitate to choose the latter," he added, with a gallant nod towards me. Stoker made a sound of rank disbelief, but Sir Rupert continued. "Naturally, this led to questions on the part of both of our brothers, and when I attempted to describe Miss Speedwell, I fear I may have been over-warm in elucidating her charms." I beamed at him. "Never mind, Sir Rupert, I understand entirely." "So do I, Rip," Stoker put in. "You were rat-arsed, and no doubt made some highly vulgar observations which so inflamed Merry that he came round at the first opportunity to see Miss Speedwell for himself. He as much as insinuated she was my mistress," he said flatly. Sir Rupert choked a little, sputtering out an apology. "Not at all," I said graciously. "But Stoker's recollection is not entirely accurate. Merriweather made no insinuation. He stated quite plainly that he was delighted to meet a bad woman." Sir Rupert tossed back the last of his whisky in a single go, shuddering as it went down. "I am heartily sorry for it." He looked to Stoker. He said you nearly whipped him, and I came to apologize to Miss Speedwell and give you a dressing down, but I rather think I will thrash the little boil myself."
"Come now, Sir Rupert. Surely we can excuse him on the grounds of youthful high spirits, and if I am not prepared to hold a grudge, you cannot sustain one on my behalf."
"You are a truly gracious lady," he told me, holding out his glass for another.
He drank it while we made polite conversation about the state of affairs in Samoa. The Germans were threatening to assume control of the islands and cut off our rather lucrative trade there. The poor showing of the Budleighers in his garden, and the imminent reopening of the Haymarket Theatre after its refurbishment. We talked until the clock struck the hour, at which point Sir Rupert leapt to his feet, rather less steadily than I had expected, exclaiming that he would be late for a dinner engagement. I walked him to the door while Stoker remained sprawled in his armchair, booted legs thrust out before him, a sullen expression on his face. At the door, Sir Rupert shook my hand warmly.
"Very kind of you, Miss Speedwell. I say, there was something I meant to discuss with Revelstoke, but devil take me if I can remember what it was."
His brow furrowed. I hazarded a suggestion. "Did it have anything to do with your father's estate?"
"By Jove, yes!" he crowed. "You are a marvel, Miss Speedwell. It was indeed. But however did you guess?"
"That was part of Mr. Merryweather's mission as well."
"Ah, I dare say he was no more successful than I have been," he said with a rueful smile. He pitched his voice low. "You have influence with him, you know. Stoker, I mean. I would be most appreciative if you would use it."
"Influence? My dear Sir Rupert, you are quite mistaken. We are colleagues and sometimes friends, and we bicker like the proverbial cat and dog." His smile was wistful.
"If you say so. Although I have observed something quite different. It really would help most awfully if he would respond to the solicitors. Tiberius, that is to say, the new Lord Templeton Vane, is growing restive, and we do not care for Tiberius to be restive," he added with a shudder. Seeing Sir Rupert so deeply in his cups, I realized it would be taking the most unfair advantage of the situation to question him about Lord Templeton Vane's connection with the Elysian grotto. Naturally, I wasted no time in doing so. I gave him my most winsome look. "I am curious about the new Viscount," I told him. "What sort of gentleman is he?" "Dictatorial," he replied promptly. "Very much the eldest brother, bred to reign. He was badly spoilt as a child, and to his credit he has grown out of much of that. But still he expects to be obeyed."
"A veritable Captain Bligh," I suggested.
"Oh, not as bad as that," he hastened to correct. "But he can play the martinet. The trouble with Tiberius is that he feels his responsibilities quite keenly, and that can make him difficult."
"And is there a Lady Templeton Vane?" He shook his head, staggered a moment, then righted himself.
"Not at present. There was once, but the girl was no match for him. He only married her because she was the daughter of a duke, and he wanted to blew up the family blood even further. Much good it did him. The poor girl died within 2 years."
"And he has never remarried?" Sir Rupert shrugged.
"He hasn't the stomach for it. Mind you, he does like a pretty armful," he said, then put his hand to his mouth, tugging his moustaches. "Oughtn't to have said that. Do forgive me, Miss Speedwell."
"Not at all, Sir Rupert. We are, after all, adults. Surely we can discuss such things without embarrassment. It would be most surprising if a man of Lord Templeton Vane's standing did not amuse himself. Tell me, are his amusements always of the conventional sort, or does he indulge in more esoteric pursuits?"
"Esoteric? You mean like philately?" he asked, furrowing his brows.
"No, Sir Rupert. I mean like orgies." He sputtered. his eyes going so wide I could see the whites surrounding his pupils.
"My dear Miss Speedwell, the very thought! Pardon me, I believe I am going to be unwell."
He was lavishly sick behind the nearest bit of shrubbery, returning with a handkerchief pressed to his mouth.
"I think I had better take my leave of you, Miss Speedwell,"
he said, with an air of apology. He wore the same expression Huxley did when he had rolled in something unspeakable in the garden. "Are you quite all right to see yourself home, Sir Rupert?" He raised a hand.
"Quite. The fresh air will no doubt do me good,"
he assured me as he rallied. He donned his hat and thumped the brim with a jaunty gesture.
"Fare thee well, Miss Speedwell,"
he cried, as he strolled away, only bumping into 1 or 2 bits of shrubbery on his way. Naturally, when I returned to the Belvedere, I did not approach Stoker directly on the subject of his father's estate. It has been my experience in dealing with the male of the species that the easiest way to get one to do as you wish is to encourage him to do precisely the opposite. "I think you are quite right to ignore your family's imprecations," I began, as I settled to a tray of dejected-looking sphingidee. Stoker had been reading the newspaper, but he lowered it just enough to peer suspiciously over the edge.
"Do you indeed?"
"Certainly. You've had no cause to be answerable to them for years. Why bother now? In fact, you ought to throw any further missives straight onto the fire without reading them." He snorted.
"You are transparent as glass, Veronica."
"Whatever do you mean?" He laid the paper aside and rose to his feet, coming to stand at my elbow. I did not look up from my moths.
"I mean that you think you can twist me round like those insipid lovers of yours."
I reared back. "They were not insipid. Do give me a little credit, Stoker. I would never conduct an affair with a fellow who could lay claim to that word." He folded his arms over the breadth of his chest.
"Very well. What word would you use to describe men who can be bullied by a woman?"
I thrust back my chair, standing toe to toe with him. "I am not a bully."
"Of course you are,"
he said blandly.
"You use the force of your personality to get your own way, regardless of what other people may want."
"That is preposterous. I absolutely do not. I never have." He began to tick off his fingers.
"You involved me in investigating the murder of the Baron,"
he said. "You abducted me because you thought I had had him murdered," I protested. "I think the fault of that investigation may be laid squarely at your feet."
"You were the one who would not turn loose of the thing,"
he reminded me.
"You got your way about persuading Lord Rosemoran to mount an expedition to Fiji instead of Africa when you knew I preferred the Congo." He continued in this vein, counting off a dozen other instances while I stood by in affected boredom. "Are you quite finished?" I asked icily, when he paused to draw breath. "Finished? I have merely scratched the surface."
"Indeed. Well, if I am to blame for those crimes, your hands are plenty dirty as well," I countered.
"The devil they are!"
I began a litany of my own. "You abducted me and forced me to live in a travelling show," I told him. "You decided it was time to begin remounting specimens in this collection when the catalogue is nowhere near to completion, simply because you don't like busy work, as you call it." I rattled through a dozen or more complaints of my own as we moved closer to each other, venting our mutual frustrations in a heated discussion of our various deficiencies. I called into question his hygiene, his morality, and his scientific methods. He baldly stated that my own moral standards would bear no scrutiny, whilst my intellectual rigour wouldn't do credit to a child of 9. In all, it was a most excellent quarrel, clearing the air and giving us both the opportunity to vent a little spleen. When the dust had settled, and we were feeling more in temper with one another, Stoker gave me a thoughtful look.
"So, what did Rupert tell you about Tiberius?"
I did not bother to ask how he knew I had prodded Sir Rupert about the Viscount. Though our acquaintance was of relatively brief duration, we shared a sort of mental shorthand I had never enjoyed with anyone before. It was an odd trick of his that he could often anticipate my movements or motives, but as I could do the same in return, I was not overly discomfited. Nothing of significance. I introduced the subject of Lord Templeton Vane possibly enjoying orgies. It did not prove fruitful. Stoker's mouth quivered as if he were suppressing the urge to laugh.
I should think not. What did he say?
Not much. He was too busy sicking up his whiskey into the shrubbery. Stoker swore.
That's the last time I waste good single malt on him.
I sighed and stretched. It has been a very full day.
And not entirely unproductive, he agreed.
Anyone would say we had gone above and beyond what could be expected of us, I said.
We have.
So, we are going out tonight.
Certainly. I presume you want to go back to Littledown and see if we can gain access to the house itself? Or did you think to have another bash at searching Gilchrist's room at Havelock House? He might be out tonight.
Neither. I paused and let him make the leap of logic for himself.
Veronica, no,
he said flatly. We have no choice. It is a possible lead and we must follow it.
It is not a lead,
he retorted.
It is you trying to meddle in my family business.
Which would not be justified at all if it weren't for the fact that the name Tiberius Templeton Vane appears in the ledger kept by Miles Ramsforth. I clapped him hard on the shoulder. Chin up, Stoker. I shouldn't ask it of you if a man's life didn't hang in the balance, but it does. Besides, I added, with an attempt at wide-eyed innocence, if you don't go, I shall be forced to conclude that you are simply afraid to face your eldest brother. The next few minutes were an exercise in profanity for Stoker. I let him rattle on as I mentally composed a list of the butterflies I had yet to capture. I had just reached Greta Otto, the glasswing, when he at last wound down. Finished? I asked brightly. Now, you say his lordship is a theatre aficionado. It is not possible he would miss the opening night of the Haymarket. We can purchase late tickets for the stalls. We will dress ourselves properly and go and drink champagne, and we will happen to cross paths with your eldest brother. He has been so eager to speak with you, he will certainly wish to engage in a little tete-a-tete, and that is when we will question him about the Elysian grotto.
A pointless exercise,
Stoker said, grinding the words out through clenched jaws.
The ledger shows he has not been there in some months.
I gave him a long, level stare. We did not have the opportunity to inspect the last page, so we cannot say that with absolute certainty. Besides that, Revelstoke Templeton Vane, I refuse to believe you are willing to let a man hang because you do not wish to speak to your brother. He grunted a little, but said nothing intelligible, and I knew the battle was won. We must leave no stone unturned, and if this is unpleasant for you, I am sorry for it. He rolled his eyes.
This entire investigation has been nothing but unpleasant for me. You have been swanning about with princesses, while I am stripped naked and served up to Emma Talbot like a suckling pig.
Next time I shall be sure to put an apple in your mouth and a nice rope of parsley about your neck. Now, hurry up and change. We haven't much time, I instructed. My little pricks and prods had not goaded him to agree. That much I knew. Stoker could be immovable as the earth when he chose. It was the reminder that Miles Ramsforth might hang for a crime he did not commit. Whatever his other faults, Stoker was a just man, and the notion of some villain using Ramsforth as a pawn galled him as it did me. I possessed exactly one gown suitable for attending the theatre, a simply cut but rather striking violet satin, and after bullying Stoker into agreement, I hurried to my own little abode to perform my toilette. Mrs. Bascom made me a loan of one of the housemaids, Minnie, for my preparations, and she arrived with an arsenal of feminine weapons. She was desperate to better herself and train for a lady's maid, and Mrs. Bascom thought it far more suitable for her to practice upon me than the ladies of the family. For her part, Minnie was so grateful for the opportunity that she applied herself with real missionary zeal to the task. She dressed my hair simply, foregoing the usual frizzing irons and pads of supplementary curls in favour of piling my own black tresses loosely upon my head, securing them with a stunning number of discreetly hidden pins. I had already rubbed my face and décolletage with my favourite cold cream of roses and applied a bit of French scent, but Minnie gilded the lily, powdering me lavishly to make my skin glow like a pearl. She touched my lips lightly with a rosy pink paint of her own concoction, adding a little to the apples of each cheek, and blending it all so skillfully that it looked as if it owed the entirety of its charm to nature rather than artifice. A little clever work with a pencil-thin stick of coal, and her ministrations were complete. After torturing me into a proper corset, she laced me into my violet silk evening gown, pulling the ribbons as tightly as she could to whittle my waist and thrust my bosom skyward. The effect was decidedly voluptuous, and I remembered again why I loathed fashionable undergarments. During my working hours I favoured a simple underbodice that permitted great range of movement and spontaneity, but for evening wear there was no escaping a formal corset with all its attendant limitations. The result was to make of me a sort of helpless doll, with a slip of a waist, and the rest so curvaceous it was very nearly indecent. "These clothes are utterly irrational," I muttered. "But they make you look ever so lovely," she breathed. I smiled and fetched her a banknote from my reticule, which she thrust into her pocket. Minnie stared at me aghast. "You have not put on your jewels." "I have no jewels," I told her. She went white to the lips. "You cannot go in public in the evening without jewels. Everyone will think you are poor." "She will be unique," said Lady Wellingtonia as she entered without ceremony. "Every other woman will be freighted with diamonds. Miss Speedwell has not a single adornment, and for that reason she will stand out amongst them." Lady Wellingtonia moved closer, looking me over from head to toe with a long, measured glance. "Very effective, my dear. Do forgive me coming without invitation, but I heard Mrs. Bascom telling Minnie you were going to the theatre tonight, and I wanted to bring you a little something." She reached into her pocket for a box, handing it over with a reverent gesture. "Alone," she said, stressing the word. "I carried it once at a ball at Buckingham Palace," she added. I opened the box to find a fan nestled in folded tissue. As I lifted it free, Minnie gave a rapturous little sigh, regarding the fan as an acolyte might a holy relic, and Lady Wellingtonia stood by with a small smile playing about her lips. I opened the fan. The sticks and guards were of finely carved ebony, and rather than the expected leaf of silk pleated between, this fan was composed of a line of black goose feathers, so smooth they had been painted with a luscious scene of Pygmalion and Galatea. The artist had captured the pair just at the moment that Pygmalion kissed his ripe creation, his roving hands coaxing her to pink-hued life. I thought of Frederick Havelock's compliment and smiled to myself at the aptness of Lady Wellingtonia's loan. "How lovely," I breathed, fluttering it a little. "I am glad you like it, my dear. I have always fancied playing fairy godmother." She reached into another pocket. "Look what else I have conjured. Stoker said you mean to get last-minute tickets to the stalls, but a gown that fine ought not to be wasted amongst solicitors and merchants and their dreary wives. I have a box which I cannot use. His lordship is feeling well enough to come downstairs, and he has promised to play German whist with me. He thinks we are going to play for money. But if I win, I mean to make him set those wretched lovebirds loose and finally give me some peace." She fluttered the tickets at me, and I took them with a smile. "That is very generous of you, my lady. Thank you." "As I said, child, I have always liked the notion of granting wishes. Now, off to the ball with you, Cinderella. I have ordered the town carriage for your use tonight, but I am afraid we haven't any mice for footmen. You will simply have to make do with the ordinary kind." She took her leave then, Minnie in tow, and I waited a moment, enjoying the feeling of being beautifully costumed and ready to make my entrance. At the last second, I opened a little pasteboard box and retrieved a small grey velvet mouse. Chester had been with me as long as I could remember, my companion through all of my adventures. Perhaps Cinderella will have a mouse after all, I murmured, dropping him into my reticule. I met with Stoker as he emerged from his little Chinese pagoda, dressed in the rigorous black and white evening formality required for gentlemen. His hair was glossy and neatly brushed into some semblance of order in spite of its length, and his chin was freshly barbered with no hint of the blue shadow that usually darkened it. He had put on an eye patch, not his usual affair of leather, but a slim scrap of black silk that matched his hair. His nails were trimmed, and the knuckles had been scrubbed until they were as clean as the day he was born. Not a wrinkle or speck of dust marred the perfection of his attire, and it was a long minute before I realized I was staring.
"What?"
he demanded, his expression wary. "I have never seen you clean."
"You bloody well have," he contradicted. "If memory serves, you have seen me in a bath sheet."
I smiled at the memory of our time together in a travelling show. "That was different. You'd been doused with a bucket of tepid water. Now you look positively gleaming. And very expensive," I added, noting that this costume completely covered his tattoos. Only the glint of gold at his lobes and the length of his hair marked him as anything other than a perfectly turned-out gentleman of the first order.
"And what about you?"
he said, darting a glance from my piled hair to my slipper tips. "What about me? I am always clean," I protested.
"Yes, but you usually aren't."
He trailed off, his gaze resting upon the exposed flesh of my décolletage. "Well, I have to keep them covered, or else you lose the power of speech," I said blandly. He gave a start and dragged his gaze upwards, his mouth working furiously.
"I do apologize,"
he said in a hoarse voice.
"but the soul is lost in pleasant smotherings."
I smiled at the nod to Keats and tucked my hand into the crook of his elbow as we made our way to the drive where the carriage waited. "Stoker, do you remember our conversation upon the subject of physical congress?"
"With painful clarity,"
he said, not meeting my eyes. Whilst I was perfectly forthright about such matters, Stoker possessed a charming reticence to discuss his baser urges. I had finally pried from him the admission that it had been some years since his last indulgence, dating to a period of debauchery in Brazil over which he firmly drew a veil. Since then he had been chaste as a monk, a state which I maintained was both unhealthful and unnatural. But as I restricted my dalliances to my travels outside of England, I too felt the insistent pressures of a treacherous body imploring me to find release. Stoker had recommended a course of cold water baths, but from the tortured expression on his face, I surmised they worked as poorly for him as they did for me. "I think you ought to find yourself a nice biddable maid to attend to your needs," I told him. He must have tripped in a rabbit hole, for he stumbled, and when he righted himself and took my arm again, his fingers were tight.
"You think I ought to tumble a housemaid?"
he said tightly. "Or a kitchen maid, or a dairy maid. Yes, a dairy maid. They have sturdy arms, you know, muscular, strapping girls, just the sort to give you a proper seeing to." He was silent a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was strangled.
"My affairs are my own, Veronica. I will see to them without your interference."
The carriage drew up just as we reached the drive, as elegant as it was punctual. "I was only trying to help," I told him.
"I do not require your help,"
was the curt reply.
"Particularly in that."
He glanced once more at my lavish display of décolletage and edged as far from me as he could upon the velvet seat. He turned to look out the window, his mouth set in a rigid line, his hands clenched into fists on his thighs. I would have given a king's ransom to know his thoughts just then, but he betrayed no hint of them, and I did not ask. Chapter 17. In spite of Stoker's odd mood, I was determined to enjoy myself. We arrived at the Haymarket in good time, and I alighted with his help, whisking my skirts out of the way of a fresh pile of arisings from an indelicate horse. There was a great crush of people, and a tremendous buzz of excitement in the air, like a broken hive of bees. We settled ourselves into the plush box Lady Welly had provided, and I raised the tiny opera glasses I had carried in my reticule. "What do you think of the refurbishments?" I asked Stoker. "Did you notice the abundance of electric lights? I am not entirely certain I approve of them." What followed was a lengthy discussion upon the merits of electric versus gas lighting, and the inherent dangers and advantages of both. I cared less than nothing about the subject, but Stoker, like most people, enjoyed having opinions, and enjoyed sharing them even more. He seemed to be much more himself by the time the house lights were dimmed, and the curtain rang up on the Balladmonger. It was a French piece adapted for English theatre, and Mr. Beerbohm Tree, acting as both the leading player and manager of the Haymarket, was clearly determined to make a success of the thing. He was very affecting in the title role, sporting green tights and a silly cap, and delivering the Ballade of King Rope in a voice that rang with emotion. "How splendid!" I said to Stoker when the curtain fell upon the first play. He gave a vague nod.
"I saw Monsieur Coquelin play Gringoire at the Théâtre Français, and I think he is Beerbohm Tree's superior, but the ballade was effective," he added, pitching his voice low as he recited, "High in the branches, stretching wide, where erst the thrushes piped between, the dead men dangle side by side, while ravens croak amid the green. Pardi, it is a lovely scene. Such fruit, such dainty chaplets cling. Fairer, I think, were never seen. It is the orchard of the king."
I gave a little shudder. It is a chilling thought, is it not? Dead men hanging like so much fruit upon the trees.
"I have seen such things,"
he said, his expression suddenly and inexpressibly remote. "Stoker?" With a visible effort, he collected himself.
"Never mind. We are meant to be looking for Tiberius."
I held my hand just over his, almost but not quite touching it. I knew that he had seen things, had done things in Brazil that haunted him still. We did not speak of them, but Stoker, more than anyone I had ever known, walked with ghosts. "Will you talk about it?"
"Some day," he told me. "I have never spoken of it, but some day I might, and if I do, you may be certain it will be with you."
He covered my hand, squeezing it sharply before he dropped it. He flicked a glance across the theatre to one of the boxes opposite, and rose suddenly.
"There,"
he told me, with a jerk of the chin. I rose and saw the box he indicated. A solitary figure sat in the shadows of the box. "He is alone?"
"Unlike most people, Tiberius doesn't come to the theatre to be seen. He also goes to the opera for the music. He hates conversation during a performance."
"Perhaps we should wait, then. The second play is about to start," I demurred. Stoker gave me a thin smile that was limned with malice.
"If we are going to ruin his evening, let's ruin all of it."
He exited the box, seeming to care not in the slightest that I followed. He strode through the crowded foyer as if it were empty, expecting others to make way for him, and it was a testament to the forcefulness of his personality and the impressiveness of his appearance that they did. A slender usher stood at the door of the Templeton Vane box, but one look from Stoker, and a sizable coin from me, persuaded him to step aside. We slipped in just as the curtain was rising upon the second play. Lord Templeton Vane looked around at the interruption, raising an imperious brow. He was younger in appearance than I would have anticipated, still on the right side of 40, I guessed. Like the rest of the Templeton Vanes, this one had chestnut hair and grey eyes, although his bones bore the same graceful stamp as Stoker's. their mother's influence. But where Sir Rupert was clever, this one was commanding. He rose slowly to his feet. Stoker might have topped him by an inch or so, but their physiques were similarly muscular and their expressions equally forbidding.
"Revelstoke,"
he said quietly.
"This is a surprise. If you didn't want to see me, you oughtn't to have sent Rupert and Merryweather,"
Stoker countered. The brow rose again.
"Sent them? I did not realize they had bestirred themselves to trouble you. They needn't have bothered. I have my own methods, as well they should know by now."
His gaze shifted to me.
"And this must be Miss Speedwell."
To my surprise, he lifted my hand, brushing a suggestion of a kiss to the fingers.
"It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance."
"How do you do?" I asked, inclining my head slightly. On stage, the second play was just beginning. Lord Templeton Vane indicated the chairs in the box.
"I would be delighted if you would join me for the remainder of the performance,"
he said to me, ignoring his brother. I seated myself next to him, leaving Stoker his choice of the seats behind us. As we settled ourselves, his lordship leaned over to me, his breath ruffling the curl at my ear.
"I suspect my brother is seething with impatience over this delay in his plans. I hope you are not likewise frustrated."
"On the contrary," I replied coolly. "Whether we speak now or later, it does not matter, my lord. I am a hunter by trade, you know. I have a great deal of practice in waiting patiently for my kill." I gave him a dazzling smile, and to my surprise, he smiled back, his teeth gleaming white in the darkened theatre. The rest of the evening passed swiftly in a blur of electric lights and applause. The play, The Red Lamp, was not particularly good, but Mr. Beerbohm Tree and Company excelled, and the Viscount put himself out to be as gracious a host as possible. When the final curtain had rung down and the adulation had died away, his lordship rose, straightening his cuffs. He needn't have bothered. He was as fresh and uncreased as he must have been when he left his home.
"Miss Speedwell, Revelstoke, shall we adjourn to supper?"
He might have been speaking to polite acquaintances, so dispassionate was his voice.
"I haven't come for food, Tiberius,"
Stoker replied. I trod lightly on his foot, urging him to silence. I knew he had little inclination for his brother's company, but the intimacy of a supper might prove conducive to confidences. He slid his foot out from under mine, shooting me a dark look. "We would be delighted," I told the Viscount. He took my arm and guided me from the box without looking behind. He was clearly certain Stoker would follow, and he did, rather like a resentful lapdog. The lobby was still thronged with people, and amidst the press I spied a familiar face. There was a start of recognition and a quick turn of the head as if to elude me. I would not be put off. "Mornaday!" I called, heedless of the disapproving stares of those around us. He came to us, affecting a broad smile.
"Miss Speedwell, this is a most unexpected pleasure."
"For me as well. And how is my favourite detective from Scotland Yard?" He gave me a waggish look as he bent over my hand.
"Your favourite? I say, Sir Hugo will be mightily put out when I tell him."
"No, he won't," I replied. He brushed his fingers over my hand, sending a delightful shudder up my arm.
"Well, perhaps not," he admitted.
"Lord Templeton Vane, this is Inspector Mornaday of Scotland Yard, Special Branch. Mornaday, the Viscount Templeton Vane." They exchanged cool greetings. Ordinarily, a Viscount would never have been pressed into making the acquaintance of a police inspector, and the incongruity of the situation amused me.
"Templeton Vane?" Mornaday asked. "You must be Stoker's brother. Where is your tame wolf, Miss Speedwell?" "Behind you," Stoker put in coolly.
Mornaday nearly leapt from his skin, but managed to recover his sang-froid enough to greet him casually.
"Hello, old man. I didn't see you there." "Obviously," Stoker replied with a bland smile.
To their credit, they shook hands like gentlemen, both of them clearly disliking the gesture. It was a pity, really, for they had much in common. As a policeman and a scientist, respectively, they were bent upon serious occupations, both of them in possession of twisty minds, a thirst for justice, a keen intellect, and significant attractions for the fairer sex. But that was where the similarities ended. Whilst Stoker was splendid in a rather saturnine way with a palpable air of danger, Mornaday was merry as a grig. He had brown eyes that snapped and danced, and I found him utterly charming. Stoker was somewhat less impressed. The pair had very nearly come to blows during our previous investigation, but Mornaday had done us a good turn more than once, and I believed it was knowledge of this debt more than anything that irritated Stoker. He did not care to be beholden to anyone for anything. I turned to Mornaday. "Pay him no mind. What a delightful surprise to find you at the theatre," I said, fanning myself gently. "One might even think it too coincidental."
"I am a devotee of the theatre,"
he returned, sounding slightly ruffled.
"And you are not following Miss Speedwell and me upon Sir Hugo's orders?" Stoker demanded. "Certainly not."
I turned to Stoker. "You see, he is telling the truth. Look at how he waggles his eyebrows for emphasis."
"Sir Hugo,"
put in the Viscount.
"Do you mean Sir Hugo Montgomery?"
"The same," I acknowledged. "He is rather too interested in our activities, and from time to time he sets the good inspector to follow us about." Lord Templeton Vane gave a bland smile.
"How tiresome for you. If you will excuse me, I will see if I can find my carriage in the crush outside. I will wait there."
He inclined his head with perfectly calibrated hauteur towards Mornaday.
"Inspector."
"My lord." I watched his beautifully tailored back as he moved through the crowd, never pushing, but somehow clearing a path just the same. "Rather like Moses and the Red Sea," I murmured. I turned back to the inspector. "I wish I had known you were following us, Mornaday. We would have done something far more scandalous than just attend the theatre with his lordship." Mornaday's handsome mouth curled.
"Ah, a happy family occasion, is it? No ulterior motives in spending the evening with his lordship?"
I spread my borrowed fan wide, peeping over the tips of the feathers in a coquettish gesture. "But, Mornaday, what possible motive could there be? Sir Hugo has ordered us off the investigation. Of course, if you were to tell me a secret, I should be honour-bound to reciprocate." I leaned closer, eager to glean a little crumb of gossip. Mornaday had let slip once before that Sir Hugo's strings were very clearly pulled by a shadowy and powerful figure, a female, shadowy and powerful figure, which intrigued me all the more.
"What sort of secret?"
he demanded. "Sir Hugo's puppet master. It is quite naughty of you not to tell me who she is," I remonstrated.
"I do not recall saying anything of the sort,"
Mornaday retorted, his voice sharp.
"I don't know anything."
"Fustian," I pressed. "You told us it was a woman. What sort of woman?" It was a sign of Mornaday's desperation that he turned an appealing gaze upon Stoker, but he was met with an indifferent shrug.
"You know how she is when she wants to know something,"
was Stoker's only comment. Mornaday pursed his lips.
"Curious as the proverbial cat. Very well, yes. It is a woman, and from what I have been able to gather, she is highly connected. Very highly," he added.
I turned to Stoker. He is waggling his eyebrows again. Mornaday pinked, a delightful rosy shade that made me long to pinch his cheeks. There was a boyish charm about him, but he had also been blessed with substantial shoulders and a rather nice pair of thighs, I had had occasion to notice.
"I really cannot say anything else upon the matter," he said firmly.
"I do love it when you are stern," I said, putting a gloved hand to his arm.
"Oh, for God's sake,"
Stoker muttered under his breath. "Ignore him," I instructed Mornaday. "He is in a pet because he had to have a bath."
"His first this year?"
Mornaday asked with affected innocence. Stoker folded his arms over his chest, affecting boredom.
"Do you know what I dislike most about you, Mornaday?"
he asked in a nonchalant tone.
"Your utter predictability. Whilst I dislike most your complete and insufferable arrogance,"
Mornaday began. I linked my arm with his, cutting him off neatly. Now, gentlemen, if you carry on like this, you'll only end up in fisticuffs, and I won't have anyone bleeding on my new gown. Stoker, perhaps he would be good enough to wait for me on the pavement with his lordship. I would like a moment's conversation with Mornaday." Stoker eyed me for a long moment, then turned on his heel, smartly making his way through the crowd. Against me, I felt Mornaday relax as the tension drained from his body.
"I cannot begin to explain how much I do not like that man," he told me.
"I know," I soothed, coaxing Mornaday to a discreet spot behind a potted palm. "And I can assure you he is equally eloquent on the subject of your defects. I expect he will spend the entire ride home cataloguing them for me, but I promise I shan't listen," I assured him. "Now, I know you want me to be very discreet about Sir Hugo's superior, and I swear that I shall, but it would make it so much easier to remember if I didn't have so many questions crowding my mind about Artemisia's death." I trailed off, widening my eyes as I looked at him from under my lashes.
"You little devil," he said, his tone admiring. "You think to use your fiendish wiles upon me with no care for what might become of my position at Scotland Yard. You are an absolute monster," he told me, but he was smiling as he said it.
"Oh, don't be difficult. Come now, I only want a little piece of information." He sighed gustily.
"Very well. What?"
"I want to know if there was more to the post-mortem. Any snippet that did not make it into evidence. It might be quite trivial, but if there was something, I should like to know." He pursed his lips again.
"It would be more than my position is worth to tell you. I don't even like to contemplate what would happen to me if Sir Hugo found out I was talking to you tonight."
Mornaday's expression was so woebegone that I took pity upon him and brushed a kiss to his cheek, causing his eyes to gleam brighter than ever.
"There was something,"
he murmured into my ear.
"I cannot say what, and neither can the surgeons. They are too afraid of Sir Hugo. But do not stop looking."
"Mornaday, you utter lamb." His hand tightened upon mine.
"Careful now. More of that, and I will send an engagement notice to the Times."
He bent his head, but I eluded his grasp, slipping away as I blew a kiss in farewell. Stoker was waiting outside for me next to the Viscount's carriage.
"I dismiss the Beauclair driver. We can make our own way home after," he told me.
I looked up with a meaningful glance, and he realized I had learnt something of interest from Mornaday.
"What did you winkle out of him?"
"There was something in the post-mortem. He would not say what, but it is enough to persuade me we must keep digging." He gave a short nod and handed me into his brother's carriage, settling himself opposite us as I took the place next to his lordship. "Where shall we sup?" I asked him in a conversational tone as the driver sprang the horses.
"Vane House,"
he replied.
"It is my London residence, and we shall not be overheard there. I think this evening will require some privacy," he added, with an oblique glance at his brother. The carriage eventually emerged from the press of traffic in the East End and made its way into the stultified heart of Mayfair. We approached a tall, imposing house that stood aloof, keeping lofty watch over one of the more impressive squares. His lordship must have trained his staff well, for he did not even pause upon the step. The door swung open, warm amber light spilling from the large hall within. The butler who opened the door was of the most correct sort, iron grey of hair and humourless of countenance.
but his expression of perfect indifference dissolved as soon as he caught sight of Stoker.
"Mr. Revelstoke," he said, his voice warmed by the same genuine affection that caused him to smile broadly. "How very good to see you, sir." "Collins, how have you been? The lumbago still giving you trouble?" "Not since I began taking your advice," the butler told him.
He glanced to me with a question in his eyes. His lordship handed over his hat and gloves.
"Miss Speedwell, this is Collins. He has kept the Templeton veins in order for more years than I have been alive. Collins, Mr. Revelstoke's colleague, Miss Speedwell."
"How do you do?" I replied.
"Welcome to Vane House, miss," he said gravely.
He turned back to the Viscount.
"Supper is ready, my lord. Shall I have it served?" "Yes, in the small dining room. But give us half an hour first. We will be in my study."
The Viscount led us through the tall, domed hall of white marble, and down a long passage to a closed door, which he threw open with a flourish. The room was not as lavish as I had expected, given the marble grandeur of the rest of the house. It was smaller, and, while the word could never truly fit, there was a coziness within those book-lined walls I had found lacking in what I had thus far seen of Vane House. A sofa covered in red plush, and a pair of armchairs, leather and deeply cushioned for comfortable reading, provided the seating. The desk was an enormous oak affair, Tudor, I thought, with heavy carving and an assortment of papers scattered about in casual disarray. A singularly beautiful bust of Athena held pride of place on a plinth in front of the long windows, overlooking a genial untidiness that seemed to be a failing of the Templeton Vane brothers. The Viscount did not stand on ceremony. His lordship busied himself with the Tantalus and Gasogene, pouring out 3 glasses of whisky and soda. As he handed me my drink, he levelled his grey gaze at me, and though his eyes never left my face, I realized he was taking in every detail of my appearance. When he spoke, his voice was deep as Stoker's, but a shade less rough.
"I must say, Miss Speedwell, you are not at all what I expected."
Remembering the colourful remarks made by their youngest brother, I fixed him with a smile of calculated sweetness. "I seem to have left my dreadful reputation in my other reticule." It was a palpable hit. He flushed, the same deliciously rosy tint as I had observed in Stoker, and inclined his head.
"I do not know what Merryweather may have said, but I can only guess. I would like to apologize for any lapse in manners on his behalf."
Stoker threw himself down into the nearest armchair with a gusty sigh.
"I see you've settled into the role of head of the family," he observed.
His lordship gestured for me to take the other chair, and waited until I had done so before seating himself.
"It is my place," he reminded Stoker. "And it would have been a damned sight easier if you had replied to any of my communications, if Miss Speedwell will pardon the expression."
Stoker shrugged.
"I am here now."
His lordship's mouth, a handsome facsimile of his brother's, curved into a smile of self-deprecation.
"I do not flatter myself that you have sought me out from any regard for my needs." "No, no," Stoker assured him. "I have come only out of regard for my own." "Naturally." The word was clipped, but there was no real coldness there. It occurred to me that I was witness to some habitual pattern of communication between these two, and that the presence or absence of a third party would do little to alter it. His lordship settled himself more comfortably. He took the opportunity to glance at me again, then shifted his attention to his brother. "What do you want, Revelstoke?" "Information."
Stoker, too, settled back into his chair, crossing one ankle over his knee.
"Tell me about Miles Ramsforth."
His lordship's expression was carefully neutral.
"What about him?" "What do you know about his relationship with his wife, Artemisia?"
I was surprised at Stoker's line of questioning, and covered it by taking a swift sip of my drink. I had expected him to lead with the subject of the ledger, but I realized he would know exactly how best to handle his elder brother. The Viscount's composure was impressive, and it might require a good deal of work to crack it. The Viscount shrugged.
Not much. We are, after all, only passing acquaintances. I can tell you it seems to have been a love match. No children. They travel a bit. Like to go mucking about in Greece and other such places, although I think their latest pet cause is art.
He narrowed his gaze.
Is that what this is about? The murder?
It is, I told him. We believe Miles Ramsforth may be innocent of the crime for which he is about to hang. His lips compressed a moment.
I cannot imagine why it is any business of yours.
We were asked to investigate, I said, and by whom is no business of yours, I added, with a tart edge to my voice. A flicker of a smile touched his mouth.
Touché, Miss Speedwell. But, as I said, we are passing acquaintances. I am afraid there is nothing I can add to what you already know of Miles. Oh, I am sure you could think of something of interest if you cudgelled your memory, Stoker said helpfully. Like the Elysian Grotto, for example.
The Viscount's complexion did not alter. He did not flinch or give a start. Only the quick, fleeting drop of his eyelids betrayed the fact that Stoker's arrow had flown true. He took a thoughtful swallow of his drink.
Elysian Grotto? He asked in a bored tone. What is that? A sort of club for Hellenic fanatics? You know my preference has always been for Roman art.
Stoker gave him a thin, feral smile, baring his teeth.
You always were a slippery bastard, he said in a low tone. But even you cannot talk your way around the fact that we found your name in Ramsforth's ledger.
The hand around the Viscount's glass tensed.
What ledger?
Stoker leaned forward, about to accomplish a killing thrust, but I suspected such brutal handling would thwart our plans entirely. I flicked him a quelling glance. My lord, Miles Ramsforth kept a ledger, a sort of guest book of those who took part in his entertainments at the grotto. Your name was there.
My name.
He sat back in his chair, swirling the whiskey in the glass, watching the amber whirlpool as it caught sparks of light from the fire.
My name. Of course, I could lie and say it was written without my knowledge. After all, it isn't my signature, is it? You would have only his word for it that I was there, and he is about to hang. Who would believe him?
He took a deep draught of the whiskey, holding it on his tongue for a long moment before swallowing.
But I think the time for prevarication has passed.
He fixed his gaze upon his brother's face.
Go on, then. Ask what you want. I will give you the truth. Do with it what you will.
Stoker eyed him suspiciously, as if he could not quite believe the Viscount intended to honour his word.
That is too easy, Tiberius. What are you withholding?
His lordship spread his hands. Handsome, well-shaped hands, so unlike Stoker's. They were strong and capable-looking, but they had never turned to manual labour, never even held the reins of a horse without the protection of gloves. A signet ring gleamed upon his smallest finger, the crest of the Templeton veins worn almost smooth from generations of lords who had owned it before him.
I have given my word. Is that not good enough? Shall I make it a blood oath?
He asked.
Do not tempt me,
Stoker said in a voice that was nearly a growl. I put myself forward again, pouring calming oil upon the stormy waters. My lord, you visited the grotto, did you not, and engaged in the entertainments there? He inclined his head.
I did, Miss Speedwell, and I must say that I hope whatever other revelations come out tonight They do not offend your sensibilities.
I have none to offend, I told him frankly. He smiled, a slow, sensual smile that excluded Stoker completely.
I find that deliciously intriguing, and I shall make a note to ask you about that at a more convenient time. But for now, I think my brother will combust if I do not satisfy his curiosity.
He indicated Stoker with a tip of his glass.
He is fairly vibrating with it, like a hound at the start of a hunt. Go on then, little brother. Ask. Did you ever meet Artemisia there?
Once, the Viscount replied promptly.
Early in her liaison with Ramsforth. He thought she might be interested in the goings-on, but as it happens, she proved uninterested. She watched for a little while and then left. I never saw her again. She was surprisingly provincial for a bohemian, he added.
I licked my lips. What sorts of goings-on? The Viscount's smile deepened.
Ramsforth's entertainments always had a classical theme. He thought it added a fillip of excitement to the occasion. Everyone was expected to don a mask depicting a character out of Greek myth and act out the role they had been assigned. What was your part? Stoker demanded.
The Viscount looked at me.
Apollo. On this occasion, I had my way with a willing little Daphne who wore a crown of laurel leaves, and I do not recommend it. Damned prickly, he added.
And then? I asked. The Viscount took a deep breath and peered into the depths of his glass.
And then I engaged in some group pursuits and some rather more disciplined entertainments. The details I am not inclined to share for fear of scandalizing you.
I told you, you need not worry on my account, I told him. He raised his eyes to mine, tilting his head.
I was not speaking of your sensibilities, Miss Speedwell. I was worried for Revelstokes.
He said the words as calmly and passionlessly as the rest of his remarks, but there was a watchfulness in him, a coiled tension as he awaited Stoker's reaction.
A group?
Stoker repeated.
You mean you engaged in an orgy? Such a vulgar word, the Viscount complained, weighted with all sorts of unpleasant connotations. My tastes are not limited by convention. Some of them, in fact, are less than strictly legal, although such delicacy seems puritanical in the extreme, as I suspect Miss Speedwell might agree,
he said, with an appreciative glance in my direction.
But I imagine you understand why my appearance at the grotto might excite unwelcome speculation, particularly in light of my marital misfortune. There is a good deal of tittering in society about why I have never remarried. My expansive tastes are not the reason, but I see no point in deliberately stoking the fire.
I shrugged. Your private life is your own, my lord. His brows rose into elegant arches.
Miss Speedwell, I am delighted to find my assessment of your liberal thinking is accurate. To meet a lady of such broad-mindedness is rare indeed. Stoker, if you don't marry Miss Speedwell, I might.
He tossed off the last of his whiskey as Stoker glowered at him.
Tiberius, just because you are my elder and the head of the family does not mean I won't beat you senseless and leave Collins to sweep up the remains from the hearthrug.
His lordship waved a hand with lazy grace.
You always did think violence was a suitable response to any situation.
He turned to me.
The fellow is a Philistine, my dear. You can do better.
I have no intention of doing at all, my lord, I told him in my most commanding tone. I am a spinster by choice, and you are quite masterfully leading us off the subject at hand, your involvement with the Elysian grotto. Now, help us untangle the relationships, if you will, so that we can go in to supper. I smell roasted duck. His lordship gave me a slow, appraising smile.
So imperious. How I should like to see you wield a riding crop.
Stoker started forward, and the Viscount held up a hand.
Sit, Revelstoke. I meant no offence, and I suspect Miss Speedwell took none.
Stoker shot me a glance, and subsided back into his chair, while his brother regarded me thoughtfully.
I am veritable clay in your hands, Miss Speedwell. Do with me as you like. Now, what else do you wish to know?
I had no doubt his provocative remarks were meant to raise a response, so I gave him nothing but a cool stare. Julian Gilchrist, do you know the fellow? He nodded.
He was a particularly randy endymion at our little folly. He had had a liaison with Artemisia of a few months' duration, but she ended things when she fell in with Ramsforth. How did he take it?
Stoker asked. The Viscount shrugged.
How does any man take such a thing? He was resentful, and he buried himself in the nearest bit of muslin to forget it.
What about Sir Frederick Havelock? Did you see him there? He tipped his head back, an expression of remembered pleasure curving his lips.
I did. A very memorable Zeus.
Having his way with a pretty Leda or Danae? I suggested.
Neither. His attentions were reserved for Hera,
his lordship corrected.
Until her death, Augusta Havelock accompanied him. After she died, he continued to attend, but only as an observer, never a participant. His wife attended,
Stoker put in, his tone frankly disbelieving. His lordship shrugged.
Some couples find such shared endeavours heighten their connubial relationships. Sir Frederick was not the first man to bring a wife to such entertainments.
Did you? I asked.
Such boldness. Just when I thought I could not admire you more, Miss Speedwell,
he said, favouring me with a smile.
No, I did not. My wife, as it happens, was a thoroughly conventional and distinctly unlovable woman chosen for me by my father. A woman like you would be a different story altogether.
His gaze lingered on my décolletage a moment longer than propriety would allow. Stoker recalled him sharply.
Did Havelock pursue anyone at the grotto? Have any entanglements of note? No. He came once or twice a year, and that was all. Just enough to amuse himself. Did Artily Ramsforth ever appear at these entertainments? Heavens, no.
His lordship seemed genuinely shocked at the idea.
Have you met her? Eyes only for her lord and master. She is the very last woman I should expect to engage in such frivolities. To be perfectly frank, I was quite surprised that she proved so willing to turn a blind eye to them. But she is that rarest and most tragic of creatures, a woman selflessly in love with her own husband.
What about Artemisia's relationship with Ramsforth? I asked. How would you characterize it? He considered this a long moment.
Loving. They seemed sincerely attached. In fact, after Artemisia expressed her distaste for the affairs, Ramsforth closed the grotto to group activities in deference to her wishes.
I pricked up my ears at this new bit of information. Does that mean he did not go there again? He shrugged.
You would have to ask him. I know invitations were no longer forthcoming, and when I asked, he said it was down to her influence, and that only private visits were permitted. He told me he would put the grotto at my disposal, but I found my interest in the place had waned. I was content to let the thing go. If nothing else, it had gotten devilishly expensive. Expensive? Stoker inquired. Ramsforth charged admission, a sort of subscription fee, his brother explained. Rumour has it he worked his way through most of the Troyan money utterly brought to the marriage in rebuilding Littledown, and he was always careful to hire professionals from the very best brothels in London. That sort do not come cheaply.
You mean he wasn't bringing in the milkmaid or the footman at Littledown for a bit of sport? I asked. The Viscount's expression was one of naked horror.
God forbid. No. He only engaged professionals. He did not believe in corrupting those who were not already working in the intimate trades, he said firmly. There is such a thing as honour amongst debauchees, you know. Besides, a professional will keep quiet about such things. Money buys discretion.
One thing more, if you do not mind. His lordship levelled his gaze at me.
For you, my dear Miss Speedwell, I have all the time in the world.
Stoker made a noise of disgust, but we both ignored him. We were sent a key to the Elysian grotto, I told the Viscount. It was posted to us anonymously. We can only assume by a benefactor. Did you send it? He opened the drawer of his desk and drew out a key that matched ours in every particular.
I am, as you see, still in possession of mine. Ramsforth neglected to ask for it back after he stopped hosting entertainments. You are welcome to take it, if it helps.
I could not imagine how it would, but I took it anyway, thanking the Viscount for his generosity. I looked to Stoker. I think we have learned all we can from his lordship. He nodded slowly, and the Viscount rose with the air of a man liberated. He rubbed his hands together.
In that case, supper.
Chapter 18. Supper with his lordship was a strained affair. Stoker was clearly regretting the fact that I had accepted his brother's invitation. He said almost nothing over the meal, while the Viscount and I discussed the theatre and butterflies and my travels.
I envy you,
he said at one point as he refilled my glass of wine.
I have always longed to travel, but my responsibilities here never permitted.
He did not look at his brother as he spoke, but I knew Stoker felt the thrust of it. The tension in the air thickened, and for a moment silence hung between them. I waited, hoping they would finally have the brawl they needed to thrash out whatever resentments still simmered, but neither spoke. Was that the root of it all, then? An elder brother's jealousy that his younger sibling could evade responsibility? It seemed possible, but unlikely. In the same vein, I knew full well that Stoker did not begrudge his brother the title or the obligations carried with it. He had no ambition to wear a coronet and sit in the House of Lords. The very notion of Stoker engaged in such conventional activities was laughable, and looking at the urbane and polished appearance of the Viscount, I could hardly credit the fact that he might covet the freedom of a brother who had returned to England sporting tattoos and pierced lobes with his eye patch. As the silence stretched on, I decided to take charge. I rose, and both of them leapt to their feet. Whatever their differences, they shared the rigid upbringing of aristocratic Englishmen and all its reflexive courtesies. "It grows late," I told the Viscount. "I think it is time we took our leave." He shot a glance to his brother.
Certainly, but, Revelstoke, you and I still have business to discuss. Later,
Stoker said in a flat tone that brooked no argument. But his lordship was not cowed.
So you have said, repeatedly. I want you to meet with the solicitors so we can finish settling father's estate. Later, Stoker repeated. I want your oath on it, the Viscount said, giving him a level look. For all your sins, your word is still worth something. My word as a Templeton Vane? Stoker asked.
His smile was thin and malicious.
Very well. You have my word I will meet with them, as a Templeton Vane.
He turned on his heel and strode from the room. The Viscount watched him leave, then turned to me.
"Yours is an unusual friendship,"
he observed. "It is only a friendship, my lord," I said, choosing my words carefully. "I assure you, I am no threat to the Templeton Vanes." His only reply was the return of his enigmatic gaze. "It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lord," I said, rather surprised to find I told the truth. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly.
"I am not quite the martinet you expected?"
"Not quite," I acknowledged. He kept hold of my hand.
"You have surprised me as well, Miss Speedwell. From Rupert's description, well, that does not bear remembering. Suffice it to say that I have not enjoyed an evening this much in a very long time. And—"
He paused, studying my hand a moment as it lay in his, my smaller palm flat against his smooth, broad one. He put his other fingertip to the back of my hand, stroking it with such practiced precision that it sent a frisson of something dark and hot to the depths of my spine.
"I hope you will feel free to call whenever you wish. If you wait for Revelstoke to bring you, it will be a frosty day in the netherworld."
"Perhaps," I said. He smiled, a slightly predatory smile that was nonetheless charming. With infinite slowness and care, he bent and brushed his lips to the back of my hand.
"Until the next time, Miss Speedwell."
"My lord." Stoker said nothing until we were outside on the pavement. As soon as I appeared, he began to walk very quickly, his long-legged strides eating up the ground. I made no attempt to match his pace. He was clearly in a pet, and I was perfectly capable of seeing myself home. But Stoker was far too well-bred for such a thing, and by the end of the block he slowed to match my steps.
"I ought not to have sent the Beauclair carriage on its way. Oxford is the next street. We can easily find a cab there."
"And just beyond is Marylebone. It is a fine night. Let us walk instead." He gave a brisk nod, and we crossed the street, passing through the bright lights and congestion of Oxford Street into the relative quiet of neighbouring Marylebone. "I was very interested to hear that Miles Ramsforth was in need of money," I told him. "Does it suggest anything to you?" He was in no mood to talk, but his agile and curious brain could never resist a challenge.
"Of course," he said shortly. "Blackmail."
"Exactly. If Miles Ramsforth used his ledger to blackmail someone, they might very well be interested in seeing him hang for a murder he did not commit."
"And Artemisia would not have been a victim so much as a pawn,"
he added. "Quite. Which puts rather a different spin on things."
"How do you reason?"
he asked, slipping his hand under my elbow to guide me around a puddle. "Killing her in the heat of the moment is a crime of passion, of desperation or anger or jealousy. But killing her in cold blood, in order to make Miles pay the price for it, that requires a chilling sort of detachment."
"And there are any number of suspects whose names appear in that book," he groaned.
I cursed our bad luck in losing the ledger. "I don't imagine there is any hope of recovering it if we went back to search." My tone was hopeful, but I knew the futility of it before I asked.
"The watchman would have had more than enough time to recover it at his leisure."
"Blast!" I muttered.
"Indeed. We shall simply have to try another avenue," he said.
We fell silent then, making our way through the shadows of Marylebone towards Bishop's Folly. "Were you surprised," I ventured, "about what your brother hinted about the entertainments, orgies and riding crops and such? Do you think there were men with other men and women with other women?"
"Veronica, we do not need to discuss this."
His profile was set, his steps dogged. I gave him a kindly look. "Are you confused by the process? I am happy to offer a little elaboration. You see, when a man prefers the company of other men—
For the love of Christ, Veronica, I know about poofters. I was in the Navy, for God's sake.
Poofters? Did you have so many that you had to devise a name for them? I inquired. He rubbed a hand over his eyes.
It is what most people call them.
Sounds rather pejorative, I mused.
It is the best of a bad lot, he admitted. Would you prefer sodomites?
Hardly. That smacks of evangelicalism, and you know my feelings on forcible religion, I reminded him. He gave a sigh of resignation.
There were such fellows in the Navy,
he told me.
We didn't discuss it. They don't hang men for it anymore, but it can still get you 10 years imprisonment. Some of the continental navies are different. Such things are done openly. But in Her Majesty's fleet there was a veneer of propriety.
Everything below decks and sub rosa? I guessed.
Exactly. People behave quite differently during a long haul at sea than they might at home.
But there are fellows who always prefer the company of other men, I reminded him. It seems terribly hypocritical to condemn them for a little discreet buggery when children are still starving in coal mines. I tipped my head. Stoker, when you were in the Navy, did you ever—
Yes, once a day and twice on Sundays.
I stared at him in open-mouthed astonishment before he broke into laughter, so rare a sound for him I almost did not recognize it.
My God, your face,
he managed, wiping his eyes. I pursed my lips. I assure you I was far more shocked by your candour than the notion of you indulging in the erotic arts with a member of your own sex. He sobered, but a wicked glint still lingered in his eyes.
No, Veronica, I did not. But for those who did, it was none of my affair. Still isn't, for that matter. I do not much care for your habit of prying into other people's bedrooms, he added in mock severity.
I shrugged. That is where they keep the most interesting secrets. He cocked his head.
Well, since we are peeking behind the boudoir door, as it were, have you ever sampled the sapphic pleasures?
What a question, I pronounced.
It was a shot in the dark, he said, nearly choking. But you've gone quite pink. Our artist friends would call the hue cuisse de nymphe émue.
Thigh of an aroused nymph? I asked, in a voice rather unlike my own.
Yes,
he told me, clearly relishing the moment.
It is meant to suggest the sweetly rosy blush of the flesh when a woman is in the throes of sexual excitement. Apropos in light of our discussion, and the question, which I should like to note you have pointedly not answered.
He folded his arms over his chest and waited, his eyes bright with an unholy light. I gave him a brisk nod. Very well. There was a Sardinian shepherdess once, very buxom, with pillowy lips and eyes like sloes. I kissed her, and that is all that I did, purely out of scientific curiosity.
Scientific curiosity? How so? He demanded.
Because I had just lain with her twin brother and wondered if they shared a similar technique. I put a pointed finger under his chin and pushed gently upwards. Close your mouth, Stoker. You look like a carp. He gulped hard, and I removed my finger.
The notion of you in the arms of your shepherdess friend is one I shall want to revisit at some later time, he warned me. But for now, I suppose we ought to think about the investigation.
He shook his head hard, as if to clear it. Were you really not surprised by the conversation with his lordship? He shrugged.
It is no business of mine. He can bugger a barnyard for all I care.
I turned to stare at him, the street light that illuminated half of his face, throwing the other half in deepest shadow. You do not see it, do you?
What?
His candour was his way of attempting to mend the breach between you. Stoker snorted and turned to walk away. I put a hand to his sleeve, pulling him to a stop. He did not have to tell us anything. I reminded him. He could have said we had imagined his name there. We do not have the ledger. We have no proof. He could have said he had only gone the one time, or that his name had been forged. But he didn't.
And?
The syllable was clipped and cold, as if he had chiseled it from ice. It means he trusts us. If we choose to report him to the authorities, he could be put in prison, Stoker. You know the sorts of antics the Elysians got up to are illegal. He would be sentenced to hard labor.
Peers don't go to prison,
he said, curling his lip. Do not play the cynic with me. It doesn't suit you, and I can see right through it. I told him. It was an olive branch, whether you choose to interpret it as such or not.
Indeed. Veronica, he knows we cannot prove it. He was perfectly safe in sharing whatever sordid details of his life he cared to offer. Do you really not understand? He is one of them. He is an aristocrat. He is untouchable.
He turned to walk away again, but the anger seemed to have drained away. We passed the next few blocks in silence. I am curious how men who go with men decide who plays the submissive part, I said eventually. Stoker made a strangled noise in the back of his throat.
Leave it, Veronica.
Very well. I suppose I might ask his lordship the next time I see him. He doesn't seem bashful upon the subject. Stoker stopped dead in his tracks.
What the devil do you mean, the next time?
The Viscount has expressed a wish to share my company.
The bloody hell he has!
Stoker exploded. Heavens, Stoker, what difference does it make to you?
This is just like him, thinking he can do as he damn well pleases because he is the lord of the manor,
he said savagely. He turned away, then loomed back, using his height to full advantage.
You are not to go anywhere with him. You are not to call upon him. You are not to receive him.
I was so astonished I very nearly laughed aloud. You cannot seriously think I would permit you to dictate terms to me, I began. He leaned closer, and I could smell the scent of his brother's expensive whiskey on his breath. His mouth hovered just over mine, his body brushing against me. I could see the pulse beating hard in his throat.
I can dictate these terms,
he said, in a voice that was little more than a growl.
He has taken something of mine for the last time.
I am not something of yours, I reminded him, scolding him with the scorn in my voice. I don't care what bad blood there is between you. You do not get to tell me whom I see. You are not my husband. I pressed my hands flat to his chest and heaved, but he did not move. His hands came up to grasp my wrists hard, and for an instant I saw something like hurt flicker in his gaze.
No, he said slowly. I am better than a husband. I am your friend.
With agonizing slowness, he dropped my hands and walked away. Chapter 19. The next morning I sped through the task I had allotted myself, identifying a woefully mislabeled tray of Lepidoptera from the Americas, in the hope of spending the afternoon at Havelock House. A late morning missive from Emma Talbot put paid to that. She is unable to sketch you today, I told Stoker, holding up the note she had sent the fourth delivery of the post. She has a prior engagement. Hell and damnation, I muttered, fuming at the delay. Stoker, who had been studying his industrious little domestids, merely shrugged.
So we pursue another line of inquiry?
His tone was sullen, and altogether we had exchanged fewer than a dozen words throughout the morning. He had spent the better part of the time finishing the excavation of his Bactrian, with the result that his chest and arms were liberally streaked with glue and sawdust, and his hair was streaming with sweat. Manual labor usually had the effect of calming his temper, but in this case it had merely given him an excuse to indulge in his more destructive tendencies. The Bactrian had been reduced to its filthy skin and a pile of untidy bones. Stoker finished folding the camel hide carefully. He would clean and dry it on a rack he had fashioned specifically for the task, but there was much work to be done first. Every bit of errant sawdust had to be cleaned from the bones, and the joints assessed before he made the decision to mount the hide back on the skeleton, or sculpt an armature as the new base. What he intended for the tongue and eyes did not bear thinking about. "What are you going to do with the poor fellow?" I asked, nodding to the heap of sawdust and bones on the floor. For a moment I thought he would not answer, but he never could resist the opportunity to discuss his work.
"I shall reassemble the skeleton for display. Then I will sculpt a base for the hide and mount it, providing I can save the hide at all. The mice have got at it."
It was a tremendous amount of work. The average taxidermist would have simply mounted the hide over a bit of padding thrown over the creature's own skeleton. But Stoker was no average taxidermist. His idea of exhibiting the skeletons separately and remounting the hides on metal armatures of his devising was innovative and brilliant. Of course, I did not tell him so. It would not do to inflate his already quite healthy sense of accomplishment. But a little feminine deference could not fail to sweeten his mood, I decided. I leaned forward in my chair, gently blowing the dust off of a delicate little specimen. "What do you suggest, then, as an alternate line of inquiry?" I asked casually. He rubbed thoughtfully at his chin, leaving a dark line of sweat-dampened sawdust along his jaw.
"We ought to pursue Mornaday's hint about Artemisia's post-mortem."
He settled himself on the edge of the desk and began to rummage for a bite to eat. I usually kept a tin of honeycomb on hand for emergencies, but it was empty, and he grumbled his irritation. "I am sorry. I quite forgot to buy more, but you will keep eating it all," I told him with a touch of asperity. "That was supposed to be in case of emergency."
"This is an emergency. I had no breakfast. I came straight down to work, and half a pot of tea is not enough to sustain a man for a job like that," he told me with a jerk of the chin towards his Bactrian. "Just a moment and I will find you something. This wretched Limonitis archippus is masquerading as a Danaus erippus, and not very cleverly." I corrected the label, penning the accurate identification as Stoker gave a quick cry and dove beneath the morning's newspaper. He emerged waving a packet triumphantly. "What have you got there?" I asked, pinning the Limonitis into place with a sigh of satisfaction. "The last of the funeral biscuits,"
he said, tearing into the packet with his teeth. He took out the pair of biscuits inside and crunched one thoughtfully.
"Aniseed again,"
he said after a moment.
"Not my favourite, but not at all bad."
"And thoroughly ghoulish," I told him. "All of this rampant morbidity cannot be good." I picked up the discarded packet. Besides the expected advertisement for the undertakers, there was a short tribute to Artemisia and a picture of a willow bent dolorously over a grave. "There is even a poem of the most sickeningly sentimental variety," I pointed out. "It is twaddle."
"No,"
he corrected, plucking the packet from my fingers with shining eyes.
"It is a clue."
He turned the packet around so I could see where he pointed. "Messieurs Paget and Pettifer, undertakers," I read slowly. "Of course! The police surgeons will never speak to us, nor will the investigators. Sir Hugo will have seen to that. Everyone associated with the case in an official capacity will close ranks against us. There is no one to whom we can turn, except the undertakers. However did you think of it?" He shrugged.
"Who knows more about a body than the men who prepare it for burial?"
"Revelstoke Templeton Vane!" I cried. "God strike me down if ever again I question your intelligence. That is a stroke of brilliance." He preened.
"It is, isn't it? I think I shall bask in this for a little while. I do like being right."
"You are impossible," I told him, grinning.
"Only the improbable can appreciate the impossible," he said. It took him only 1/4 of an hour to make himself presentable and secure us a cab. It had occurred to both of us that bursting into a respectable undertaking establishment, with an eye to asking indiscreet questions, was a quick route to getting ourselves thrown out with no progress made upon the investigation. It further occurred to us that it might prove awkward
should the undertakers decide to report the matter to Sir Hugo. "We will go in disguise," I pronounced. Stoker gave me a half-smile.
"What sort of disguise? I warn you, you will never pass for a corpse. You are far too loquacious."
"Very funny. We shall outfit ourselves as recently bereaved, and in need of the services of Messrs. Paget and Pettifer." He made a token protest, but I had observed during the months of our acquaintance that Stoker was as enthralled by the unexpected as I was. He gave the driver the address of Bunter and Weedman, the warehouse Cherry had mentioned, and which provided lavish funeral ensembles for hire to those who could not afford to purchase them outright. Since the death of Prince Albert, unrestrained mourning had been the order of the day, with crape draped at the doors and windows of houses touched by loss. Even the poorest wretch could manage a black armband, but those with the means vied to outdo one another in their trappings of grief, hiring ebony horses and equipages for the obsequies, paying funeral mutes and pallbearers to stand witness to their bereavement. Decent coin might be had by those who could look suitably downcast, summoning tears on cue, or those who could heft a coffin to a stout shoulder. The prince consort's death had spawned an industry of loss, from flowers to jewellery, fabric to feathers, and shops across the city hired such things to those who had not the means or inclination to purchase them outright. It was a simple matter to outfit ourselves, Stoker in a suit of black with a tall hat, and I in a gown and cape of stark jetty bombazine. The cape fell to my heels, but the thick veil at my bonnet dragged behind, muffling my steps and obscuring my features.
"You look like a ghost bride,"
Stoker told me as his gaze swept from the crown of my head to the sweeping hem. "The nearest to a bride I intend ever to come," I retorted. He had worn his eye patch, and the effect as a whole was rather sinister. The outfitting of my funereal garb had taken longer than Stoker's, and he had put the time to good use in reading the Times. He gestured towards the morning's obituaries.
"Our undertaker friends have a funeral this afternoon. They should be out for some hours yet,"
he told me. I grinned. The perfect opportunity to do a little sleuthing. We made our way to the rooms of Messrs. Paget and Pettifer. They operated out of a tall house in a respectable street, in a fashionable quarter, the sort of establishment where everything would be done just so. A silent, sober porter opened the door, giving a lugubrious bow as he stepped back to let us in. I was conscious of the odour at once, a mingling of lilies and death and something else.
"Someone's been at the camphor,"
Stoker murmured. I stifled a snort. He was quite right. Mourning clothes were often put aside with camphor sachets to be dragged out again when circumstances demanded, leaving a telltale odour behind. Enormous vases of lilies stood in the corners of the hall, and every door was closed, each marked with a discreet placard indicating the purpose of the room. One was a showroom for coffins, another a display room for fabrics for mourning clothes. I could not see the rest, but it required little imagination to deduce that they must be put to similar use. The porter bowed low, his expression one of studied dolour.
"How may I be of service?" "I am Sir Hugo Montgomery,"
Stoker lied smoothly.
"This is Lady Montgomery."
I choked a little, but passed it off as a momentary fit of weeping.
"As you can see, my wife is quite distressed, but she would insist upon coming,"
Stoker said with suitable gravity.
"We should like to consult with Mr. Paget or Mr. Pettifer about arrangements for a bereavement we have suffered. It was quite sudden,"
he added, with a mournful downturn of his mouth. The porter tutted regretfully.
"I am sorry, Sir Hugo, my lady, but I am afraid both Mr. Paget and Mr. Pettifer are conducting a funeral at Highgate at present. If you would care to call back later, we will wait,"
Stoker cut in. The porter hesitated.
"It might be some time," he said. "I do think it would be best—"
Sensing the opportunity slipping from our grasp, I let out a wail. Desmond! Oh, Desmond, taken from us too soon! I lamented. Stoker's expression was thunderous.
Are you happy, man? Look what you've done. Lady Montgomery is distraught.
I let my knees buckle a little, and Stoker's arm came around me for support.
My wife needs to sit down and collect herself, in private,
he said sternly. The porter darted forward and opened a door.
Of course, Sir Hugo, my lady. I am terribly sorry. Wait in here, please. I am certain Mr. Pettifer will not mind you using his private office.
He ushered us through the door and indicated a pair of forbidding chairs upholstered in black silk.
Is there anything I can get for the lady?
He asked Stoker.
Thank you,
Stoker replied with chilly hauteur.
I will attend to my wife.
The porter bobbed his head.
Certainly. There is brandy upon the sideboard should her ladyship require revivifying. Please do not hesitate to ring should I be able to be of service.
He withdrew, closing the door firmly behind him. Stoker arched a brow at me.
Desmond? Who in the seven devils is Desmond?
Our cat, I said promptly, dashed under the wheels of a milk wagon.
Poor, flat Desmond, he said,
sweeping off his hat as he glanced about the room.
Where shall we begin?
With the desk, I replied. There will be a record of the bodies they have prepared. You search the files, and I will see if I can find a ledger. We set swiftly to work, occasionally pausing to make suitably mournful noises in case the porter were listening. I wailed from time to time, making certain to sniffle loudly as Stoker bent to picking the locks on the drawers of the desk. He made quick work of it, using a pair of my hairpins for the task. We searched carefully, sifting through notebooks and the leaves of the books on the shelf, moving methodically from drawer to drawer, but there was nothing. The only promising item was a wide ledger of black kid, with a list of funerals they had undertaken, noted by date. I turned quickly to the month of Artemisia's demise and found a single line. Maud Earsby, spinster, aged 26 years, prepared for burial and body dispatched to family home in Kent. Account settled in full by Sir Frederick Havelock. I read aloud. Hell and blast! Not a mention of her condition or even that she was murdered.
This is the business side of things,
Stoker pointed out as he searched the last drawer, empty except for a box of licorice.
Perhaps Mr. Pettifer is engaged in the accounts and front-of-house arrangements. There may be notes about embalming and such in the mortuary.
I raised a speculative brow at him, and he shook his head.
Absolutely not. It's too much of a risk just now.
He opened the box of licorice and popped a piece into his mouth. Instantly he gagged, spitting it into his handkerchief. He wiped his mouth and stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket.
That tasted like Satan's shoe leather,
he said, still gagging a little. Serves you right for being such a cowardy custard, I taunted lightly. To my surprise, the goad worked.
Fine. We will search the mortuary, but if we are taken up for trespassing, I shall leave it to you to explain it all to Sir Hugo, he warned. It is a bargain, I promised. We crept on silent feet from the room, pausing a moment to make certain the porter was not lurking about. Stoker took the lead, grasping my hand tightly in his as we slipped down the corridor towards the back of the establishment. A single door at the end was marked with the word mortuary, and Stoker made directly for it, putting his hand to the knob but not turning it. I looked from the closed door to Stoker's face. Go on, then, I said flatly. You will not be distressed?
He asked. Will you? I asked, with a touch of asperity that he should doubt my mettle. A derisive snort was his only reply, and he fell back, gesturing for me to lead the way. Excelsior, I muttered, invoking the motto of our favourite fictional detective. I pushed open the door to the mortuary, as resolute as any battlefield commander. Instantly, we were struck by the smell of carbolic, and something worse. Death has an odour of its own, sweet and heavy, and it hung in the air, enveloping us as soon as we entered. I reeled at the stench, but Stoker drew a deep breath of it. Death was his stock in trade, after all. There was nothing here that would frighten or disturb him. We took a moment to get our bearings. The room was large, and along one wall ran a series of shelves neatly filled with jars of chemicals and various pieces of equipment, none of which I cared to examine further. There were assorted needles and bits of padding, as well as pots of face paint and powder. Stoker spoke in a low whisper. "Sometimes death does unlovely things. It is the Undertaker's task to mask them." My gaze went to the far side of the room, where a series of marble tables stood in chilly splendor. The tiled floor below was fitted with drains, and I went to inspect in horrified fashion. "What are these used for?" I demanded. Stoker explained the various steps of the embalming process and the necessity for drains to carry away the resulting effluvia. "But where does it go?" "Into the sewers," he said cheerfully. "That is repulsive," I said, wrinkling up my nose. "No worse than what is already there," he pointed out. "And if you find that thought too repellent, I suggest you keep far away from our silent friend," he said, nodding towards the shrouded figure lying on a table in the corner. I went to it, pausing with my hand upon the sheet for only a moment before pulling it free. Under it lay the body of a young, naked man, the skin of his torso folded back as neatly as if it had been a shirt front. I reeled away, and before Stoker could mock me, we heard footsteps. Without thinking, I grabbed him and vaulted onto the next table, dragging him on top of me. On his way down, he grasped the sheet and hauled it over us, shielding us from view. With any luck, whoever it was would simply complete their errand in the embalming room and leave quickly. As we waited, tense and alert, it occurred to me that I might have arranged matters more efficiently by putting myself on top of Stoker. His weight was not inconsequential, and although he did his best not to crush me, the need to lie as flat as possible meant our bodies were thoroughly entangled in a position I knew neither of us could sustain for any length of time. His face was pressed against mine, cheek to cheek, and I felt the rasp of his whiskers. He had shaved only that morning, but his beard was heavy, and by afternoon the shadow of it always returned. His hired suit smelled of lavender and cedar. No doubt it had been laid away in these to deter moth. But his skin was his own peculiar mixture of male flesh and leather and linen and honey, always honey. One of his errant locks tickled my nose, and I breathed in sharply to keep from sneezing. His hands were where they had landed, one gripping my hip and one behind my head, cradling it against him. Mine were clasped against his shirt front, through which I could feel the slow, steady beating of his heart. My own was flitting like a hummingbird's wings, but he was calm, and from the quick pulse of his stomach muscles clenched against mine, I knew he was stifling a laugh at the absurdity of our situation. We clung together under the sheet, and I do not know what Stoker's thoughts were, but I was listening intently for the footfalls as the person moved through the room. It was not the porter. His step had been heavier. This was a smaller, more diminutive footstep, almost tentative. It kept to the far side of the room, some distance from our makeshift hideaway, and I began to relax. Perhaps he would not come near us after all. I flexed one foot against Stoker's calf, easing a sudden cramp, and I felt him stiffen against me. He tightened his grip, causing me to gasp. In an instant, I heard a flurry of footsteps, and then the sheet was whisked away. I looked over Stoker's shoulder, blinking at the slender gentleman who gazed down at us, his expression one of staring horror. But, who on earth? He began. From behind him, a portly fellow appeared. He scrutinized us, then a broad smile broke over his features. "Why, Mr. Pettifer," he said with terrible politeness, "do you not recognize our guests?" He fixed his rictus grin on us. "I am Mr. Paget," he said genially.
Welcome to our establishment, Miss Speedwell and Mr. Templeton Vane.
Chapter 20. Stoker showed no inclination to shift, so I prodded him with my finger. "Remove yourself from my person, Stoker, we are discovered." He rolled off of me and landed lightly on his feet, pulling me with him. I straightened my trailing garments and squared my shoulders, setting a polite smile upon my lips. "Mr. Pettifer, Mr. Paget, how delightful to make your acquaintance." Mr. Paget was having none of it. He fixed me with a glowering look and jerked his chin.
"My private office, if you please."
I looked to Stoker, who merely shrugged one broad shoulder and gestured for me to follow Mr. Paget. With Mr. Pettifer bringing up the rear, we were not precisely guarded and could have made a dash for the door, but I translated Stoker's shrug to mean we might as well see what information we could glean while we were there. Mr. Paget led us to the office next door to Mr. Pettifer's. Clearly he was the senior partner, for his domain was far more spacious. It was furnished with the sort of fussiness indicative of too much money and too little taste. All of the wood was ebony, and the upholstery was black or grey, but the rug was too thick, the draperies too full, and the furniture too plush. It was an exercise in suffocation, and I made a point of perching on the edge of the chair Mr. Paget indicated. But as I glanced around the room, I saw one redeeming feature: butterflies. They were subtly woven into the black silk of the chairs, and a cluster of tiny, common sooty wings, Pholosara cutulus, hung under a glass dome on a sideboard. But the most arresting, and the thing that drove me to jump up with an exclamation of delight, was a single, perfect exemplar of an enormous black butterfly framed behind the desk. "Papiliodeiphobus!" I cried, going to examine it more closely. It had been mounted with its body facing out, so that the inky depth of its underside would be displayed, unrelieved in its velvety blackness, save for the slender brushstrokes of grey feathering each wing between the ribs. Mr. Paget came to stand next to me. He was a portly man of some 6.5 feet tall, and his expression suddenly changed to one of unexpected geniality.
"You like my giant swallowtail, do you? He is a beauty, if I say it myself."
"I netted one years ago in the Philippines," I told him. "I let him go for far too little. He was a trifle larger than this one."
"Larger?"
He puffed his cheeks a little.
"You are having me on,"
he said, narrowing his gaze. "I am not. I was on a tour of the Asian Pacific with an eye to acquiring as many swallowtails as I could find. My giant was large enough to pay my passage home, although I realized later I ought to have asked double."
"You are an Aurelian,"
he said, with some admiration, recognizing a kindred spirit at last. "I am, sir, and I must commend you. The little sooty wings are so predictable as to be almost a cliché, but this fellow—" I turned again to the swallowtail, admiring the slim, graceful arcs of his antennae and his tidy feet, gathered protectively against his body. Mr. Paget gave a start.
"I say, are you a connection to the V. Speedwell who wrote the most diverting piece for the Sussex and Kent Butterfly Observer last month, on the subject of chalk wings?"
"I have the honour of having penned the piece myself," I told him. He grasped my hand and pumped it hard.
"This is a pleasure,"
he told me, beaming his approval. Stoker and Mr. Pettifer were excluded from the ensuing conversation on Lepidoptera. I hoped that by engaging him in his favourite interest, I might encourage Mr. Paget to think kindly of us and overlook our unorthodox method of entry. After some spirited discussion on the difficulties of finding good specimens in a decidedly urban environment, the invariable complaint of every London butterfly collector, Mr. Paget fixed us with an inquiring eye.
"So, you must be wondering how I perceived your true identities,"
he said, clearly relishing the moment. "I can only presume Sir Hugo anticipated us," I replied. He blinked, a little put out at having his thunder stolen, I surmised.
"Well, yes. He sent word that we might receive a visit from the pair of you," he told us, gathering Stoker into the conversation with a stern eye. Stoker yawned and scrutinized his fingernails. After a moment he drew his knife from under his trouser leg and began to clean one of them. Mr. Pettifer, standing in the shadows in the corner, shied like a frightened rabbit. "Stoker, do stop brandishing that blade. You have alarmed Mr. Pettifer, and that is very unkind. Do forgive him, Mr. Pettifer. He spent too many years on a Navy ship. His manners have suffered."
"You don't know that,"
Stoker remarked in a lazy drawl.
"I might have been worse before the Navy got their hands on me."
I conceded the point, but his attempts to intimidate the undertakers were unworthy of a gentleman, and I glared at him until he replaced his knife with a sigh. Mr. Paget took a deep breath and blew it out, visibly relaxing, while Mr. Pettifer pulled out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. I turned to Mr. Paget with a smile. "I am sorry Sir Hugo thought to trouble you with so inconsequential a matter," I said in my most winsome tone. "Really, we only want the answer to a single question, and it hardly seemed worth troubling Sir Hugo. I am certain you know what a bore policeman can be." I smiled and fluttered my lashes a little, but Mr. Paget was having none of it.
"I do indeed know, and I've no inclination to get on the wrong side of Sir Hugo Montgomery. There is nothing Mr. Pettifer or I can tell you,"
he said, giving his colleague a meaningful look. Mr. Pettifer rolled his eyes like a frightened horse, and I smiled at him.
"Miss Speedwell,"
Mr. Paget said sharply, redirecting my attention,
"I must be quite firm upon the point. Paget and Pettifer are given a great deal of work through our connections with the Metropolitan Police and through Sir Hugo's good offices. I cannot jeopardize that. We cannot,"
he said, with another firm glance at his partner.
"Certainly not,"
Mr. Pettifer said quietly, not meeting my eyes. I rose gracefully. "I quite understand. Perhaps, though, in the interest of helping a fellow Aurelian, you might not mention this visit to Sir Hugo? We learned nothing," I hurried on, "so you would not even be withholding information from him." Mr. Paget, who had courteously risen to his feet when I did, gave me a slow, measured look.
"I have an extensive collection at home, but my very first specimen, and my favourite, a Camberwell beauty, is fading," he said. "He was once the prettiest shade of purple you ever saw, like spring violets, but he was badly fixed and is losing his lustre, and I need him to complete my grouping of purple butterflies. If he were to be replaced—"
He let his voice trail off suggestively. "Why, Mr. Paget," I said, with wide-eyed eagerness, "you must permit me to find you another imago. It would be my pleasure to accommodate such a sympathetic gentleman."
"I understand the going rate is somewhere in the vicinity of £3,
he said blandly. I waved an airy hand. "How ridiculous to speak of money between friends. It would be a gift, of course," I insisted. He came to shake my hand.
"How very generous of you, Miss Speedwell, and one is so often inclined to repay generosity where one has first encountered it."
I gave him a thin smile. "I see we understand one another perfectly, Mr. Paget." Stoker and I went to leave, nodding towards Mr. Pettifer as we went. Just as we reached the door, Mr. Paget called after us.
"Miss Speedwell, when you come to bring me my beauty, perhaps you will be good enough to leave your watchdog at home,"
he said, giving Stoker a look of pure distaste. By way of reply, Stoker snapped his jaws and slammed the door behind us. After delivering our rented weeds to the funeral warehouse, we returned to the Folly so that I might apply myself to the capture of Mr. Paget's quarry. The afternoon had turned unseasonably hot, summer's last flirtation before making her departure, and I had observed that in the lower part of the garden, past the crumbling glass-house and the pond thick with duckweed and lily-pads, a superb Camberwell beauty had been cavorting amongst the shrubberies. Naturally, I said nothing to Mr. Paget of the proximity of the beauties.
No butterfly hunter worth her salt shared her hunting grounds. Completing his collection of purples, I muttered to myself. I have never heard anything so daft. Imagine reducing Nymphalis Antiopa to a pretty colour. Still, I reminded myself, netting the specimen would be a balm to my nerves, unsettled as they were by the constant demands of city life. I collected my net and slipped a few minuten, the headless pins of the lepidopterist, through the flat of my cuff. It was a neat trick, designed to hold my equipment in proximity. On my foreign travels it also helped keep the wandering hands of importunate suitors at bay. I did not bother with a killing jar. A quick pinch to the thorax was all that was required to administer a swift, clean death. Stoker walked out with me, going as far as the pond. "Stopping here?" I asked, checking the fastness of my pins. He stripped off his coat.
"Aye. Now turn away. I'll not have you looking upon my maidenly blushes."
Before I could remove myself, he had slipped out of his shirt and boots, pausing with his hands upon the buttons of his trousers.
"Either leave or stay and help,"
he said, batting his lashes at me like a bashful doe. "Ass," I said, turning away quickly. He was still laughing as I pushed my way through the foliage. A moment later I heard a hearty splash as he flung himself into the green water of the pond. I went about my business, making straight for the little copse where I had seen several beauties at play over the course of the past few months. It was hot work. It seemed as if summer, before she gave herself up entirely to the cooler charms of autumn, was determined to have one last hectic dance. I blotted my temples as I searched, looking low upon the branches of a plum tree for the flash of purple wings. At last, success! A flutter of languid violet told me I had found my quarry. I crept near, my ring-net clutched in practised hands. There, beneath a plum leaf, I spied him. This fellow was fresh from his chrysalis, for his wings were damp and heavy, dragged down with his dewy liquors. He spread them slowly, flapping them open and closed to dry them in the warm air. He was a new creation, I reflected, exploring the possibility of his wings for the first time, but he had not yet felt their power. He did not realize what they could do, how they could bear him aloft on the wind, carrying him far and wide over moor and meadow, hedgerow and heath. The whole of England lay within the span of those slender wings, and he had no knowledge of it. It was not my custom to capture the newly emerged, but the convenience was tempting. A quick flick of the wrist and my net was upon him. He was too startled to resist, I think, for he gave only a token flutter, then fell still. I reached into the net and cupped him in my hand. His wings whispered against my palm. In protest? In acquiescence? I could not say. I opened my left hand to find him sheltered there in the curve of it. My right thumb and index finger formed a pincer as I eyed the spot, just below his head, where the coup de grâce would be administered. Just then he stirred, spreading his wings in one last flamboyant gesture of defiance. The sun touched them properly for the first time, sending warmth and life through veins no bigger than a spider's silk. He was magnificent, a perfect being, innocent and yet full of possibility. My fingertip touched the edge of his wing, and he trembled, fluttering his wings almost invitingly. "Go now," I whispered, "before I change my mind." He hesitated, fanning those exquisite jeweled wings a moment more. Then suddenly, with a great heave, he lurched from my palm, as graceless as a newborn colt. But then he was flying, climbing and dropping and lifting again until he rose above the plum tree, his little feet barely clearing the tips of the leaves. "No more of that," I told myself firmly as I swallowed past the catch in my throat. "There is no place for sentimentality in science." Thoroughly out of sorts, I strode back to the pond to find Stoker returning after having swum the length of it, several times, no doubt. His shoulders broke the water as he surged up, raising both arms and pulling himself forward in a powerful stroke. I sat upon the grassy verge and removed my boots and stockings, dabbling my toes in the green water. It was bracingly cool and smelt of duckweed and water hyacinths. Stoker turned over, floating upon his back, his black hair as dark and sleek as the pelt of a seal. He grinned when he saw me and reached a lazy hand for a convenient clump of duckweed which he dropped over his hips.
"Coming to peer at an innocent fellow while he baths? Have you no shame, Veronica?"
he asked lightly. "I am disturbed. Very disturbed indeed," I told him.
"That could hurt a fellow's feelings," he pointed out. "I am not that hideous to look upon."
"Not disturbed by you," I retorted, "and do not fish for compliments. It is beneath you. I found a beauty."
"It's been a long time since anyone called me such, but I suppose it will do."
"The butterfly, you fool."
"Well done,"
he said, moving his arms languidly in the green water. The ripples he made touched my feet. "I don't have it now. I let it go because I could not bring myself to kill it," I told him.
"And that disturbs you?"
He closed his eyes, letting the sun warm his exposed flesh. The duckweed slipped a little on his flank, but I did not bother to tell him. "I am a scientist," I reminded him. "What sort of professional lepidopterist cannot bring herself to kill a butterfly?" I asked in some disgust. "I might as well become a vegetarian and start eating nut cutlets and legumes," I said darkly. He smiled, but did not open his eyes.
"You promised Mr. Paget a specimen. What will you do?"
"Lord Rosemoran has several dozen in his collection. We haven't room for more than a few pairs of each, male and female. I will choose a perfectly lovely imago and send it to Mr. Paget. I will reimburse his lordship the value out of my wages." Stoker shrugged one shoulder, sending more ripples over my feet. This time the water washed up to my shins, sending delicious chills up my legs.
"It sounds as if you have solved the problem rather neatly. You've got rid of some of his lordship's excess collection and cleared a debt. Why are you so nettled?"
"What if I have lost my nerve?" I asked in a small voice. He opened one eye.
"Not bloody likely. You have all the nerve of a bad tooth."
I flapped my hand, sending a spray of pond water onto his face. "I mean it. What if I start thinking of all of them as creatures with feelings? What if I cannot bring myself to regard them as specimens?" He raised his head.
"I no longer hunt. It has not changed me as a scientist."
"What do you mean you don't hunt? Of course you hunt. His lordship expected you to collect specimens on our expedition in the South Pacific."
"And I would have found a way not to," he said reasonably. "I prefer to study animals, to preserve them."
"But you cannot study them if you do not first take specimens from the wild," I argued.
"There are always animals for whom it is a mercy to be killed," he pointed out. "The old, the sick, the ones that have begun to prey upon people. Besides, his lordship is so forgetful I could easily tell him I'd shot something and he'd have forgot halfway home."
"That is diabolical."
"It is practical,"
he retorted. I looked him over from head to toe, scrutinizing everything save the bit the duckweed still managed to conceal, albeit imperfectly. He still bore the scars from his last expedition, and I wondered if it had changed him. I nodded towards the long, slender line that marked him from eyebrow to jaw. "Is that when you stopped? Is that why?" He drew in a deep breath, plunging his head under water. He stayed down for almost 2 minutes, finally emerging in a great plume of water, blowing out air as he rose like a magnificent son of Poseidon.
"All right, then. Yes," he admitted. "I didn't much like having to dispatch that jaguar, even if it was bent upon destroying me. It is one thing to slay an animal at a distance. One doesn't feel a part of it. This was entirely too personal for me. I haven't killed anything since, and I doubt I could. Not something healthy and vital with a life yet to live."
I thought of the tremble of those damp wings against my palm, and I understood him perfectly. "I need to get out of this city," I said finally. "I need adventure again." He stared at me in open-mouthed astonishment.
"Veronica, we are hunting a murderer. What more adventure do you require?"
"I cannot say," I told him peevishly. "I only know I am ossifying. One morning I shan't show up to work, and you will come to find I have turned entirely to fossil."
"You are simply annoyed because you wanted to throw the solution to this murder in Louise's face, and you have not done it yet. You are afraid Miles Ramsforth is going to hang, and it will not be the miscarriage of justice that bothers you, it will be the fact that you did not win."
"That is a vile thing to say," I told him, as I collected my stockings and boots. "You think you are terribly clever, but you are not, you know. In fact, you have neglected your duckweed. You seem to have lost it entirely." Stoker's streak of profanity lasted until we reached the Belvedere. Chapter 21. By the time evening fell, we had patched up the quarrel, or at least agreed not to discuss it. We had thrown ourselves into our work for the rest of the afternoon, stopping only to eat fish and chips from a shop for our supper. Afterwards, we sat in the snuggery to smoke and drink in companionable silence. We had lit no lamps in the Belvedere. The only illumination came from the low fire burning in the stove and the glowing tips of our cigarillos. Stoker's face was thrown deeply into shadow, highlighting the strong planes of his profile. His left side was averted from me, so that I could not see his scars or his eye patch, only the splendor of the gifts nature had bestowed upon him. "Ozymandias," I murmured.
"What's that?"
"Just thinking of a poem," I told him, remembering Shelley's immortal lines. "Shattered visage indeed," I mused. He pulled thoughtfully at his cigarillo.
"There might be a way forward," he said slowly. "A line of inquiry we might pursue tonight, and a bit of adventure for your restless soul," he added with a lopsided little smile.
"Might there?" I leaned forward eagerly. He twisted the glass in his long fingers, studying the golden sparks in the heart of the brandy.
"Mr. Pettifer."
I thought of the diffident little fellow who hadn't said 2 words that afternoon and laughed. "Why on earth do you think he would be of use to us?" He gave a sigh of purely animal satisfaction.
"Because I know his dirtiest secret, one that his partner does not."
He turned his head and fixed me with a sapphirine stare.
"Do you remember the bit of licorice from his desk that I sampled?"
"And spat into your handkerchief? Yes."
"It was not licorice. It was opium."
"Opium? How do you—" "Never mind," I said hastily, holding up a hand. "I forget sometimes that your sins are as numerous as mine."
"And possibly more varied,"
he added with a twist of his lips.
"It was quite obviously opium, and furthermore, it was opium of a very decided preparation, the sort found in only one opium den in the city, to my knowledge."
"Stoker, you astonish me. You told me when we first met that you smoked opium 1 time, and yet you can identify a particular preparation found in a solitary location in the largest metropolis in the world." He shrugged.
"I have a gift for debauchery. It is why I have largely given it up. There is no real thrill in sinning when one has a talent for it."
I raised my glass. "I shall drink to that. Now, whereabouts is this den? The docks of the Southlands? The East End?"
"In point of fact, no. It is located in Bloomsbury, and it is run by a very nice elderly schoolmaster from Manchester."
"Manchester? Not exactly the exotic East, then," I complained. The latest adventures of Arcadia Brown, Lady Detective, had featured an opium den of the meanest sort in the stews of Suffolk, a place of degradation and decay where the vilest examples of humanity consorted together in poverty and depravity. I longed to see such a place for myself, but a Bloomsbury location with a Mancunian schoolmaster did little to raise my hopes of pleasurable degeneracy. Still, it was something of an adventure, and I rose, stubbing out my cigarillo.
"Where are you going?"
Stoker asked. I gestured towards my gown of sober black silk. "I cannot go in this," I told him. "I am going to adopt a disguise."
"God help me,"
he returned, but I noticed he was smiling. It was the work of half an hour to prepare. Having already decided that Stoker had exaggerated the mundanity of the opium den, I attired myself in what I hoped would be a suitably discreet costume for a house of corruption. Lord Rosemoran's collection afforded a gentleman's robe from China, and my own wardrobe provided slim trousers. I usually wore them under my expedition skirt, but they would serve just as well worn beneath the Chinese robe. A pair of oriental slippers, only slightly too large, were stuffed with newspaper, and my hair was loosened from its pins, then brushed until it gleamed straight and black. I plaited it into a single thick hank down the centre of my back, and topped it with a small silk cap of indeterminate origin. A little judicious application of soot in the hollows of my cheeks and temples suggested bones that were more masculine than my own, and I smiled as I applied the coup de grâce. Stoker was not nearly so impressed.
"Where in the name of Christ did you get those bloody moustaches? Take them off."
"But they lend an air of verisimilitude," I protested. I had come across them in a dressing-up box that had been stored in the Belvedere, and had been eagerly awaiting a chance to try them out. Without another word, he reached out and twitched them from my face, dropping the long strands of wiry black horsehair into his pocket. "Philistine," I muttered. "Those were works of art."
"They were damned silly," he retorted, "and likely to get us killed."
"Aha!" I cried. "So the opium den is a place of danger and mystery." He rolled his eyes heavenwards and heaved a sigh.
"Come on, then."
During our first foray into mysterious adventure, Stoker and I had formed the habit of walking London after darkness settled. It was a thoroughly different place to the bustling and businesslike capital of the daylight hours. After night spread her inky skirts over the city, the denizens of the shadows came into their own, and the business of moonlight was serious. The society types kept to streets well illuminated by gaslights and even electric bulbs. Their theatres and ballrooms shimmered and gleamed, while they basked like moths in the reflected glow. But the rest of the city was where life was truly lived. The lovers who dared not be seen by daylight crept out to share embraces beneath the rustling leafy canopies in the parks. Prostitutes and thieves plied their trades in shadowy alleyways, while the organ grinders spun melodies for stray coins, and drunks stumbled loudly from the public houses on every street corner. Couples quarrelled and children wept, while duchesses swept past in velvet-tufted carriages. It was a glorious tumult, human life teeming under a microscope, and I had learnt from these nocturnal excursions to appreciate the city I now called my home. This night we made our way peacefully enough through the streets of Marylebone to Bloomsbury. We were, to all appearances, a curiously imposing gentleman and his Chinese servant. I had not altered my face beyond the attempts to make it seem more masculine. I could only hope that the usual predilection to treat servants as furniture would hold. The house was just off a quiet square, a street of respectable-looking dwellings in a respectable-looking quarter. A less likely establishment for genteel debauchery I could not imagine. "Are you certain?" I began, as Stoker lifted the brass knocker upon the door. He held it out for my inspection, and I saw it was a heavy piece wrought into the shape of a dragon.
"Quite,"
he said with a grim smile. Before he could even drop the knocker, the door swung back, and a distinctly incurious servant waved us towards a small parlour. The house was like any other in London, I reflected in heavy disappointment. There were no exotic touches to indicate this was a den of illicit doings. There was little besides horsehair furniture draped in antimacassars and a shelf of improving books. A plate bearing the legend, "A Souvenir of Margate," was particularly loathsome. We waited only a moment or two before another door opened and a sober gentleman with lavish white whiskers appeared. My spirits lifted a little at the sight of him, for he wore carpet slippers in an outlandish design upon his feet, and a tiny smoking cap of orange silk perched upon a head that was bald as an egg.
"My dear friends,"
he said, coming forward with outstretched hands.
"Welcome."
He peered closely at Stoker.
"Ordinarily, I require a letter of introduction from a friend, but you I remember well, sir. You are welcome."
He sketched a little bow and fluttered his hands.
"As is your companion."
He leaned towards Stoker and pitched his voice a little lower.
"I am loath to pass judgment on any gentleman's taste, but you will understand, sir, I am able to supply imperfect privacy for your activities?"
he asked, with a suggestive wriggle of his magnificent brows. If his assumptions surprised Stoker, he gave no sign of it. He merely offered the fellow a bland smile.
"I seek only a pipe, and an acquaintance I believe may be passing time here."
What happened next seemed like a sort of conjuring trick. Stoker put out his hand to the schoolmaster, and the old fellow took it, shaking a moment. I saw the barest edge of a banknote as he slipped his hand into his pocket, and realized Stoker had just paid him handsomely, but with perfect discretion.
"The name of the one you seek?"
the schoolmaster asked.
"Pettifer,"
was the prompt reply.
"Ah, yes, he has just arrived. Your appearance is most timely, sir. I will conduct you myself."
He guided us to the door through which he had appeared, then led us into another sort of parlour, this one with several low tables where a collection of people had gathered to talk and drink tea and smoke short pipes. We did not tarry. The schoolmaster led us to the staircase at the far end of the room, and as we mounted, I realized the entire upper floor had been given over to the enjoyment of opium. What must have at one time been a series of spacious rooms had been knocked together to form an open area with little curtained alcoves for a semblance of privacy. Here, the richly fruited scent of opium hung in the air, the smoke redolent of neglected orchards and barnyards after a heavy rain. The schoolmaster counted off the alcoves as he went, then paused before one shrouded in green silk, the fabric heavily figured with more dragons.
"Here you are,"
he said with a bow. He vanished then, leaving us to announce ourselves. With surprising delicacy, Stoker gave a low cough first, then slowly twitched the curtain aside. I do not know what he expected to find, but Mr. Pettifer was respectably attired, having removed only his coat, his collar still firmly pinned in place, his cuffs pristine. He was bent over a pipe, muttering to himself as he tried, and failed, to light it. Mr. Pettifer looked up as the light from the outer room shone into his darkened alcove, then raised a hand to his eyes.
"Who is there, please? I cannot see you."
Stoker stepped forward and I followed, letting the curtain fall behind us. The alcove was furnished with long, low couches of green satin, arranged around a table of the sort we had seen downstairs, lacquered black and set with the necessary impedimenta as well as a bowl of fruit and a tea service. A pair of muted lamps hung upon the walls, and a few pretty photographs of Chinese landscapes completed the furnishings. While I took note of our surroundings, Stoker greeted Mr. Pettifer.
"Templeton Vane. We met briefly at your mortuary today in the company of Mr. Paget. This, in spite of her masculine attire, is Miss Speedwell."
The poor fellow paled so quickly I thought he would surely faint, but he rallied nicely, although he still gaped for air as if he was suffocating. "Stoker, you mustn't loom over people. It is unnerving," I told him. I gestured towards the pillows piled upon the divan. "Do you mind, Mr. Pettifer? I think it would be best if we made ourselves comfortable." Without waiting for a reply, I took up two of the largest and placed them on the floor opposite the little table. Stoker and I settled ourselves, sitting in neat, cross-legged fashion while Mr. Pettifer still stared at us. For a brief moment his eyes flicked to the curtain, but Stoker shook his head.
"I beg you not to raise an alarm. I am not much in the mood for a fight, but if you force the matter, I can promise you I will rise to the occasion,"
he said, and his lazily pleasant tone was more terrifying than any grim threat he might have offered. Mr. Pettifer swallowed hard and attempted to light his pipe again, but his hands were trembling too badly. He dropped it, spilling the contents. Stoker reached out, but Mr. Pettifer withdrew his hands as swiftly as if he had been burnt.
"Steady, old man," Stoker said peaceably. "I only mean to light your pipe. I rather think you could do with a puff or two."
He retrieved the necessary accoutrement and set to work. Within a moment he had a nicely glowing pipe ready for Mr. Pettifer, and he offered it with a genial smile. The smaller fellow took it, falling upon it like a starving man and sucking so hard I thought his eyes should pop. But the effect was remarkable. A few minutes later his entire demeanour had changed. He was relaxed and affable, his nerves calmer, and he even managed to speak.
"You will not tell them? At the mortuary?"
he asked, giving Stoker a close look. Stoker shrugged.
"Ought I to tell them? Do you work when you have been at your habit?"
The little man's expression of outrage was heartfelt.
"Never. But I find the business difficult at times, and a pipe is the only thing that soothes me. The effect is no different than the bottle of laudanum a chemist might provide the average tradesman's wife,"
Stoker pointed out.
"Very true,"
said Mr. Pettifer, pulling on his pipe with obvious contentment.
"Why have you come?"
Stoker took a moment to prepare a pair of pipes, presenting one to me with a flourish. Mr. Pettifer was by then in a froth of impatience again, and I realized that Stoker had used the delay to heighten the other man's fear, rather than out of any real desire to ply me with intoxicants. Still, when in Rome, I told myself, as I took a deep inhalation of the pungent smoke. I held it in my lungs as I counted slowly to 10 in Mandarin, then exhaled it through my nostrils. Stoker took a pull upon his own pipe and looked to me. We had plotted our strategy on the walk. Aware that something had been left from the official report, we concluded the only way to unearth the information was to tease it out of the diffident little undertaker, a task that seemed best suited for a woman. Bearing that in mind, I turned to Mr. Pettifer. "As you have no doubt surmised, we want to talk about the death of Maud Earsby, the artist who called herself Artemisia." His hand stilled, and for an instant even the smoke itself seemed hesitant to move. Then it stirred, rising lazily overhead, and Mr. Pettifer gave a short nod, the tip of his nose pinched and white.
"I see. And if I don't tell you, you will take the news of my doings this night back to the mortuary. Is that the game?"
"There is no game, Mr. Pettifer, only fair dealing. We would like some information you possess. If you are kind enough to share it with us, we will go on our way."
"And if I don't?"
he challenged. He gave a quick glance to Stoker's advantage in inches and shook his head.
"Never mind. I don't want to know."
He pulled at his pipe, held the smoke in his mouth a long moment, then exhaled a cloud of it, perfuming the little alcove with the scent of rotting sweetness. Stoker's own technique was more relaxed, a slow, rhythmic suck and release that kept the smoke swirling indolently above his head, while I sent ribbons of grey smoke straight towards Mr. Pettifer, entwining him. He began to speak.
"I assisted Mr. Paget when Miss Earsby arrived in our mortuary rooms.
He sent me on an errand while he spoke with a fellow from Scotland Yard, but I overheard a little of what was said."
"What did this man from the yard look like?" I put in. My tongue suddenly felt thick, and I was seized by the certainty, the unbowed conviction, that we would learn something tremendously important. He closed his eyes and made a verbal sketch of the fellow down to his bright brown eyes and nonchalant manner. "Mornaday," I murmured to Stoker. He nodded, but said nothing. Mr. Pettifer opened his eyes again. "What did he and Mr. Paget discuss?" I asked.
"That there was more to the death than had been written in the post-mortem,"
he replied promptly. He began to speak again, but trailed off and sucked hard at his pipe. It seemed to be doing him little good. Stoker was growing progressively more relaxed, and I was feeling no effects whatsoever, but Mr. Pettifer was taut as a drum. He took out a handkerchief and mopped at his brow.
"We know there was something curious about how she died," Stoker told him.
Mr. Pettifer relaxed a little then, obviously pleased that we did not mean to force the details from him. For an undertaker, he was decidedly ill at ease with death. "Will you tell us what that curious thing was?" I asked gently. Mr. Pettifer continued to smoke, nodding slowly as he did. I glanced at Stoker, who pursed his lips and exhaled great ribbons of smoke from his nose rather like a dragon. I narrowed my gaze at him for showing off, and his mouth twitched as if he were suppressing a smile. I puffed my own pipe heavily for several draughts, wondering if there was something faulty with my opium, as I detected no change within myself except a certain lassitude that might well have been a result of the lateness of the hour. Mr. Pettifer spoke, his voice dreamy.
"She was drugged,"
he said finally. "Drugged?" I fairly quivered with anticipation.
"Yes, some sort of opiate,"
he said, weaving slightly as he sat, his eyes slowly crossing.
"A preparation of laudanum, most likely."
"But why?" I demanded. He flinched a little, and I forced myself to sit back, gentling my tone. What purpose would there be in drugging her if a murderer meant to slit her throat?
"Much easier,"
he said, his eyes going glassy.
"Would take a strong man, large man, to cut the throat of a fine, strapping girl like that. But if she were uncon...
His voice trailed off again, and he pursed his lips as if in a soundless whistle. I darted another look at Stoker. "A woman," I mouthed. I thought instantly of Artemisia Ramsforth and the motivations that might lie beneath her cool, milky composure. But she had been dressed entirely in white, white that was unstained with Artemisia's blood. Who then? Emma Talbot? Little Cherry? I turned to Mr. Pettifer. Why would Scotland Yard not want this known? He gave me a vague stare.
"Eh?"
Scotland Yard, Mr. Pettifer, I replied tartly. They suppressed this information. Can you explain that?
"Things are being hushed up from on high,"
he said, with a slow blinking of the eyes. Mr. Pettifer, are you meaning to wink at me?
"I am,"
he said complacently. You do realize you are shutting both eyes at once? He blinked several times in rapid succession.
"Am I indeed? How curious."
I turned to Stoker, who shrugged.
"I fear Mr. Pettifer's usefulness may be at an end. But we do not need him. It's perfectly obvious why they have chosen not to make this information public."
To keep Miles Ramsforth dangling at the end of a hangman's noose, I said bitterly. They know if this were made public it would open the verdict to doubt, and they would rather see him hang than expose their own shoddy police work to scrutiny. Stoker shook his head.
I doubt it is their police work they are looking to protect,
he told me. He put his lips near to my ear.
Louise.
I pitched my voice to a whisper. You really think so? That they would let Miles Ramsforth hang for a crime he did not commit, just to stop any potential scandal from touching the Queen's daughter?
They have done far worse, for far less, he said flatly. I do not claim it is a conspiracy hatched at Whitehall. I am simply pointing out that when an easy solution presented itself, a solution that would keep scandal at bay and prevent further questioning, they took it. That is all.
Then why encourage the princess to come to me? I demanded.
Because I suspect they didn't believe you would get this far,
he told me in a gentle voice. I turned to my pipe, letting the cold rage wash over me. I smoked until the pipe was empty, filling myself with the odours of flowers and gunpowder and sweating horse, and when it was finished, I took a card from my case and tucked it into Mr. Pettifer's pocket. If you should think of anything else, I told him firmly. He waved a flaccid hand, and Stoker and I took our leave, pausing only long enough for Stoker to pay for our pipes and Mr. Pettifer's.
It is the least we can do after frightening the poor fellow,
he told me magnanimously. He turned to look at me, and his brows snapped together.
Veronica? Veronica, are you quite all right? You are weaving.
I am not, I told him. I am standing perfectly still, but while I was immobile, the walls had begun to move in a strange, undulating fashion.
You're foxed, he said.
I am no such thing. In fact, I have never felt better in my life, I replied, stretching out my arms to embrace the world.
Bloody hell, this is all I need,
he muttered. He stooped, and with no visible effort at all, hoisted me onto his shoulder so that my torso was draped down his back, affording me a lovely view of his posterior.
Don't squirm, he ordered. I will have you outside and in a cab in a few minutes. Try not to make a scene.
I felt a rush of gurgling laughter as he began to move. Stoker, have I ever complimented your sitting-down parts? You have an exceptionally fine bottom.
Veronica!
I could not see his face, but I could tell the word had been issued through clenched teeth. I am entirely sincere, I told him, reaching out to grope the attribute in question.
For the love of Christ, he said.
He bent an arm back to swat at my hands.
Stop that!
But it's so lovely and firm, I protested.
Veronica, if you do not unhand me, he began.
What? I demanded. What will you do? He did not reply, and I reached further still, causing him to shy like a frightened pony.
If you do that again, I will drop you into the nearest coal bin, he promised. Now take your hands from between my legs, he ordered as he yanked open the front door. He stopped so suddenly my head struck his caudal end and bounced off. Instinctively, I tightened my grip, causing him to jump again and slap at my hand. Good evening, Mr. Templeton Vane, said a familiar voice. I presume that is Miss Speedwell draped over your shoulder?
It is, I called. Superb detecting, Inspector Mornaday. He bent and angled his head to peer between Stoker's legs, smiling broadly.
Well, well, this is an interesting development, he told me. Unfortunately, for you, it is rather your unlucky night. This establishment is being raided, and you both are under arrest.
Chapter 22. Stoker swore as Mornaday carried on in the same cordial tone.
Mr. Templeton Vane, if you would be so good as to relinquish Miss Speedwell's person, she will be transported in a separate conveyance.
Stoker bent, setting me gently on my feet and keeping a hand clamped to my shoulder for support.
Miss Speedwell is presently unwell and ought not to be left unattended.
Mornaday peered closely into my eyes.
Miss Speedwell has been shaking hands with the poppy, he corrected. But we will take good care of her, as we shall you, he promised Stoker.
Stoker put out his arms, baring his wrists.
Come on, then.
Mornaday's expression was gleeful as he clapped a set of irons onto Stoker and stepped back to let one of his subordinates take charge of him. The sound of pounding feet and startled shrieks from the rest of the house indicated Mornaday's compatriots at the yard were making short work of rounding up the remaining inhabitants of the opium den. I looked him over scornfully. "You are a nasty piece of work, Mornaday. If it were not for you, we wouldn't even be in this place." He grinned.
I know, and I am sorry for it, but I didn't realise word of your visit to Paget and Pettifer would reach Sir Hugo so quickly. He suspected me of indiscretion, so I had to make myself useful and give you up under compromising circumstances.
"He already knows about our visit to the Undertakers?" I asked, struggling to follow his logic with my befogged wits. "But Mr. Paget promised his silence!" I was outraged, and after all the trouble I had gone to in order to secure him a specimen, I reflected bitterly. "See if he gets a Camberwell beauty out of me," I muttered. Mornaday held up a hand.
"It wasn't Mr. Paget, it was his porter. Apparently he resides comfortably in Sir Hugo's pocket, a fact of which I was unaware."
"And now Sir Hugo wants to lecture us," I guessed. I held up my wrists. "Very well, clap me in irons as well. I expect you will enjoy it." He gave me a look of abject horror.
"Miss Speedwell, I shouldn't dream of such a thing."
"You locked Stoker up," I reminded him. His smile was one of merry malice.
"Yes, I did. But you are a different matter altogether. A spell in the Black Maria won't do him any harm. You will travel with me."
He stepped back to gesture for me to precede him. I shook my head slowly. "I do not think so," I told him. His gaze narrowed.
"Are you refusing a direct order of an officer of the law?"
"Certainly not. I am content to go with you, Mornaday, but I seem to have misplaced my nether limbs." I looked down at my legs. I could see my appendages quite clearly, but there was simply no way to make them move. As I stared at them, they seemed to slide out of focus, drifting very far away through a black tunnel. From outside the tunnel I could hear Mornaday's voice, but his words made no sense, and then I was flying, spiraling down on a drift of soft black wings that wrapped around me, cradling me, until there was nothing but silence. I came to on the sofa in Sir Hugo's office, my head as thick and muffled as if it had been stuffed with cotton wool.
"How do you feel?"
Stoker asked, looking intently at my pupils. How he had won his release from Mornaday's custody I did not know, but it did not surprise me in the slightest. "A bit like a boiled owl, and my arm hurts," I told him, pointing to the spot.
"Sorry,"
Stoker said, pressing one of his enormous red handkerchiefs to my arm.
"Hold that."
I did as he bade me, watching with casual interest as he put away a syringe and a small bottle. "What did you give me?"
"A mild solution of cocaine. You were unconscious rather longer than we liked, and a stimulant seemed indicated."
He eased back, and I saw that Sir Hugo was sitting behind his desk, Mornaday standing with his back to the door. Both were watching me closely, and I favoured them with a wide smile. "Good evening, gentlemen. I must say, this is a curious way to secure a lady's company, but at least one cannot fault you for dullness." Sir Hugo slammed the flat of his hand onto his desk, causing his pen to rattle in its holder.
"Miss Speedwell, I am glad you are conscious, because I would hate for you to miss what I am about to say."
I sat up slowly with Stoker's aid.
"Dizzy?"
he asked. "A little, but it is passing," I told him. "Your cocaine is quite efficacious."
"Not mine. It came courtesy of the supplies of the Metropolitan Police. Mind, I do not often make use of it, he said. But for situations such as this, I find—
Sir Hugo slammed his desk again.
If we might return to the matter at hand.
Stoker sighed, and I gave an airy wave. Save your breath to cool your porridge, Sir Hugo, I told him. We know what you are going to say, and we have no interest in hearing it. Mornaday's mouth went slack, and Sir Hugo looked as if he were going to have an apoplexy. I pushed myself to my feet and moved forward, slowly and carefully, testing my balance until I reached the desk. Sir Hugo in a temper was always a diverting sight. He had clearly been a handsome man once, and was still comely, with a commanding air and a stubborn jaw that offset a pair of delicately carved lips he attempted to hide beneath moustaches that quivered when he was angry. I longed to reach out and twitch the ends of them, although I knew that would be a step too far even for me. I summoned a patient smile. You are clearly angry, Sir Hugo, but I should point out that I might be just as out of temper with you, I told him. He kept his voice low, but it throbbed with rage.
You promised not to investigate.
Of course I did, I said pleasantly. You would never have let me out of here if I hadn't. But I did not mean it, and you oughtn't to have extracted such a promise under duress. For a long moment he held himself rigid, his colour high, his eyes blazing in magnificent fury. And then the anger seemed to ebb. His shoulders relaxed, and his mouth went soft.
You are right,
he said simply, throwing up his hands.
I ought to have known better. Telling you to keep out of this was no different than waving a red cape in front of a bull, was it?
No, it was not. I turned to our two companions, who were silent and slack-jawed. Gentlemen, would you give me a moment alone with Sir Hugo? Stoker's reluctance was nearly palpable, but he jerked his chin towards Mornaday.
I will if he does. I wouldn't mind a moment alone with the inspector to discuss conditions in the Black Maria, he said, with a thin edge of menace to his voice. Mornaday's eyes rolled in fear, but he smiled broadly. Nothing I would like better, but I am afraid I have a heap of paperwork to attend to.
He scurried from the room, leaving the door open behind him. Stoker paused, his hand on the knob.
I will be right outside,
he said. And whether that was meant as a threat to Sir Hugo or reassurance to me, I could not have said. The door closed, and I turned back to face Sir Hugo, gentling my voice to deliberate effect. Sir Hugo, I hope that you will believe it was never my intention to embarrass you or make your life difficult in any way. He tipped his head, studying me.
I think those might be the first honest words I have ever had from you.
We are not enemies, I persisted. I know you do not trust me, but can you not at least give me the benefit of the doubt?
Very well,
he said, in a voice very different to any I had heard him use before.
Why are you pursuing this? It cannot be solely your irrepressible curiosity.
I studied him back, appreciating the lines of care at the corners of his eyes, the silver threads in his hair that had been bought with years of responsibility. The weight of it sat heavily upon him, and it occurred to me that Sir Hugo Montgomery might be the most honourable man of my acquaintance, barring Stoker, of course. The least I could do was offer him the truth. I wanted to succeed at something, to impress them. I had no need to elaborate. He knew precisely to whom I referred. His blue eyes were suddenly soft as they rested upon me.
You know that it will not matter, he said, not unkindly. You could unmask 1,000 murderers, and it will not move them. They are impressed by nothing and no one.
I realize that, I said, careful to keep my voice even. It is a stupid reason, and it is unworthy of me, and that should convince you of my sincerity. If I were going to lie, I would have made myself look the better for it. My voice went oddly flat on the last word, and I cleared my throat sharply. Sir Hugo, in a gesture of sensitivity that I would never have anticipated, looked away. After a moment, he turned back.
"Did she offer to introduce you to your father?" he asked.
She did. Do not worry, I told him quickly. I know it will not happen. It cannot.
"No,"
he agreed.
"It cannot."
He closed his eyes for a long moment, then opened them with a sigh of resignation.
"Very well."
I blinked in surprise. What do you mean, very well?
"I mean, carry on. With limitations," he said, a touch of the old iron returning to his manner. "You will report anything of interest to me, and you will initiate no contact with Her Royal Highness. If she needs to know something you have discovered, I will relate it to her. I cannot trust you to tell me the truth otherwise," he added with some asperity.
Agreed, I said swiftly. Shall I swear to it? To his credit, he smiled.
"I think we both know what your promises are worth."
Oaths made under duress are pinchbeck promises. This I give you freely. I will share with you anything of importance that we discover. I put out my hand, and he shook it. When I went to take my hand away, he held it fast, pulling ever so gently so that I was leaning over his desk. He bent forward, putting his face close to mine.
"Do not think I have forgot that I owe you a lecture, Miss Speedwell. You have got round me this time, but I am keeping an accounting."
And with that, he released me suddenly, leaving me off balance, which, I reflected as I took my leave, was entirely appropriate. The courtesy of the Metropolitan Police did not extend to providing transportation home. We passed Mornaday as we departed, and he had the grace to look a little embarrassed. I tipped my nose in the air and swept past him without another glance, but I did see Stoker offer an eloquently obscene gesture. "Did you learn that in Her Majesty's Navy?" I asked, as we made our way onto the street.
"Among other things."
He took charge, bundling me into a cab and giving the driver directions to Bishop's Folly. I was glad of it. The interview with Sir Hugo had left me oddly unsettled, or perhaps it was the potent combination of cocaine and opium. How long was I slumbering in the arms of Morpheus? I asked Stoker, with a good deal more aplomb than I felt. I sagged a little against him, his shoulder hard underneath my cheek.
"Rather longer than any of us liked," he replied in a dry tone. "Sir Hugo wanted to send for a police surgeon, but I told him I could revive you perfectly well."
I am rather surprised he agreed. Stoker shrugged.
"He did warn me he would arrest me again if I poisoned you, but I told him that hardly ever happens."
A smile tugged at his mouth, and I would have poked him pointedly, but it seemed like a great deal of trouble. I gave a great, jaw-cracking yawn. The ride passed in a blur of lights, swirling from without the windows, long trails of illumination stretching and whirling and bouncing past. It was like tumbling through a kaleidoscope, the patterns ever changing. "Click, click, click," I said, snapping my fingers with each word.
"What are you talking about?"
I heard Stoker's voice, but his face was hid in the darkness of the cab, and my gaze was fixed upon the symphony of lights outside. "I am inside the kaleidoscope," I told him, feeling a delicious lassitude creeping through my limbs.
"Home soon,"
he promised, as we swung into Regent Street. I watched the tall, elegant sweep of buildings unroll past the window like a phantasmoscope. I rested against Stoker until the cab arrived at the far gate of Bishop's Folly. I went to alight, but my limbs resisted my commands, and my head lolled as Stoker reached for me. My next recollection, dim as it is, was of coming to my senses for a moment as Stoker dropped me onto my bed. I felt his hands at my ankles, taking off the slippers, and then at my head, removing the little silken cap and unplaiting my hair. The euphoria of the pipe had crept back, seeping into my bones and lifting me, light as thistledown. Every pore, every cell, every nerve felt open and aware, expectant even.
"The after-effects of the cocaine wear off sooner than those of the opium," he told me. "I could try a little atropine, but far better for you to sleep it off. I am still feeling a trifle euphoric myself. We will both be sorted in the morning."
He turned to go, but I caught him by the sleeve, pulling him down as I surged up against him. The muscles of his shoulders were hard beneath my hands, and I thrust my fingers into his hair. He hesitated a moment, only a moment, and then his lips moved on mine, muttering poetry, snatches of Keats that had never sounded so beautiful and so dangerous. He tasted of honey and smoke and need, such terrible need that I tore the shirt from his body and would have clawed my way into his bones if I could. His arms were hard around me, his muscles shaking with the effort to hold something back. I pressed my mouth to the hollow of his throat, lapping at his pulse, and he gave a shudder, moving his lips to my ear as he wrapped my hair into his fists. His lips parted, and a word passed between us, a moan of such desperate longing that my head snapped back, and I stared into eyes that were vacant with pain and loss. He did not mean to say it. I knew that as soon as I looked at him. But he had. And that single word wrenched me free of the dreaming haze that had enveloped us. I seemed to move outside myself, for I could see my own body as if from a distance as I gave a great shuddering groan and slipped away, falling into unconsciousness, my hands untwisting from his hair as I drifted. I was truly dreaming then. A storm had risen at sea, pulling us apart. I could see his head just above the waves as I was borne over the horizon and into blackness. I woke some hours later. My little chapel folly was still in blackness, the hearth cold, and Stoker asleep on a chaise longue in the corner. He had not shared my bed, I thought with a pang. My head was clear, the opium haze cleared as a fog blown away by a great wind. I turned on my side, listening to a nightjar in the garden, singing a plaintive song. The drug had left my bones feeling as if they had been filled with lead, and much of the memory of the night's adventure had been lost. I pieced it together like an imperfect patchwork, recalling as much as I could of our excursion to the opium den and Scotland Yard. I put a finger to my lips. They felt tender, and when I rose later and studied them in the looking-glass, I would find them swollen and bruised. And as I studied my reflection, I repeated the word that Stoker had moaned, the word that had burnt to ash whatever we had kindled between us. Caroline. Chapter 23. The next morning I woke to a tiny sledgehammer working its way around my skull. I rose and washed and dressed slowly and with great care. I found Stoker in the belvedere, admiring his domestids as they tidied up the rib bones of the rabbit. He peered at me over the case.
"You look as though you ought to be on a slab at Paget and Pettifer's,"
he remarked with maddening calm. He was not wrong. Violet shadows were smudged beneath my eyes, and I was unusually pale. "How utterly charming of you. Do you talk that way to all the ladies?" With a sigh, he poured a foul-looking concoction into a glass and handed it over.
"Here, I have brewed you something to help with the headache."
"How do you know I have a headache?" I demanded, giving it a cautious sniff.
"Veronica, I have extensive medical training as well as significant experience in debauchery. I know perfectly well that anyone who has imbibed not only a full opium pipe but a syringe of cocaine is going to feel like seven hells. Now drink up." He was not wrong.
It smelt vile and tasted worse, but I managed to finish it to the dregs and felt marginally better, or at least more alert. The little sledgehammer had been reduced to a mallet, and the ringing in my ears had dulled to a modest buzz. "What was it?"
"You do not want to know," he said, turning to his breakfast.
Instead of our customary sliced bread toasted in front of the fire, a sort of buffet had been arranged upon a sarcophagus. I was not surprised at Stoker's misuse of the thing. He had a snobbish dislike for anything later than the New Kingdom, and this particular artifact was firmly Ptolemaic. But it seemed a trifle irreverent to use it for the service of food, even if the aromas were enticing. From the kitchens in the main house had come slices of cold ham, boiled eggs, a pot of quince jam, a veal pie, and fresh muffins. They were not hot. The lengthy trip to the Belvedere saw to that. But they were springy and well griddled, and Stoker pounced upon them with a sigh of pure satisfaction. He took up a pot of honey and began to scribble designs upon them, his habit when confronted with muffins, crumpets, or toast. I had yet to see him eat a breakfast without subjecting it to a little creative embellishment beforehand. He sketched out the design of a ship on one, and had just begun drizzling a cat upon the other when Lady Wellingtonia appeared.
"Good morning, my dears,"
she caroled. She beamed a hearty smile at us. Too hearty for mid-morning, I decided. Stoker jumped to his feet, but she waved him back to his chair. She edged past the coprolite from her last visit, giving it a stern look, and nodded in approval at the sight of the muffins.
"I see Mrs. Bascom did as she was told. When I inquired about arrangements for your board, I was told you saw to your own breakfast and were given a cold collation at luncheon. That will no longer be the case,"
she said, with the satisfied air of one who has sailed into battle and prevailed.
"You will have each morning a selection from the breakfast sideboard and a plate of hot food at midday. If you are not invited to dine with the family, you will be brought dinner as well."
"That is very kind,"
Stoker said through a mouthful of honeyed muffin. She gave him a benevolent look.
"I like to play Lady Bountiful. At my age, it is one of the few pleasures I have left. One loses so many opportunities for enjoyment when the knees go,"
she told me as a mournful aside. Stoker choked lightly, but we both ignored him. She held up a sheaf of envelopes.
"I have brought the post. I confess I would have left it to the hall boy, but I was unforgivably curious."
I took the envelopes from her, and immediately saw the one that had kindled her interest. A thick specimen with a decidedly royal cipher engraved upon the reverse. "It is from the Princess Louise," I acknowledged. There seemed no possible way, and little point, in hiding the fact. Her brows lifted.
"Indeed? What august company you keep, Miss Speedwell."
Stoker choked again, but I darted him a quelling glance. "You ought to drink something," I said. "It would be a shame if you suffocated on a muffin." I turned back to Lady Wellingtonia. "We made Her Royal Highness's acquaintance through Sir Frederick Havelock. She's a sculptress, you know. She moves in rather bohemian circles."
"Oh, I know,"
she said, her shrewd eyes thoughtful.
"I have often felt sorry for her."
"Sorry? For a princess?" Her mouth twitched in amusement.
"You are far too old for fairy tales, Miss Speedwell. Surely you know the life of royalty is not at all as we believe it to be. It is a prison, a gilded one, but a prison nonetheless."
"Her Royal Highness said almost exactly that to me," I replied. Too late, I realized my mistake. The shrewd old eyes sharpened.
"You must have got quite close to her for the princess to make such an admission. That is quite a thing to tell a stranger."
I shrugged. Perhaps she was in a mood to unburden herself.
"Perhaps,"
Lady Wellingtonia said.
"Royalty can be peculiar, and Princess Louise more peculiar than most. Did she tell you about her husband?"
"The Marquess of Lorne. We met him briefly. He seemed quite cordial."
"He's a famous imbecile," she replied stoutly. "But he will be a duke, and that is all that matters. Personally, I've never met a Campbell who was entirely trustworthy, but that isn't Lorne's trouble."
"What sort of trouble does the Marquess have?" I inquired. She slanted me an enigmatic look.
"There is no proof, only talk, but the talk is persistent. May I sit?"
she asked, indicating a camel saddle perched upon a hurdle. "Wouldn't you prefer an armchair?" I asked, gesturing to a decaying wingback.
"Certainly not. I rode across the Syrian desert on one of these. Brings back lovely memories. I wanted to see the ruins of Palmyra,"
she told me, as she settled herself with astonishing agility onto the saddle.
"I fancied myself another Jane Digby. Are you familiar?"
"I have heard the name," I said. "An adventuress, I believe?" She gave me a repressive look.
"A woman who knew how to live," she corrected. "Took 4 husbands, or was it 5? And the last was a Bedouin sheik. We were friends after a fashion, Jane and I, but she took it amiss when I had an affair with her stepson."
I smothered a laugh, and Stoker bent swiftly to his muffins, his colour flaming red. Lady Welly went on.
"That sort of thing can damage a friendship, you know. Poor Jane. She's dead now, been gone some 5 or 6 years. She was a decade older than I, but I mean to see 100.
"I have no doubt you will," I said. "You were talking about the Marquess of Lorne," I coaxed. She pursed her lips thoughtfully.
"Yes, well, it's a tricky situation, isn't it? Louise has always been restless, always fighting against protocol. She was badly spoilt, if you ask me. The Queen thought marriage might settle her down. She offered her a pair of suitors, and Louise chose Lorne as the lesser of 2 evils."
"That seems rather cold-blooded," I commented.
"That is royalty. It's not so much the making of marriages as the commingling of bloodstock. But there wasn't to be any commingling, not in Louise's case," she said. "They have no children."
"Barrenness is a tragedy for a woman who wants a child," I said mildly. Lady Welly thumped her cane against the floor.
"Louise is not barren. She has a husband who won't see to her."
"The Marquess is disinclined."
"How daintily you put it, child. We were franker about these things in my day. The man won't plough his wife."
"But why not?" I asked. "The princess is pleasant and handsome. Certainly that is more than most princesses bring to the marriage bed."
"And it would have been enough if Lorne liked women."
I blinked at her. "You mean the Marquess prefers men? In his bed?" She shrugged.
"That I cannot tell you. I can only say for a fact that he prefers the company of men to his wife. Whether that extends to the bedroom, only they know. There was some talk when she chose Lorne. The Prince of Wales flew into a temper and said his sister would never marry the man, but he would give no reason why. Without a compelling cause to break the betrothal, the Queen let it stand. There are those who say the Prince's objections were based upon the Marquess's inclinations."
"But that is just hearsay," I countered.
"Hearsay that will not die. Is there at least the spark of a fire smouldering under all that smoke?"
She shrugged.
"Who can say? Perhaps the trouble is that Louise is frigid, or in love with another man, or Lorne has halitosis, or likes stamps. No one really knows what goes on within the confines of a marriage, but there is talk, dreadful gossip. They say Louise has ordered the windows of the palace bricked up to stop Lorne escaping into Kensington Gardens to tryst with soldiers. Whether it is true or not, I can tell you that Louise has been unhappy, and an unhappy wife is a dangerous creature."
She paused then, letting her words sink in. After a moment, she nodded towards the envelope.
"Why don't you open it and see what she wants?"
There was no reason to defer the inevitable. I picked up the horn I used as a letter opener and slit the envelope. The page was crested and the handwriting imperious. Come at once, do not delay, and tell no one. L. I slipped it back into the envelope and gave Lady Welly a winsome smile. Just a request for a subscription to a charity she supports. Lady Welly smiled back, and it was the smile of an old crocodile that has seen much. So you say, child, and who am I to doubt you? She gave a wheeze and put her stick down to dismount the camel saddle. In an instant, Stoker was at her side, helping her to her feet. Thank you, dear boy, she said fondly. You are a credit to your mother, or the Navy. I never can decide. He walked her to the door and returned, wiping the last of the honey from his mouth.
What did the letter really say?
He demanded. We are summoned, I told him, handing over the letter. I tipped my head as he read it over. Stoker, why do I have the oddest feeling that Lady Wellingtonia is enjoying a joke, and somehow it is at my expense? He flapped a hand.
That is simply her way. She likes to play with people, and you are her newest bit of catnip.
Catnip or mouse? I asked. Only time would tell. We made our way to Kensington Palace, following the same directions we had been given the first time. The butler had scarcely shown us in before the princess appeared. She wasted not a minute in cordiality, but hurried us to her private sitting room, giving instructions that we were not to be disturbed. Only when the door had been securely shut and we were alone did she relax a little. She plucked a letter from her sleeve and handed it over.
Read it,
she commanded. The paper was ordinary stuff. The writing was stilted, as if someone with education and fair penmanship were endeavouring to hide them both. The edge of the paper was heavily charred, and the whole smelled of smoke. I have the ledger, it began without salutation. Bring your emeralds to the grotto at midnight and await further instructions. Tell no one, or steps shall be taken. I made to hand the note back, but the princess waved me off with fingers that trembled. From rage or fear, I could not tell. I passed it to Stoker, who studied it in silence. We did not exchange glances, but I knew he was thinking of our abortive trip to Littledown. Someone had indeed recovered the ledger after I dropped it, and seized the opportunity to put it to use. I longed to question the princess, but I was wary of her nerves. She was pulled taut as a bowstring, and without careful handling, she might well dissolve into hysterics. I chose an oblique approach instead. How did the note arrive? I asked.
It was in the Morning Post, mixed in with the rest.
The envelope? She pulled a face.
Burnt. I wanted to destroy it, you see, so I flung both onto the fire. But I realized how foolish that was, and I fetched the letter out again. It was too late for the envelope.
Was there anything of distinction about the envelope? The lines in her brow deepened as she concentrated.
The postmark was Central London, but there was no other mark except for my direction.
And was it properly addressed? Her smile was sour.
Yes, all the proper titles in all the proper places.
I did not want to tackle the subject of the ledger yet, and she clearly had no wish to volunteer the information. I continued to skirt the subject. To what emeralds does the letter refer? She clasped her hands together, twisting her fingers.
I have a parure composed of my wedding gifts. There is a tiara of emeralds and diamonds given me by my husband's parents, the Duke and Duchess of Argyll. There is a bracelet, an emerald set with brilliants, and a locket, also set with brilliants. I wore it on my wedding day. It was a present from Her Majesty. There are a few smaller pieces, but those are the significant ones.
And this villain knows all about them, I mused.
Everyone does,
she returned snappishly.
The gifts were in every illustrated newspaper in the Empire. My wedding portrait was circulated widely, and the locket was quite prominent.
I presume it is of excellent quality.
Naturally.
Her mood was thoroughly awful. for which I did not entirely blame her. Hers really was a fishbowl existence, glorious as it might be, and suddenly I understood Lady Welly's inclination to pity her. How dreadful to have millions of strangers know the intimate details of one's life, to pick over them like so many discarded bones from a banquet table, looking for the choicest bits of meat. As if intuiting my thoughts, she began to speak, her voice low and thick with bitterness. "You have no idea how awful it is, knowing complete strangers are sitting in their homes, reading all about you, judging you, sometimes hating you simply because of an accident of birth. I do not know if I shall ever feel safe again leaving my house. I shall look into every stranger's eyes thinking, is it you? Is it you who hates me so?"
"I do not think you need fear the stranger on the street, Your Royal Highness," Stoker told her gently. "This is the work of someone known to you."
She blinked, her expression quite blank. "That cannot be. I will not believe it. It must be a servant. Perhaps that girl who cleans at Havelock House," she began. "Have you even investigated her? Or have you been too busy playing at this to do the job properly? Perhaps I was wrong to trust you," she blazed. "After all, it is your fault this villain has the ledger at all, and what have you managed to discover? Precisely nothing. Days wasted, and you are no closer to saving Miles Ramsforth." My customary sang-froid deserted me at such a galling display of injustice. I made an impolite sound, and Stoker shot me a warning glance. To his credit, and my everlasting gratitude, he seized the moment. Heedless of the prohibition against touching royalty, he put a firm hand under her elbow and guided her to an armchair. When she was seated, he knelt at her feet, the very picture of devotion.
"Your Royal Highness,"
he said with infinite gentleness,
"I understand this is difficult, and far beyond anything you have ever encountered. But we are doing everything in our power to help you."
She gave him a brief nod. "I know, Mr. Templeton Vane. It is simply maddening, the waiting. And now this. It's monstrous." Her lips trembled as if she would give way to tears, and he rummaged in his pocket for one of his enormous scarlet handkerchiefs.
"Keep this, just in case,"
he urged. She nodded again, biddable as a child, and he took her hand in his, as gently and respectfully as he would cradle a wounded baby bird.
"Won't you tell me everything?"
Me. I noted the change of pronoun, as well as the fact that he had shifted his posture slightly to put his back to me, creating an intimate twosome with the princess. He was blatantly cutting me from the conversation, but just as I opened my mouth to remonstrate with him, I saw the effectiveness of his methods. The princess, whose sense of grandeur ought to have rebelled at having her hand held, even by the son of a peer, touched her eyes with the handkerchief and began to speak. "I was rather rude to Miss Speedwell," she told him. He leaned closer to her, his attitude one of conspiratorial coaxing.
"I dare say she deserved it."
She smiled in spite of herself, a tiny smile, but a smile nonetheless. "The fault lies with me."
"Miss Speedwell is a stubborn and provoking woman,"
he said solemnly. This time the smile was real. "I suppose she is at that, but I was peremptory with her when I did not mean to be. I need her help, quite desperately, and yours. I am so frightened, so terribly upset."
"You are anxious and fearful," he said, "and I dare say not sleeping as well as you ought."
She closed her eyes and gave a nod of assent. I opened my mouth, and even though he never turned his head to look at me, he must have sensed I wished to speak. He made a single flicking gesture with his forefinger, warning me to silence just before she opened her eyes. "That is true," she told him, leaning forward and pointing to her face. You must see the shadows beneath my eyes. I have not slept properly since this business began."
"It is the most natural thing in the world that you should be gripped by violent feelings," he assured her, "and all the more reason that you should share them. It is not good for people, particularly ladies of gentle birth, to keep such tempestuous emotions locked up within them. It leads to bad health," he told her, with the faintest touch of reproof. It was an astonishing performance. With just a few words he had not only calmed her, but made her feel as if she had done right in behaving rudely to me. Realizing that Stoker had the situation well in hand, I sat back and watched, as good as invisible to them both. She nodded, dabbing at her pink nose with the handkerchief. "You are quite right, of course." "Indeed I am."
His tone was soothing, the sort of voice one might use to an injured animal or a querulous child. I wondered which the princess might be. Stoker moved marginally closer, increasing their intimacy as he settled himself upon a hassock at her feet.
"Now, I have said I will help you, but I want you to have a greater assurance than that. You have my word, as a gentleman, that I will do whatever I can to unmask the villain, both for your sake and that of Miles Ramsforth."
"Oh, you are kind," she told him, as I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I know you have seen the ledger. I nearly collapsed when you told Artily that you had discovered it. I was so terribly afraid that you had seen my name." She broke off, her color high as she chose her words carefully. "I ought to explain about the grotto, how I came to be there."
"I know what purpose it served," he urged gently. "I have seen the place in all its glory."
She gave a grim nod. "Good. Then I needn't describe it. You must know how dreadful it's been, knowing that there was evidence I visited the grotto, that it might be discovered and brought into evidence at his trial. And then everyone would know." She broke off again, pressing the handkerchief to her mouth as if to stifle rising sickness. "I understood precisely how bleak it would look for me, how salacious the press would make it seem. The newspapers, the headlines, it was a nightmare. And it was all quite innocent. Miles was simply being Miles. He amused himself by shocking people. I think he expected me to disapprove, to be like my mother. She would have been outraged," she said with a shudder. "But it was so blameless. He merely guided me through his little collection of art, showed me the ledger with all the naughty little details." She finished earnestly. It occurred to me then that she might well be telling the truth. If she had engaged in a little sordid love-making with her friend's husband, it would be a scandal of immense proportions, but so would the mere appearance of impropriety. The very fact that she had been in the grotto and viewed the collection would have catastrophic repercussions for herself and the throne. Married women did not conduct themselves in such a fashion, and married princesses with puritanical mothers were held to a higher standard still. The newspapers would make the most of the indiscretion, hounding her and the whole of the family, I had no doubt. And it would not be long before questions were raised, as they inevitably were after every royal scandal, whether England needed a monarchy at all. It would be terrible enough to endure such consequences if one had actually committed flagrant adultery. How much worse if one had not? It was the conundrum of Caesar's wife, ruined for the illusion of misconduct, but not the act of it. The irony was too cruel. Stoker made soothing noises and patted her hand. "My marriage has not always been a happy one," she went on. "We care for one another, you must believe that. But my husband and I are the subject of gossip, very painful gossip, which makes the round in society circles. And every crumb of it would have been made public if I were exposed in such a fashion."
"I understand,"
he consoled her.
You were simply having a harmless bit of amusement, and you are entitled to a few laughs with your friends."
"How well you put it," she said. "You understand, but the average person on the street would read those words, those horrible, vulgar words, and think the worst of me. I cannot bear to think what it would do to my mother." She went white to the lips, and I realized then how completely the Queen ruled her own family. She must have had Bismarck's iron fist to keep her own daughter in such fear of her. The princess went on. "I was not only thinking of myself, but of Lorne," she insisted. "If the popular press decided I had taken Miles Ramsforth as my lover, then they would dredge up all the worst of the stories about my husband, his neglect of me, his disinclination for my company. And they are not true," she said fiercely. "He loves me in his own way." Whether that was fact or wishful thinking, I would never know. No one would ever know, I supposed. But in her peculiar fashion, Louise loved her husband, and in saving Miles Ramsforth, she was really saving him. Stoker patted her hand again.
"Of course his lordship loves you," he said, with a firmness that brooked no argument. "And if he only knew what agonies you have suffered on his behalf, he would treasure you all the more."
He changed his tone subtly.
"Now, in order to help you, I must know what happened the night Artemisia was killed. You visited the grotto, and Miles wrote your name in the ledger?"
She clutched his hand. "Yes, as a sort of joke, since I had toured his collection. You didn't see it there?" she asked swiftly. Stoker shook his head.
"We had no opportunity to examine the ledger before Miss Speedwell lost custody of it,"
he told her, neatly portioning responsibility for the loss to me. I deserved it, and no doubt the princess was convinced of my culpability, but it rankled a little nonetheless. Stoker went on in his soothing voice.
"Were you with Miles Ramsforth when Artemisia was murdered?"
She nodded, closing her eyes and pressing the heels of her hands hard into them. "Yes," she whispered.
"And is that why Miles has no alibi? Because he was with you?"
"Yes." Her voice rose a little.
"He refuses to tell anyone the two of you were together in order to protect you,"
Stoker pressed. "Yes." The voice rose higher still, verging on hysteria. "He would rather dance at the end of a hangman's noose than betray you. That speaks to a connection more intimate than mere friendship," I put in. They both turned to look at me. Stoker was wearing an expression of exasperation, while Louise's was one of mingled astonishment and dislike. "I do not expect someone of your class to understand," she said dully. "One is brought up to honor the dictates of loyalty." I opened my mouth, but the sudden, certain futility of it all came crashing over me, and I said nothing. Stoker resumed his masterful handling of the interrogation.
"Did Miles always keep the ledger in the grotto?"
he asked. She shook her head. "I do not know. It was out when I arrived. He made a little joke about how valuable the thing was. He said even Ateli didn't know of its existence because it would be worth thousands in the wrong hands. You must not think he would ever have used it against his friends," she hurried on. "Miles is not like that. He could have spent his last farthing and the ledger would never have seen the light of day. It was an aide-memoire of sorts, something to remember the naughty escapades he had got up to in his youth. There was no real harm in it." Either the princess did not realize how recently he had got up to those escapades, or she was deluding herself as to the extent of Miles' cheerful debaucheries. But I suspected she was correct in her assessment of his character. If Viscount Templeton Vane's revelations about the dwindling Ramsforth coffers were true, Miles had sat upon a potential gold mine without ever once attempting to make use of it. It spoke to a certain loyalty in the man, I decided, and I rather liked him for it. Stoker continued on, guiding the conversation.
Well, now someone has found the ledger and realizes that you were there, that you would pay dearly to keep this information private. And we must discover who that someone is. It is entirely probable this villain and the murderer are one and the same.
She gave a shudder. It is a terrible thing. One reads sensational fiction, thrills to the horrors on the page. But when it is real, when it comes into your life and threatens to destroy everything,
we will recover the ledger,
Stoker promised her.
And we will find the killer.
You oughtn't promise things we might not be able to deliver, I put in sweetly, and I am not at all certain we are the proper people to help.
Veronica,
he said through gritted teeth. The princess was regarding me with active loathing, but I did not care. I went on, recklessly. Before this, we had only your word that the police had got it wrong, but this, I said, holding up the note, is proof of blackmail. That is a hanging crime. It ought to go directly to Sir Hugo Montgomery.
Sir Hugo!
Princess Louise fairly spat the words as she thrust herself to her feet. He has been utterly useless. He would not even attempt to reopen the investigation when I begged him. I believe Sir Hugo was trying to protect you, I corrected, irritated that she would display so little appreciation for a man whose entire career was devoted to clearing up her family's messes.
Protect me!
Scorn dripped from the words.
From what?
Any hint of scandal, I suggested. As you just pointed out, if you were intimately linked with a man whose mistress was murdered in his bed, it would be a scandal of historic proportions. I imagine Sir Hugo was only too conscious of how it would look for your Royal Highness, I told her flatly. She curled a lip.
I do not care for the opinions of tea merchants and tailors, she said loftily.
Of course you do, I said, striving for patience. You care very much indeed, or you would not be so terrified of the newspapers. But your greatest fear is of your mother, is it not? She said nothing, but it was easy to deduce how little she liked my forthright speech.
Ma'am,
Stoker began, in a far more deferential tone than the one I had employed.
If you were so worried about your name appearing in the ledger, why did you not tell us about it at the start? It would have saved time and bother to know there was more to your request than saving Miles Ramsforth from the noose.
She hesitated a long moment before answering. The only noises to be heard were the soft ticking of the various clocks as they marked the seconds.
I did not know if I could trust entirely in your discretion,
she said, very nearly but not entirely apologetic.
I told you as much as I dared. My hope was that the ledger had been lost or destroyed. No one knew where he kept it, and he would never tell. It was entirely possible that it would never see the light of day, and my secret would not be exposed. Then when you told Atili that you found the ledger and lost it again, all I could think was that it was in your power to destroy me. That is why I sent you away so quickly. I needed time to think. I decided that if I kept very quiet, you might still find the real murderer so that Miles would not hang.
He shall, if we cannot get to the bottom of this, I reminded her, with brutal finality. She said nothing, but set her chin stubbornly as Stoker returned to the subject of the blackmail.
Give us them, he said. We will hand over the jewels in your place.
She hesitated. No police?
No police,
he vowed, and I wondered precisely how I would be able to reconcile that with my promise to Sir Hugo. Stoker went on.
Miss Speedwell lacks your inches, but it will be dark. If the villain is about, waiting to collect his reward, he will most likely think she is you.
I folded my hands over my chest, wondering what else Stoker had planned for me, since I was apparently little more than a puppet in his theatre of detection. The princess was thoughtful. "It might be dangerous. Miss Speedwell might be harmed." She did not sound unduly dismayed at the prospect, and Stoker hastened to reassure her.
"Better Miss Speedwell than you, Your Royal Highness."
She nodded slowly. "I suppose you are correct. After all, she is an active person, experienced in this sort of thing."
"She is,"
he agreed.
"I once saw her single-handedly extricate herself from a boat full of miscreants bent upon abducting her."
The princess roused herself to look at me, peering at me as if I were an oddity at a fair. "I can believe it," she said at length. "She has a decidedly masculine quality," she added vaguely.
"Quite," Stoker said. "And this sort of thing requires such a quality. A delicate and feminine lady, particularly one of exalted rank, could only ever play the most marginal of roles,"
he assured her. She gave him a long look. "What about my jewels? If something should go wrong, I would hate to lose them. How could I possibly explain their disappearance?" Her manner had changed, and I detected a note of calculation behind her question. Stoker either did not notice or pretended he had not.
"I shall be at Miss Speedwell's side the entire time. They will be safe under my protection,"
he vowed. She gave him a reluctant nod. "Very well. I suppose it is the best possible plan." Stoker pressed no further. He patted her hand again, this time with something approaching reverence.
"Do not trouble yourself further, ma'am."
Louise gave a nod and drew in a deep breath. "Wait here. I will retrieve the jewels for you." She proceeded from the room, and I did not even look at Stoker. I was too infuriated to speak, and turned to study a landscape of Louise's hanging on the wall. It was bleak and uninspiring. Canada or Siberia or someplace equally cold and devoid of interesting butterflies. I left him to study it while the minutes ticked by. Stoker puttered about with the mantelpiece, picking up bric-a-brac and putting it down again, plucking a postcard from a litter of cards and invitations and reading it with absolutely no shame. When Louise returned, she seemed more composed, and I caught the faintest whiff of brandy. She had clearly paused for a stiffener, and I rather resented she hadn't thought to share. She carried a small case, which she handed to Stoker. He hesitated, raising a brow in inquiry. She nodded. The case was a simple affair of blue morocco. It might have held letters or trinkets or anything at all, but instead it contained magic. Fitted into a nest of white velvet, the emeralds shone with unearthly light that shimmered and chased over the surface of the stones, diving into their hearts and exploding outwards again in an eruption of viridian splendor. The tiara, taken from its frame, curved around the other jewels protectively, gathering a fortune within its glittering embrace. "Stunning," I pronounced. "Irreplaceable," she corrected, reaching out and snapping the case closed. This she bundled into a small leather bag before handing over the lot of it to Stoker. "There is no way to explain what has become of these jewels if they are lost. The cost is incalculable." "So is a man's life," I reminded her.
"We will exercise the utmost care,"
Stoker put in swiftly.
"Do not worry, Your Royal Highness."
She straightened, raising her chin as no doubt an endless series of governesses and deportment teachers had taught her to do. "Thank you, Mr. Templeton Vane." She gave him her hand to shake as she afforded me a curt nod of farewell. "Miss Speedwell." With that, she rang the bell and the butler came to show us out of the palace. As soon as we were outside the royal premises, I whirled on Stoker. "That was an utterly appalling display," I began. He gave me a cheerful smile.
It was, rather, wasn't it?
I gaped at him. You didn't mean it?
Not a word, which you ought to know,
he said, his tone mildly aggrieved.
I am rather disappointed that you didn't, actually. You know my feelings about royalty and the general fragility of women.
That royalty ought to be abolished, and women are every bit as capable as men?
More so,
he corrected. He tipped his head.
I oughtn't to be proud of that performance. It was frankly revolting. But it got us what we wanted. We now know why Miles cannot provide an alibi, and we are commissioned with handing over the jewels, the best lead we have had yet on unmasking the murderer. A good half-hour's work, I would say.
I still do not understand you. How did you know it would work? You laid on the flattery with a trowel. He gave me a pitying look.
Royalty are no different from the nobility, and you forget I was reared amongst them. I am one of that benighted tribe as much as I deplore it. I know what they think, and how.
And what does the princess think?
That she is the centre of the universe, of course. They all do. God's in his heaven, the queen's on her throne, and all creation bends a knee to them. With apologies to Browning, he told me. It is impossible to flatter them too much. They understand nothing of true suffering or hardship or pain. So if you make them believe you think them martyrs to such emotions, they decide you are the only one who truly understands them. In the meantime, try talking to them about the plight of a Yorkshire coal miner and see how far it gets you, he added, with a gesture of disgust. That is the most cynical thing I have ever heard you utter, I told him. His smile was quick. Then, by all means, stay with me. I shall surprise you yet. In fact, I think I shall astonish you with this, he added, whipping a postcard from his pocket. What is that?
A scene of Bournemouth, he told me. I stole it from the princess's mantelpiece.
How very edifying, I pronounced.
Turn it over, my sceptical friend.
I did as he bade, giving a crowing sound of triumph. Stoker, you utter genius! The postcard was an afterthought, a hastily scribbled note of just a few lines, addressed to Louise by a friend on holiday. But they were enough. Julian Gilchrist's handwriting, I breathed. Stoker produced the blackmail note, and we held them side by side.
Not a very clever chap, is he? He managed to alter the capitals only slightly, but his E absolutely screams the truth.
So Gilchrist is our blackmailer as well as the author of our threat, and, I suspect, the eyeball as well. All tricks to put us off the investigation.
How do you like him for a murderer?
He asked with a forgivable air of satisfaction. It is possible, I temporized.
Possible.
His lips thinned in irritation.
Veronica, I have just presented you with evidence as prettily tied up as any Christmas parcel. What more do you want?
I shook my head slowly. I cannot say, but we must have more proof than this. If we go to Sir Hugo with a scribble on a postcard and a threatening note, he will laugh us out of his office. It may be that Julian Gilchrist is our murderer, I said quickly, seeing his face harden. But what we have now is not sufficient evidence to link him to the crime. He might have had nothing to do with Artemisia's death, but be perfectly willing to watch Ramsforth hang for it.
Why, precisely?
He demanded in a clipped voice. Jealousy, I returned. Gilchrist was the person who enjoyed Artemisia's attentions before Ramsforth. Perhaps he could not bear the thought of losing her, of sharing her with Ramsforth. He mightn't have acted upon that feeling, but it would account for him being thoroughly happy to see Ramsforth hang for her murder. He stopped in the middle of the pavement and stared at me.
Do you believe that? Do you believe it is possible to be so connected to another person that the very idea of losing them could drive you to watch an innocent person die without lifting a finger to stop it?
If I thought that person had killed them, then yes, I said levelly. I would knot the noose with my own hands. Tell me you wouldn't do the same." He opened his mouth, then snapped it closed. We were silent as we walked, constrained. "Do you think Louise will come forward if we cannot catch the murderer?" I asked at length. "Or will she let Miles hang to spare herself the scandal?"
"She will have no choice,"
he said, an unholy light glinting in his eyes.
"If she does not come of her own free will, we will go to Sir Hugo and tell him the truth."
Again, it will not work. Without the ledger, we cannot prove Miles Ramsforth's alibi. It will be our word against hers, and precisely no one will believe us. I do not trust her to choose his life over her reputation."
"Blast,"
he muttered. But his failure to pursue the argument said he knew I was right.
"Then we will have to catch the murderer,"
he said finally.
"It is the only way to ensure that Miles Ramsforth doesn't hang."
We walked in silence for a long moment. "Stoker?" Louise was there when we told Artemisia Ramsforth about finding the ledger. She had no way of knowing we had not seen her name. Why did she not suspect us of orchestrating the blackmail plot against her? He thought a moment, then shrugged.
"Perhaps she believes an aristocrat would never attempt to blackmail a princess. Or perhaps she thinks a woman of semi-royal blood would never do anything so dishonourable."
I mulled over the likelihood of both as we walked. "Or perhaps she lacks the imagination ever to have considered the possibility," I said finally. Stoker snorted.
"Your prejudices are showing, Veronica. It is appallingly clear how little you think of her."
I shrugged. "She is arrogant and difficult, and my God, but she always thinks she is right." Stoker gave me a measured look from hatpin to hem, and then smiled.
"I cannot imagine what you mean."
He was still smiling when I pushed him off the curb. Chapter 24. Calling a temporary truce, we crossed Kensington Gardens, turning our steps towards the south.
"Of course,"
Stoker said in a speculative voice as we fell to discussing the case again,
"it may be that Gilchrist is not working alone in this. He might have a companion, someone cleverer than he who also lives and works at Havelock House."
"You suspect Emma Talbot?"
"Why not? Now that we know a woman might have done it, she is certainly an addition to the list of possible suspects."
I snorted. "If you believe that, why not add Artemisia Ramsforth's name to the list? Or don't you suspect devoted wives?" Too late, I realized the barb was sharper than I intended. He did not put his hand to his scar or make a sound, but I knew he was thinking of the time his wife nearly cost him his life in Brazil. Caroline. The name pierced me like a lance, but I refused to speak it aloud. "I would apologize if I thought it would help," I said after a long moment. He gave me a faint spectre of a smile.
"I am not spun of candy floss, Veronica. I can take whatever pricks you choose to administer."
"I am certain you can," I said. But it was a lie, and it was bitter on my tongue. He had loved her once, and he loved her still, of that I was sure. Why else cry out her name with his lips warm upon my flesh? But it had not been a cry of undiluted pleasure. That much I knew. And there was no pain sharper than that of loving someone when you would do anything to stop it. I cleared my throat and assumed an attitude of briskness. "In any event, Artemisia is quite out of it. Remember, she was wearing white that night, and there was no trace of blood upon her. But if we are determined to consider the women, what of Louise's suggestion of Cherry?"
"Motive?"
he asked, and to my relief his voice sounded almost normal. I shrugged. Thwarted love affair? The relationships at Havelock House seem convoluted as those of the Olympian gods, everyone sampling the connubial delights together. He shook his head.
"I cannot see it. Miles Ramsforth might be a sybarite, but he lacks imagination. He acquires beauty, and the girl is not striking enough to tempt him."
"Is Emma Talbot?" I retorted. He considered this, his eyes crinkling thoughtfully at the corners.
"She does have a certain arresting vitality. That might be enough."
My lips pursed of their own accord. "Do we know what she was wearing the night of the murder?"
"Black," he replied promptly. "At least, I assume so. During my last sitting, Cherry came in with what is apparently Emma's only evening gown, and got an earful for leaving a shiny mark upon it with an iron."
"Black would certainly hide the blood," I admitted.
"Furthermore, what would Cherry have been doing at an entertainment of that sort? She is the maid at Havelock House, not one of the artists."
"She might have been engaged to help serve, and if she were, she too would have been wearing black," I added with a snap of the fingers.
"All right, I will grant you that. Let us consider the men. Frederick Havelock," he pronounced. "I like him a good deal as a murderer."
"Again with the notion of that charming old man. You must be mad."
"Charm is the most effective veneer for the sinister," he told me.
"Sinister. He is in a bath chair," I said in scornful tones.
"In a bath chair, not restricted to it," he corrected. "You have seen with your own eyes that he can get about without it."
"With the aid of walking sticks."
"One of which might easily hide a blade. No, I very much like this theory."
"It is not a theory. It is a piece of embroidered nonsense. Sir Frederick is far too feeble to caper about murdering strapping young women."
"Now?" he added. "But what about before his last apoplexy? He attended that evening, not in a bath chair, and we've been told his condition deteriorated greatly after Artemisia's murder. We have no way of knowing precisely what it was before she died. And do not dismiss the fact that she was drugged. That would not benefit only a smaller woman, but a less than athletic man," he finished with a self-satisfied air.
"Fine." I begrudged him the point, but I had to concede it. "But I cannot fancy him as the person who pinned the threat to our door. Furthermore," I said, warming to my theme, "I do not expect he will tip-tap his way down to the Elysian grotto tonight to collect Louise's emeralds. If he is involved, he must have a co-conspirator."
"Bollocking hell," Stoker said. "Just when I was convinced of it. Still," he added cheerfully, "he might be the mastermind, and in that case I shall propose Julian Gilchrist for his puppet in light of the handwriting on the note. You liked him as the doer of deeds rather than the plotter. Why not the artist and his mentor for co-conspirators?"
"I will grant you Gilchrist as a likelier man of action, but what possible reason could he have for doing Sir Frederick's bidding?"
Stoker shrugged. "Sir Frederick could have made him promises with regard to his career. He may know something compromising about the fellow from their mutual adventures in the grotto, and be holding it over Gilchrist's head."
"He could hardly do that without implicating himself," I countered.
"The reason doesn't matter," he replied with maddening calm. "Whatever links conspirators is not as significant as the fact that they are linked."
"And if it is not Gilchrist acting as Sir Frederick's monkey, then perhaps it is Cherry, or Miss Talbot," I said, forestalling the inevitable. "The only way to unravel this is to get into Havelock House again and search. If we find the ledger, we will have something tangible at last." He reached slowly into his pocket and withdrew an envelope.
"This arrived earlier."
"What is that?" I demanded as I opened it. The note was written in a firm, masculine hand, but a glance at the signature told me the author was Emma Talbot. It began without preamble. "Come pose for me today, I beg you. I am desperate to work. Bring the Speedwell if you must." "What impertinence!" I tutted. "You are willing to pose for her again, even with the possibility that she might be a murderess?"
"Well, I don't fancy standing around nearly naked," he said laconically. But it will get us in the door, and while I am with La Talbot, you will have the chance to poke your nose about and perhaps sniff something out."
I swallowed hard. I could not immediately identify the emotion welling within me. It was something akin to gratitude, but far richer. I had expected him to put himself forward, to insist upon taking the lead in the search. Instead, he had made the sacrifice of sitting out. "How long have you had that note?" I asked, as we reached the far side of the park.
"Since the second post this morning."
"Were you going to mention it?"
"No."
I gave a mirthless laugh. "At least you may count honesty amongst your virtues. What changed your mind?" He stopped walking and gave me a look that turned my bones to water.
"Seeing how Louise treated you. If we don't finish this, you will always regret it, not just because your family have let you down, but because we will have failed to save Ramsforth. I know what that sort of weight can do to a person. It crushes the soul, grinds it into the dirt until you no longer know where the gutter stops and you begin. I don't want that for you. I won't have that for you."
It was a long speech by Stoker's standards, particularly as it touched upon something he was always so careful to keep concealed from me. As if embarrassed, he turned away and walked quickly down the street. I followed, slowly, watching his broad back as he moved. He was a curious sort of champion, I reflected, but a champion he was. We reached Havelock House a short while later. Cherry admitted us and sent us directly to Emma Talbot's studio. The artist was sitting on a virgin block of marble, smoking feverishly. As soon as she saw us, she jerked to her feet, tossing the cigarette aside. "Thank God!" she exclaimed. "I was about to run mad." She favoured Stoker with a heartfelt smile, and even her greeting to me seemed sincere. She directed Stoker behind the screen to attire himself as Perseus, while she bustled around, collecting her paper, charcoal, and props. "You seem discomposed today," I told her. She pulled a face. "I am desperate. I want to get this sketch finished before I depart." "You are leaving Havelock House?" "I am," she said with some bitterness. "Mrs. Ramsforth has invited me to travel with her to Greece. She needs someone to oversee the final arrangements of the decoration and art, and there is precious little for me here. At least, not now." "Now? What has happened?" She hesitated a moment, then burst out. "Gilchrist! He knew I was about to secure a commission to sculpt a statue for a private gallery in Birmingham. He used me to gain an introduction to the committee that oversees the place. I thought it was simply to make his name known to them for future work, but before I knew what was happening, he had persuaded them to change their minds and commission a painting instead of a sculpture." "A painting he will execute," I guessed. "Precisely. The little devil snaffled the job from under my nose. I will never forgive him for it. It is not uncommon in our circles, but that does not mean I have to countenance such underhanded behaviour. I have no desire to remain under the same roof as the little swine." "What did Sir Frederick have to say upon the matter?" Her expression softened. "I couldn't tell him." "Miss Talbot, you astonish me. Such an act of duplicity, Sir Frederick ought to be told that one of his pets has behaved badly." "I suppose. The trouble is, I have a terrible soft spot for the old fellow. I cannot bring myself to disillusion him. Gilchrist is his beloved protégé. It would hurt him." She fell silent, gripped by genuine emotion, and against my will, I found myself in danger of liking her. For a potential murderess, she was rather engaging. But then, with a chill, I realized there might well be another purpose to her story of Gilchrist's treachery. It provided a perfect justification for her leaving Havelock House after Miles Ramsforth's execution. If she had plotted his judicial death, how clever of her to use his own widow as a means of getting away. She would need a convincing story as to why she had left the country, and Gilchrist's theft of her commission was a perfect one, except that she could not afford to share it with Frederick Havelock. Faced with the tale of his favourite's underhandedness, he would undoubtedly confront Gilchrist, the one course of action that Emma could not afford if it were a lie. It was an intriguing theory, and I filed it away to share with Stoker once we were alone. I gestured towards the block of marble. "That is extraordinary. Do you mean to use it for your Perseus?" She grimaced.
"That was my hope, but I shall not have time. I will have to complete the statue in Greece."
"I do envy you, Miss Talbot. I have never been. Although Mrs. Ramsforth speaks so highly of it, she has quite persuaded me I must rectify the omission." Her smile was vague.
"Yes, she has persuaded me as well. I cannot quite believe she means to go there without him. It will be a tremendous loss for her,"
she said slowly, a fierceness coming into her dark gaze.
"She will walk the grounds of that villa knowing he walked them. She will sit on the furniture he chose. She will watch the sunsets he imagined. She won't go alone, you see. His ghost will be there at every turn. I think it must be a mad sort of comfort to her."
Her tone and expression were so full of emotion, I hardly knew how to respond. There was a sharpness to her I could not understand, but it occurred to me that she was under a terrible strain, like a bowed branch just before it cracks. Only a woman who truly loved Mr. Ramsforth would subject herself to that sort of haunted existence, I told her in a low voice. But how fortunate for you, being on hand to work in the place where your statues will actually be installed.
"Yes,"
she said, coming back to herself.
"I think it will make a real difference to the composition. I will have the figure decided in advance, based upon my studies of Mr. Templeton Vane. But the landscape, the feel of the thing, I am quite looking forward to seeing how Greece inserts herself into the piece."
She gave me a sudden sharp look and raised her voice.
"Mr. Templeton Vane, you have been quite gentlemanly about waiting until we finish our tete-a-tete, but I know it does not take that long to put on a loincloth. Come out, please."
Stoker emerged from behind the screen with the bit of linen draped about his hips and the talaria fluttering from his ankles. I rose instantly. "I shall leave you to it then," I said. "Thank you for the chat, Miss Talbot. It has been most instructive." For all I knew, I was leaving Stoker alone and almost entirely unclothed in the presence of a murderess. But I was consoled that Stoker had all the instincts for self-preservation of a Bengal tiger. I had little doubt that with his superior inches and reflexes, he could best Miss Talbot if she chose to assault him. Instead, I turned my attention to Julian Gilchrist's room to search for the ledger. I moved on soundless feet, a skill I had honed hunting butterflies, and gained his room without seeing anyone. I closed the door softly behind me. It was past noon, and weak sunlight slanted in. Dust motes floated in the shafts, and for some unaccountable reason I thought of Zeus visiting Danae in the shower of gold. Shaking off the idle fancy, I started in on Gilchrist's mattress, feeling my way slowly down the length of it. It was lumpy and stained with substances I did not care to think of, but the sheets were clean, and I wondered how recently Cherry had obliged him upon them. The mattress yielded nothing, and another perusal of his single bookshelf gave up no secrets. Open on the floor, a small valise had been packed with some of his clothes and his collection of brushes. He was clearly planning to leave Havelock House, and I wondered if the princess's emeralds were meant to finance a new life abroad. Was he intending to use the story of the commission in Birmingham to cover his disappearance? Anything that was broken or worn had been left behind, with only the best of what he owned tucked into the valise. I searched the room carefully, finding nothing of interest. His possessions were mostly grubby, cheap things, obviously purchased at little expense and used without care. Only his brushes and pigments were quality, but they offered no clues. I poked through his clothes, searching pockets and seams, and just when I was prepared to admit defeat, I felt it. The outline of a key. He had not concealed it carefully. It was merely buttoned into the pocket of a waistcoat of a particularly virulent shade of blue. The key itself was small and heavy, fashioned of old brass that had tarnished badly. I held it in my palm, wondering what it might fit as I stood in the centre of the room, circling slowly. I had examined his bed, his books, every place he might cache the ledger. Were we wrong about his involvement? I held the key like a divining rod, as if waiting for it to point the way. But in the end, it was my talent as a lepidopterist that came to the fore. One cannot hunt butterflies without painstaking attention to detail. I had trained myself through long and arduous years to note the most minute of variations between species, for those distinctions could well mean the difference between a dinner of roast beef and one of tinned beans. I thought of the pretty Limonitis archippus masquerading as a Danaus erippus in Lord Rosemoran's collection, and wondered what in this room might conceal a keyhole. It took me less than 2 minutes to find it, a bit of panelling in the corner, so cleverly joined I found it by touch and not by sight. I applied my fingertips, and the moulding alongside shifted, giving up its secrets. Excelsior, I breathed, fitting the key to the lock. It turned noiselessly, and the panelled door swung open upon silent hinges. My pulse beat swiftly in my throat, percussive testament to my excitement. What would I find there? The ledger? Drafts of the blackmail note? The cupboard was deep in shadow, and I reached in with careful hands, satisfied to see that they did not tremble in spite of the burgeoning thrill of the chase. But I was not careful enough, and with a faint whisper, a shadowy spectre rushed towards me, engulfing me in its embrace. I shrieked and fell to the floor as it landed on top of me, and a good few seconds passed before I realized my assailant was, in fact, a greatcoat of some antiquity, smelling of moth. I must have brushed it free from its peg, and it had fallen out, enveloping me in its heavy folds. I muttered a curse I had learnt from Stoker, and searched the garment for any clue. When I finished, I put the thing aside and rose to examine the cupboard, finding only dust and a desiccated common clothes moth for my trouble. Teneala biciliella, I muttered. You are no help to me. I picked up the greatcoat, intending to replace it. My fingers had just closed over the fabric when I realized that in the fuss of it falling out, somehow the peg had become dislodged. No doubt the weight of the coat had pulled it free, for the thing was monstrous, heavy as a bear's pelt, I observed as I put it aside again. I felt around the bottom of the cupboard for the peg, running my fingers gently over the surface. I found it at the back of the wardrobe, just out of easy reach, and with a sigh of annoyance I hitched up my skirt and put my knee inside the cupboard to push myself further. My hand had just closed over the peg when I heard a sharp crack and felt the perch beneath my knee give way. I leapt backwards as the pieces of the bottom fell, revealing a hidden compartment. No doubt where he keeps his dirty underlinen, I grumbled, but nonetheless I peered inside. The compartment was not large, but it was big enough to hold a pasteboard box. I lifted it out in eager hands. There were no markings upon the box, and it might have been a collection of saucy letters or indecent postcards, I reminded myself. There was no reason to believe it might be a clue. And yet, my heart hammered within my chest, precisely as it had just before I had spotted my first morpho blue. I lifted the lid, forcing myself to set it aside before I looked at the contents. There was no ledger, no half-written blackmail note, only a pair of ladies' dancing slippers. They were of excellent make, the soles kidskin and the uppers sewn of stiff white satin. They had been embellished with tiny beads and bits of lace, and they were fragile, beautiful creations. Or they would have been, if they had not been stained with blood. One was merely touched with it, a slight streak across the instep, but the sole of the other had been saturated with gore, now dried to a rusted patch. I held it in my hands and thought for a mad moment of the tale of Cinderella and of the cruel stepsisters who had mutilated their own feet for a chance at a crown. It was their bloody slippers that had given them away. Who might these slippers betray? I turned over the soiled slipper and had my answer. Stitched neatly in blue silk thread on the inside of the shoe were initials. The initials of a murderess. That cunning devil, I murmured. Chapter 25. I rocked back on my heels, still holding the blood-stained slippers. Was it possible that the woman who owned these shoes had committed the foul deed of slitting Artemisia's throat? I replaced the slippers in the pasteboard box and fitted the broken boards back into place. They would not stand up to scrutiny, but they would pass muster should anyone glance inside. I retrieved the peg, hung the greatcoat and locked the cupboard, careful to pocket the key. With any luck, Gilchrist would think it simply misplaced. A more cautious man would have kept it upon his person, I reflected in disapproval. He was a woefully poor accomplice. Unless he was no accomplice at all, what if he had done the deed and the wearer of the slippers had merely been handmaiden to the crime? But what inducement could he have offered to secure her cooperation? Perhaps he had kept the slippers to purchase her complicity, threatening her with proof of her involvement? Before I could indulge in a brown study that would profit no one, I shook myself from my reverie and went in search of Miss Talbot and Stoker. I found them as expected in her studio, but I stopped on the threshold, my hand still upon the doorknob. She was sketching, as I had anticipated, and he was posing, yet nothing could have prepared me for the sight of him. She had, through some unholy method I could only imagine, persuaded him to leave off his loincloth entirely. He wore only a helmet and the talaria, the wings of the sandals gently brushing his ankles. His torso and arms were liberally illustrated with the tattoos of his travels, but they obscured nothing of his beautiful musculature. His back was to me, and I could see every inch of undraped flesh, from the strong neck to the shoulders corded with effort as he raised a sword in his right hand. His left arm was bent as he lifted the head of Medusa, a foul thing covered in woolen snakes with little red silk tongues that darted out as if to touch him. She had captured him at the moment of victory, Perseus triumphant, back and legs tensed against the monumental task of slaying the Gorgon. The line of his figure, curving inwards at the small of his back, outwards over firm buttocks and muscular thighs, was as graceful and powerful as anything in creation, and I stood in silent admiration for a long moment before either of them spoke.
"For the love of Christ, if you're coming in, close the door. There's a draught,"
Stoker ordered. "How did you know it was I?" asked, closing the door and advancing into the room so I could address him from the front. He flicked his gaze to the shield propped against one leg.
"The same way I am supposed to have cut off her head,"
he said, with the barest nod to Medusa. The shield was highly polished, and the angle afforded him an excellent view of the door. "Are you comparing me to a Gorgon?"
"I shall compare you to worse if you don't stop distracting my model,"
Miss Talbot said sharply. "My apologies." I turned my back to Stoker, and Miss Talbot sketched furiously for a few minutes more before throwing down her charcoal in triumph. Her very manner had changed. Now that she had completed her task, there was a sleekness about her, the sort of feline satisfaction I had enjoyed upon acquiring a new lover. Her artistic thirst slaked, she was relaxed as she wiped her hands. She looked over the sheets of drawing paper.
"Thank you,"
she said to Stoker by way of dismissal. He stepped away from the plinth and behind the screen to resume his clothes as she turned back to me.
"You saw him,"
she said, nodding towards the now empty plinth. Her voice was pitched low and intimate, a conversation for just the two of us.
"What did you think?"
Majestic was the only word that served, so it was the only one I used. She bowed her head.
"He will be the making of me,"
she said fiercely, with an expression of rapture upon her face. So might Moses have looked upon seeing the Promised Land. She and I said nothing more, and in a moment Stoker appeared, dressed and presentable, at least as presentable as he could be with tousled hair and a cheek full of honey pastilles. Miss Talbot said nothing, merely smiled as we took our leave, but I noticed that her eyes fell to the parcel in my hand, and I saw too the tightness of her jaw, the quick drop of the eyelids as she clenched her fist, and when she opened her hand, I saw that she had broken her charcoal in two. Stoker and I were quit of Havelock House before he asked about the parcel. "Soon," I said, and the minute we gained the privacy of the Belvedere, I displayed my trophy. He gave a soundless whistle and put out a finger to touch the spoiled slippers.
"Do we know whose?"
"Look inside," I instructed. He did and sat back, pursing his lips thoughtfully.
"This is not enough," he said. "No jury in England will hang her on the strength of bloodied slippers. She might have trodden the stuff quite innocently."
I snorted. "Do you really believe that?"
"What I believe is immaterial. The point is what the counsel for the defence can persuade a jury to believe. And let us not forget, juries are made of men, and no man is easily swayed to believe a woman capable of such an atrocity. They will seize any excuse to avoid convicting the female of the species, particularly if it means she will swing for it. Think of the Madeline Smith case."
"Blast," I muttered. Smith had stuffed her former lover full of arsenic she had been proven to have purchased, yet the jury could not bring itself to return a conviction. She had not been entirely exonerated, but she had been freed just the same.
"Besides,"
Stoker said, holding up his fingers as he enumerated the following points.
"Gilchrist wrote the threatening note to us. He wrote the blackmail note to the princess, and he kept these slippers in a secret place, no doubt to control his puppet. He must be masterminding the whole endeavour."
"Oh, there you are again, championing him for the role of criminal mastermind. In my experience," I said with a tart edge, "the female of the species is far more dangerous. I should put my money on him as cat's paw in this plot. She gave him the slippers to hide, and the rest was done at her bidding." Stoker said nothing, and I was surprised he had not warmed more quickly to my theory. After all, he had more reason than most men to mistrust women. His own wife had left him for dead in the Brazilian jungles. The fact that he did not hate my sex upon principle spoke to a certain native nobility in him, I decided. I went on. "You will have to concede that I am a better judge of the character of men than you." He made a noise I have seldom heard outside a barnyard, a sort of braying guffaw that might have suited a donkey.
"You believe you know the male character better than I? Shall I remind you that I am, in fact, myself a man?"
"I am perfectly aware of that," I replied, "and it is this over-familiarity with the gender that blinds you. You have never had cause to make a study of men because you are one, whereas I have devoted years to the subject."
"You study men?"
His jaw had gone slightly slack, as if he could not entirely believe I told the truth. "Certainly, with all the interest and vigour that I apply to my lepidoptery," I said with considerable pride.
"For what purpose?"
"Why do we study any subject?" I demanded. "To know it better. In this case, pure curiosity might have sufficed. I find the human male to be an endlessly fascinating entity, but as it happens, my more pressing motivations are twofold. First, I require men to satisfy those physical urges to which healthy adult Homo sapiens are prey. Now, you might imagine that securing partners for such activities is a simple matter, but I assure you it is thoroughly complicated. One must assess a gentleman's cleanliness, his attractiveness, his education, his manners and morals, and above all, his discretion. Then, one must carefully plot one's advances. A mistimed overture is a calamity."
"I can imagine,"
he said, in a slightly strangled voice. But he had asked, and I plunged on ruthlessly. "And the second motivation for making a study of men is my own safety. I have circumnavigated the globe 3 times in the past 7 years, and I have found myself in every possible situation, shipwrecked, fated, hunted, wined, dined, and very nearly served up en brochette to a rather nasty cannibal upon whose island I was forced to take refuge during a Fijian typhoon. I have endured hurricanes, volcanoes, earthquakes, malaria, Corsican brigands, Balkan customs officials, and evangelical Christians bent upon missionary work, and had only my wits upon which to rely. My judgment, quite simply, has saved my life. I will defer to it now. Julian Gilchrist is a weak, vain man. He is nothing more than a pawn in this disgraceful game.
Very well, he conceded finally. Whichever of them is the author of this atrocity, we must catch them in the act of collecting the jewels. If she fetches them, that complicity plus these slippers is enough to secure her cooperation. Although I hardly think that is the case, he said coldly. It is perfectly obvious that Julian Gilchrist is the leading figure in this drama.
I pointed to the guinea coin attached to his watch chain. Shall we wager? I asked with a devilish grin. We had laid a guinea upon the results of our last investigation, and he never failed to seize the opportunity to remind me that he had had the better of me. It was beyond time that I redeemed myself.
Very well, but since I already have the coin, what will you give me if I win?
His gaze was intent, but if he meant to convey any sort of subtext to his offer, I refused to acknowledge it. The satisfaction of being right will have to suffice, I told him coolly. Now, we have a few hours to make our preparations.
Preparations?
His gaze narrowed.
What kind of preparations?
It is time to load the firearms, I said, rubbing my hands together.
Absolutely not,
he told me in a voice that brooked no argument.
I will have my knives, and that is sufficient. You know how I feel about firearms, and if memory serves, the last time you went abroad armed, you ended up losing the bloody thing in the Thames, just before I almost drowned, saving your life.
That is not quite how I recall the events, I said, but if it consoles you, very well. I will not take a revolver. But Stoker said nothing about other implements of pain, and after I had repaired to my little chapel to assume my expedition costume, I slipped an assortment of minutin through the cuffs of my sleeve. The little entomological pins were slender as threads, but I had once had occasion to spend 2 days aboard a raft in the Yellow Sea with a Chinese gentleman who had been most instructive on the application of them to tender places. The principles behind it conflicted with Western scientific theory, yet none could deny their efficacy when implemented with a skilled hand. Unfortunately, mine was not, and the most I had done was draw a little blood and injure a bit of manly pride. Still, they gave me a touch of courage, as did the last-minute addition of my tiny velvet mouse, Chester. I tucked him into my pocket, a little murine consolation for the adventure ahead. Mindful of Stoker's admonitions against firearms, I slipped a single knife into my boot top, knowing he could hardly cavil at that, since he would no doubt be equipped with at least 3 of his own. I plaited my hair, and wound it snugly into a psyche knot at my nape, pinned well out of the way in case any grappling would be required of me. Everything else about my appearance was neat and tidy and deceptively simple. After I had changed and rejoined Stoker in the Belvedere, we took a simple meal together, fortifying our strength with plates of roast beef and tall glasses of porter. Just before we left, as Stoker patted his pockets for the jewels for the 20th time, I penned a swift note to Sir Hugo.
Why the devil are you doing that?
He demanded. I gave him my word. I sealed the note in an envelope and wrote out Sir Hugo's direction at Scotland Yard. We patted the dogs, and Stoker put down the remains of the roast beef for them to finish. We left just as dusk was falling, and opened the door to find Lady Wellingtonia standing there, her hand upraised as if she were about to knock.
"Hello, children,"
she said in her booming voice.
"I thought to invite you to take dinner up at the house, but I see you have other plans tonight."
A lecture,
Stoker said smoothly.
At the Academy.
She narrowed her eyes and folded her hands over the top of her walking stick.
"Which academy?"
The royal one.
he said, his eye twitching slightly. She pursed her mouth as if to pursue the matter, but I held up the note. Lady Wellingtonia, I wonder if you might oblige us with a favour. I have a note here that must be delivered. Perhaps you would be so kind as to ask the hall boy to see to it? But not until tomorrow morning, I told her firmly. She took it from me, making no bones about her curiosity. She read the address aloud with an expression of increasing incredulity. Sir Hugo Montgomery? Scotland Yard? What kind of business can you possibly have with the head of Special Branch? She demanded. He likes butterflies, I said with a smile. He has a particularly fine exemplar of Palpus imperialis I am longing to acquire for Lord Rosemoran's collection of Nepalese swallowtails. Palpus imperialis, she said, suspicion dripping from every syllable. Commonly known as the Kaiser-i-Hind, I said helpfully. He has a female, which is the larger of the species, and it is a quite spectacular imago. Isn't that right, Stoker? Stoker gave a start. Yes, imago. Quite spectacular. I rolled my eyes heavenwards at his vagueness, but Lady Wellingtonia seemed mollified. Very well, she said with a gracious nod. Although I am quite disappointed you won't be joining us this evening, perhaps tomorrow you can tell us all about the lecture, she said with a malicious smile. In detail. We shall be delighted, but now we must hurry, I said, tucking my arm through Stoker's and dragging him away. When we were out of earshot, I turned on him. What in the name of all that is holy ails you? I cannot lie to old women, he said, wiping his brow. They remind me of my grandmother, a woman who had no equal for ferreting out the truth. Whenever my brothers or I were up to some mischief, it was grandmother who invariably managed to discover the culprit. She might have given Torquemada lessons. Illuminating as is this insight into your childhood, we must get on, I urged. I want to be there and in position well ahead of the appointed hour. We have the element of surprise, and we must make the most of it. We made our way to Littledown in silence. I could not intuit Stoker's thoughts, but mine turned to Princess Louise. I imagined her, sitting in solitary splendour at Kensington Palace, while a fortune in jewels, as well as her reputation, rested in our hands. But there was more at stake than that, and I thought too of Miles Ramsforth. I had given him little consideration as a person during our investigation. He was a cipher to me. We had collected impressions of him, glimpses given by various people, but I could not entirely grasp the whole of the man, as if someone had painted his portrait and then cut it into pieces, scattering them for us to find. It was the contradictions that interested me most. He was a devoted husband, yet a faithless philanderer. He was a patron of the arts with exquisite taste, but he hosted salacious entertainments at the Elysian grotto. I wondered if we would ever be able to reconcile the Janus faces of Miles Ramsforth, or if he would hang in spite of our efforts. The thought might have cowed me a little, but I refused to be daunted by the task. Whatever his sins, the man was no murderer, and he would not swing for a crime he did not commit, I vowed. We reached Littledown in good time. It lacked an hour before the appointed rendezvous with our blackmailer. I moved with the same quickness of step that I employed in the jungles as I followed the mazy paths of my butterflies. For his part, Stoker showed no sign of heightened excitement at the coming fight. He walked with his customary loose-limbed stride, the sort of gracefully lithe gait one sees in men who have spent much time astride horses or aboard ships. His hands were relaxed and his shoulders down, his brow as untroubled as if he were out for a Sunday stroll. Only the tiniest twitch of the muscle at the corner of his mouth betrayed any emotion. Under cover of darkness, we climbed the wall at Littledown, not wishing to alert anyone to our presence just yet. We kept to the tree line as we made our way to the grotto, alert to any noise that would indicate the watchman or his dog were abroad. We reached the grotto unimpeded. I put a hand to the gate and pulled gently. It was locked, and I shot Stoker a triumphant glance. We had beaten our adversary to the field, and the advantage was ours. I drew the key from my pocket and fitted it to the lock, opening the gate just enough for us to slip inside before shutting it quietly. We crept forward, into the darkness, and as we reached the narrow tunnel, Stoker put a hand to my shoulder, halting my movement. He struck a match and lit one of the lanterns, gesturing that he meant to go ahead of me. I pursed my lips and plucked the lantern from his hand, holding it high as I moved into the passage. He gave a sigh of irritation, but let me go, following as closely behind as the modest dimensions of the space would permit. The trip through the tunnel was much the same as the last time, the cold, clammy feel of the rock under my fingers, the dank air in my lungs. But as we rounded the last bend, I was conscious of a change. There was a glow just ahead, and a sharp, metallic scent in the air. Stoker, whose sense of smell was better than mine, knew it for what it was. He reached to pull me back, but it was too late. I stepped into the large chamber, my own little lantern unnecessary now, for the vault of the grotto was illuminated by the magic lanterns. Their flames cast the pictures of copulating couples and groups upon the walls, and the very stones seemed alive with their wild undulations. But I was only vaguely aware of the pictures as they whirled past. My attention was fixed upon the siège d'amour in the centre of the chamber, the seat of love that must have so often been the focus of past bacchanals. Once more it held a naked figure, the limbs and head thrown back in a sort of parody of pleasure. One could almost imagine the parted lips were about to speak. But Julian Gilchrist, his throat slashed from ear to ear, would never speak again. Chapter 26. A scarlet river of blood flowed from the obscene gash in his throat, pooling wetly in the hollows of his hips. Golden hair tumbled about his ears, and his eyes were open wide in surprise. One arm lay outstretched like that of a crucified saint, the fingers curving in a gentle arc, the forefinger extended slightly as if pointing to the blood puddling upon the floor. Just beyond the chair, Emma Talbot stood at the edge of the shadows, her face corpse white, her eyes fixed upon the bloody blade gripped in her hand.
"Do not come closer,"
she warned, raising the knife. Stoker eased around me, raising his hands to show he meant her no harm.
"Emma,"
he said softly,
"give me the knife. You do not want to harm me, nor do you wish to harm Miss Speedwell. Give me the knife,"
he repeated. He edged closer, and she flinched, raising the blade level with his heart. He stood a foot or so out of striking distance, but did not falter as she brandished her weapon. He merely spoke, using the same calm tone he might employ to gentle a restless animal.
"Emma, I want you to give me the knife. This will go far better for you if you cooperate,"
he urged. She shook her head, blindly, as she jerked the blade again, closing a little of the distance between them.
"Emma,"
he said serenely,
"if you do not give me the knife, I will take it from you. Now, I can see from the way you are holding it that you have no experience of such things, so believe me when I say I could take it easily, and if I have to take it from you, it will be hard and painful. I will probably break your wrist, simply because you are threatening us right now, and I do not like to be threatened. Do you understand me?"
Her eyes, the irises ringed with white, widened even further.
"If you are going to kill me, do it quickly,"
she said, fairly spitting the words.
"What do you mean, if I am going to kill you? I have no wish to kill you,"
he told her.
"Then what about that?"
she demanded. She did not say Gilchrist's name, but merely pointed with a shaking hand to the atrocity upon the chair.
"You have killed him, and now you want to kill me as well."
I looked at Stoker. Is she hysterical, do you think? Shall I slap her? I wouldn't mind. He did not turn his head, but I could see the muscles of his jaw tense.
Veronica, do not try to be helpful, I beg you.
I am not hysterical,
Emma said, her voice trembling.
But if you have done that to him, why would you spare me since I have discovered you in the act? I am a witness to your treachery.
You are a witness to precisely nothing, I told her. In case it has escaped your attention, you were here first. I rather think you did this, and your current state of frenzy is simply a ruse to throw us off the scent. She stared at me.
Do you really think I could bring myself to do that? She demanded. I did not like Julian, but my God!
A great shudder ran through her body, and her knees buckled a little as she dropped the knife. Stoker kicked it aside and put out an arm to steady her. She took it, albeit reluctantly, as he gave me a pointed look.
Veronica, stop tormenting Miss Talbot. You know she is innocent.
He turned to the trembling woman.
Emma, we did not do this to Gilchrist, and in spite of how things look, we know you did not either.
She gripped his arm, her knuckles white against the black of his coat.
Then I was right,
she said, forcing the words through bloodless lips.
She did it.
Yes, Miss Talbot, I told her gently. Miles Ramsforth never murdered Artemisia. Utterly did. She collapsed then into great heaving sobs that rocked her from head to foot. Stoker kept an arm about her while I rolled my eyes and waited for the frenzy to finish. I really ought to slap her, I urged Stoker again, but he merely waved me off and held her more tightly against his chest, one hand cradling her head in its broad palm. He looked like a bear with a china doll, I thought in some annoyance, and I went to pull down one of the velvet draperies to cover Julian Gilchrist. It was the least I could do to offer the fellow some dignity, I thought. That bit of housekeeping undertaken, I returned to hold a brief council of war with Stoker. We can hardly finish our plan with Miss Talbot in such a state, I pointed out. We shall have to settle her somewhere until we can apprehend Mrs. Ramsforth. Emma Talbot's artist fingers curled around Stoker's biceps.
She cannot have got far.
Yes, Miss Talbot, that much is obvious from the warmth of the corpse and the minimal amount of clotting to the blood, I informed her. She paled still further, and Stoker rolled his eyes.
For the love of Christ, Veronica, she is barely keeping her composure as it is.
He looked far too comfortable in the role of rescuing hero, I decided. I tipped my head as I studied Miss Talbot. Now that you mention it, she is quite pale. Do you think we just ought to knock her thoroughly senseless until we've concluded our business? A light tap to the jaw should do it, just below the ear, I said, pointing. His mouth thinned, and Miss Talbot gave another deep shudder, then pushed him away gently.
Thank you, Mr. Templeton Vane, but Miss Speedwell is correct. I must master myself and let you finish this. She must not be permitted to get away.
She straightened. It took a visible effort of will, but I liked her better for it. She shall not elude us, I promised her. We will take this house down brick by brick to find her if need be.
That will not be necessary,
said a voice from the shadows. Artemisia Ramsforth stepped forward, holding a small revolver in her hand. It was levelled at the group of us, and it did not waver. We were just talking about you, I said with a thin smile. How very courteous of you not to make us come looking. She advanced a little further, but was careful to keep herself a good 20 feet away, the siège d'amour and its shrouded occupant between us. Without looking at one another, Stoker and I immediately assessed the situation, and realized she was at a distinct disadvantage. She might have a revolver, but there were only one of her and two of us. If she were a very good shot, and that was a presumption indeed, she could still hit only one before the other was upon her. Naturally, I did not include Miss Talbot in my calculations. She had mastered her hysteria, but I was unwilling to test her mettle in a fight. The best we could hope for was that she would throw herself to the ground and stay out of the way. Artilly swung the revolver from me to Stoker and back again.
"Hold there, Mr. Templeton Vane. And you, Miss Speedwell. I am a rather good shot, and unlikely to miss entirely at this distance. Miles taught me how to shoot in Greece. There are bandits there, you know. I got quite a bit of practice."
She kept the barrel of the revolver trained upon me, and I stared into its unblinking black eye. It was small, a lady's toy, really, but doubtless big enough to put an unwelcome hole in one or both of us.
"If you advance again, Miss Speedwell, I will not shoot you. I will shoot him. And Mr. Templeton Vane, the same goes for you. If you do not want to see Miss Speedwell harmed, stay where you are."
Stoker held up his hands.
"As you wish, Mrs. Ramsforth. But I am curious as to your plan,"
he said in a conversational tone.
"There are 3 of us."
Artilly Ramsforth drew the hammer back on the revolver and pointed it squarely at the forehead of Emma Talbot.
"Are there?"
Miss Talbot opened her mouth to shriek, but no sound was forthcoming. Her eyelids fluttered, and she closed and opened her mouth a few times, giving a splendid impression of a goldfish before she fell to the ground in a dead faint.
"That was certainly fortuitous,"
Mrs. Ramsforth said with some satisfaction. She swung her revolver back around to Stoker. "I suppose your plan is to kill us and make away with the emeralds," I suggested.
"In point of fact, I have no interest in the jewels," she corrected. "That was Gilchrist's idea, and a thoroughly wicked one it was,"
she added with a severity that surprised me.
"Although, when I discovered why Louise was so determined to clear Miles' name, I told him to go ahead with it."
"Yes, that must have been a nasty shock," I told her, injecting my voice with suitable sympathy. "Most vexing to have devised such a tidy murder, only to have it scuppered at the last minute because your bosom friend has decided to interfere." Her mouth narrowed.
"The murder came off just fine."
"I wasn't speaking of Artemisia's death. I mean the murder of Miles Ramsforth. That is what this is all about, is it not? Your primary target was never the girl. It was your own husband."
"Do not judge me,"
she ordered, the hand holding the revolver shaking just a little.
"Do not presume to judge me. You do not know what it was like, turning a blind eye to his adventures all those years. But I did it because it kept him close. I knew he would never leave me because he had no reason to. I loved him. I understood him, not them."
"Until the money began to run out," Stoker put in. "That is when the fear took root, isn't it? That is when the uncertainty began to grow. When the money was gone, what was there to keep him?"
"He loved me,"
she insisted, pointing the revolver at Stoker's head.
"But not enough,"
I corrected, drawing her attention back to me. The revolver's eye focused upon the spot between my brows. "Without your money to support the pair of you, what was there to bind him to you? It wasn't as though you had given him a child." The blow struck home. The revolver hand trembled, but she brought up her other hand, steadying her grip.
"There had never been a child before, not in any of his liaisons. I thought perhaps it was not entirely my fault, that he might be to blame as well. But then Artemisia told him she had conceived, and it was as if he had been granted his fondest wish. You should have seen him, the proud papa," she said, her mouth twisting as it shaped the words. "He could not conceal his delight. He meant to acknowledge it. They planned it all out together, that we would go to Greece, to our villa, and she would have the child. And do you know who was supposed to look after it? I was. She would live with us and give him his golden child, and I was to be nothing more than a nursemaid in my own home, reduced to whatever crumbs she saw fit to leave me."
But it wasn't her betrayal that stung the most, was it? Stoker prodded. It was his willingness to give up what you had built together, to include her.
He would have made a laughingstock of both of us, she hissed. And he did not even care. He was so happy. He thought I would be happy.
Her voice rose on a sob.
That is when I realized he never knew me at all. All these years of giving up so much for him, and he did not know the slightest thing about me.
That is when you decided he had to die, I surmised. And how better to wreak your vengeance than to kill his mistress and child and watch him hang for their murder?
It was an elegant solution, she said. Killing him outright would be too quick, and Artemisia would still be there with his child, a monstrous reminder. I wanted them obliterated. All of them.
How did Gilchrist come into the plot?
Stoker asked.
Artemisia left him for Miles. We consoled one another, as friends, she clarified quickly. We were never lovers, although he offered.
Her lips tightened in distaste.
That is how I got him here tonight. I told him I wanted to bed him, that it would be a fitting end to our partnership. Poor fool. He was stripped and onto the chair without the slightest hesitation. I told him to close his eyes while I took off my clothes. I said I was shy, she said,
her voice breaking on a mirthless laugh.
He opened them when I cut his throat. He looked so surprised. Not like Artemisia. She never even stirred when I cut her.
Because you drugged her first. How did you manage that? I asked.
She shrugged. A dose of laudanum in her punch. As soon as she began to feel tired, I showed her up to Miles' room to lie down for a little while. It was a crush that night, and no one noticed us slipping up the back stairs. I took her to his bed, and I helped her to lie down, and when she was sleeping, I picked up his razor from the washstand and cut her throat with it. It was so much easier than I expected.
You were wearing white,
Stoker remarked.
How did you keep from getting blood all over yourself? It must have been a very tidy murder.
No, it wasn't. It was messy, horribly messy. But I had prepared for that. I was wearing an evening gown, so my arms were bare. All I had to do was stand behind the bed curtains and reach my arm around to do the deed. They were thick and crimson, and when the blood splashed upon them it did not show. At least, not enough to notice. I stepped out from behind the hangings without a trace upon me. Only my slippers were soiled when I trod in the blood.
Which you noticed at once, so you gave the slippers to Gilchrist for safekeeping, I said.
Yes, I put them into the box they came in. Emma Talbot saw me with it that night, but it meant nothing to her at the time. When she saw you today with the same box under your arm, she suddenly realized what must have happened. I said I was coming here to pack a few things I wanted for Greece. She followed to confront me. I told her it was a simple misunderstanding and that Julian was the villain. I told her I had lured him here to expose him and that I was glad of her help. Then I sent her down here to wait, knowing she would discover him and then she would know the truth. She paused. It is not a pretty way to die, is it? I will never forget the look of horror on his face the night of the murder, when I gave him the bloodied slippers and told him what I had done. He thought we had been building castles in Spain when we talked of it, plotting their deaths. He said he didn't realize I actually meant to do it, but by then it was too late. He was my accomplice.
Because if he had failed to do your bidding, you would have simply told the police that he had conspired to the murder with you. He could not implicate you without implicating himself, Stoker reasoned.
Exactly. It nearly broke him.
Men are not as strong as we are, Miss Speedwell, she told me with a confiding nod. They so often let us down when we need them most. But Gilchrist delivered the threat that I told him to write, and he attempted to seduce Miss Speedwell to see how much she discovered, although he was rather a failure at that, wasn't he? She asked. I shrugged. It was not entirely his fault. I have preferred dark gentlemen to fair. I also require significantly more intelligence in a man. Poor Julian. But he was too greedy for his own good. I knew the ledger existed, but I had never seen it. Miles was careful about that. Curiously so. I did not even trouble to look for it after he was taken by the police. It did not matter to me. I almost didn't even look at it when that poor fool of a watchman sent it along to me. You gave him quite a fright, you know, she added, with a touch of reproof. He discovered it the night he chased you off. He wrapped it up most carefully and dispatched it to me at Havelock House. He said he was afraid it might be something important of the master's, and that I ought to have it. I opened it out of nothing more than idle curiosity. Imagine my surprise when I read the last entry. I never understood why Louise was so convinced of Miles' innocence, but there it was, staring me in the face. She fairly bit off the last word, her eyes gleaming with anger. It was the worst sort of betrayal one woman can commit against another. The princess says they were not lovers, I told her mildly, but her eyes flashed with anger. That hardly matters, does it? She came down here with Miles. She knew how much I loved him, how much our life together meant to me. But she came anyway, improper as that was, and God only knows where it might have led in time. When I told Julian about Louise's name being in the ledger, he did not say much. He merely went away and said he had thinking to do. Today he told me he had sent her a note demanding her jewels. He said she ought to be made to pay, but I knew it was not my pain he cared for. He simply saw an opportunity to make himself rich and get away. He meant to take the jewels and leave England. He thought he could escape me, escape what he had done. But there is no escape, is there? Not for any of us. Her speech had had the air of a clockwork automaton winding down. She was finished. She gave a deep sigh of resignation and steadied her gun hand as she levelled her weapon at me. Well, it is time. Several things happened in an instant. Stoker, seizing his chance, reached for the knife in his boot as he lunged forward with a growl, drawing her fire. Artilly turned the revolver to Stoker, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The noise was deafening in the stone chamber, echoing over and over again like a cataclysm. As it beat upon my ears, I bent, slipping my knife from its sheath and flinging it with the piercing howl of a fury. It caught Artilly full in the breast, and she dropped the revolver, bringing her hands to the hilt with a look of astonishment on her face. A slow stain of crimson began to spread around the blade buried in her chest, flowering over the pale flesh of her hands. She slipped to the ground in perfect silence. I turned to Stoker. His eyes were wide with surprise as he slowly moved towards me. Without a word, he fell heavily to his knees, and I did not understand what ailed him until he turned his head. A crimson sheet of blood cascaded down the side of his face. I vaulted over the recumbent figure of Miss Talbot to reach him before he finished falling. I put an arm to his chest, supporting him, feeling the wet, scarlet warmth of his blood seeping through my sleeve. He sagged against me, and I forced his head back. "Do not do this!" I ordered him. "Do you hear me, you stupid man? You are not allowed to die." He opened his eyes, those impossibly blue eyes like bits of a Giotto sky. His look was one of perfect tenderness, and his hand gripped mine with all the strength he was capable of.
"Veronica,"
he said, in a low voice that throbbed with emotion. "Yes, Stoker?" The grip upon my hand tightened, and he gave a great shudder.
"The bloody bitch shot me."
And then his eyes rolled white, and he pitched forward into unconsciousness. Chapter 27. The scene was something conjured out of a nightmare. The lantern images of couples disporting themselves continued to play about the room, whirling with dizzying speed. Shadow then light passed over Stoker's face in turn, illuminating the blood in stark crimson, then blackening it to ink. The blood covered my hands in a warm, sticky flow, and for an instant I felt the strong urge to succumb to hysterics. "This will not do," I told myself severely. I felt a rustle of movement behind me, and without forethought, my hand reached for the blade in Stoker's boot. I whirled upon my haunches, levelling it at the surprised face of Emma Talbot. "You have recovered yourself at an opportune moment," I told her.
"I have not recovered myself at all," she corrected coolly. "I was not in a swoon. I simply thought it was an expedient way to remove myself from the line of fire."
I gave her a long look. "I am not certain whether to slap you or congratulate you, but you can tip the scales by helping me. Find something to bind his head with." She did not hesitate. She went directly to the pile of clothing discarded by Julian Gilchrist in his haste to copulate, and retrieved his neckcloth and shirt. I used Stoker's blade to cut the shirt into strips to form a sort of padded bandage, and wound the neckcloth tightly to keep it in place, securing it at the ends with the minutin from my cuffs. "It will have to do until we can fetch help," I said, more to myself than to Emma Talbot. She was not beside me, and I looked up to find her standing over Lady Ramsforth.
"My God,"
she breathed.
"You spitted her right through the heart. I have never seen anything like it."
"Is she dead?" I asked, fashioning my words of flint.
"She is."
"Good." I wiped my gore-streaked hands upon my skirt. "He is too large for us to move easily, and I fear he will lose too much blood if we attempt it. Take a lantern and go to the front gate. If you are athletic enough, scale it. Otherwise, open it by whatever means necessary. What time is it?" She glanced at the little watch pinned to her bodice.
"It lacks 20 minutes to midnight."
"Blast! Too long," I muttered.
"Too long for what?"
she demanded. "The cavalry. Gentlemen from the Metropolitan Police will be arriving at dawn if we do not appear, but that is far too long to wait. Is there anyone else here? The watchman, perhaps? Did she keep him?" Emma shook her head.
"No one. She said she let him go. I suspect so she could do away with Julian without witnesses. So she could do away with all of us,"
she added with a shudder. I gave her a close look. "Do not make me strike you, Miss Talbot. The temptation is almost more than I can bear. Now, walk down the lane until you find a house. A neighbour will do. Rouse them and find the nearest police station to organise a rescue. Or if you spy a passing bobby upon his watch, hail him. Either way, you must send for Sir Hugo Montgomery, the head of Special Branch."
"Special Branch?"
Her eyes were wide in the fitful light.
"You do have an interesting acquaintance, Miss Speedwell."
"Go," I told her, "and don't dare to come back until you bring help." She did as I bade her, leaving me alone with 2 corpses and Stoker. The smell of blood hung heavy in the confined space. I could taste it upon the air. The minutes ticked past, and still the couples cavorted upon the walls. Stoker breathed, slowly and more shallowly than I would have liked. After some time, how long I could not say, he roused a little. He put out a hand and I caught it. "I am here," I told him.
"What happened? Where are we?"
"You attempted to play the hero and got yourself shot for your pains," I told him severely. "Your stupidity knows no bounds."
"Why is my face wet? Veronica,
"Are you weeping? Don't be daft. It must be blood," I said sharply, Artillery Ramsforth tried to kill you. Before I sorted you out, you were bleeding like a stuck pig from a wound in your temple.
I can feel it, he told me. It burns like the devil. I cannot remember what happened then.
I am not surprised. You went down like a 9-pin.
At the risk of sounding ungrateful, he drawled, I wonder if you might explain why we are lingering here in this appalling cave instead of seeking medical attention?
We are waiting for Emma Talbot to return with assistance, I assured him. But this blasted place is too remote to make it a quick proposition. We are simply going to have to stay warm and quiet until help arrives.
Like hell we will, he said, attempting to sit up.
I pushed him back with the flat of my palms. Stop that, or you will start the hemorrhage up again, and you have already bled on me enough for one night.
Very well, he said,
in a deceptively meek voice.
But I should at least like to assess the damage.
I suppose, I conceded. Tell me what to do. The next few minutes were unpleasant. Under his direction, I unwound the bandage, careful not to dislodge the delicate clots that had formed.
Get your flask of aguardiente, he ordered.
I retrieved it, and he splashed a good bit over his hand. As I watched in horror, he took his wet fingertips and ran them over the edges of the wound.
Deeper than I would like,
he murmured, his face very white.
It will be difficult to stitch. I can't...
He broke off, taking a deep breath as he palpated further.
I can't feel pieces of loose bone. Do you see any?
I steeled myself, peering into the wound. One small chip, I told him. He handed me the flask.
Be quick about it.
I splashed the aguardiente on my hand, running the strong spirit over my skin until it stung. When my fingers were as sterile as I could make them under the circumstances, I reached into the gaping wound. As gently as I could, I grasped the tiny bit of chipped bone and pulled it free. I held it up to him, and he slowly closed his eyes in approbation.
Good girl,
he muttered. What shall I do with it? I asked, staring at the slender whiteness of the shard against the puddled blood in my hand.
Keep it for a souvenir,
he suggested.
You have to wash out the wound now. God, what I wouldn't give for a nice bit of carbolic. The aguardiente will have to do.
It will hurt, I warned him. He opened one eye.
I should think you would enjoy that.
Stupid man, I retorted. I poured out the aguardiente in a slow, steady stream, trickling it from one end of the wound down, flushing it as clean as I could. It bled afresh then, but stopped almost immediately, and I wrapped his head with his own shirt turned inside out to make as clean a bandage as possible. He made no sound as I tended him, but his hands were clenched, his knuckles white to the bone, and when I finished, he gave a sigh, his mouth going slack.
I forgot to ask. Are you hurt?
He demanded suddenly, trying once more to sit up. I pushed at his shoulders with both hands. Lie back, idiot! You oughtn't to move. If you will give me your handkerchief, I will mop up your face as best I can. He pointed to his pocket, and I wiped at his face. The blood was too dry to come away, and the effect was ghoulish, but at least it gave me something to do. I removed my jacket and folded it to make a pillow for his head. I settled him on it, and he stared for a long moment at the whirling figures.
They are giving me the collywobbles,
he said in a faint voice. I rose and went to find a lamp, lighting it with a match from the box in my pocket. When it was burning well, I blew out the magic lantern, causing the couples to cease their endless copulating. I came back to Stoker, lamp in hand.
What in the name of Satan's arsehole is that?
He demanded. The genitals of a very healthy young man, I told him, waving the phallus-shaped lamp. He began to laugh then, a laugh that ended in a wheezing cough.
I refuse to die with that my last sight.
You are not going to die, I told him severely. I have already forbidden it.
I will obey, he said solemnly,
but I did not like his colour. He was a ghastly shade of pale, his lips almost white now, his breathing slow. I put a hand to his cheek, and it was cold. I cursed the rock floor upon which he lay. The chill of it was seeping into his bones, I had no doubt, robbing him of whatever strength remained to him. I left him again to find something with which to make him a pallet. I went to the velvet curtains which screened off the passageway to the main house. With hands shaking with rage, I tore them down, bundling them into my arms to make a nest for Stoker. I deliberately did not look at the supine form of Lady Ramsforth. Stoker was sleeping when I returned, rousing with some difficulty and a little confusion.
"What is happening?"
he demanded. "Nothing," I soothed, "but you must be warm." I arranged the velvet in folds, saving out one panel with which to cover him. When I was done, I coaxed him onto the pallet, heaving him as he was in no state to move himself. I spread the velvet over him, tucking it tightly to hold in his warmth, and then I lay beside him, pressing close. He drifted to sleep again, but woke a little while later, nearly frantic with thirst. I held the last of the aguardiente to his lips as he drank deeply. I questioned the wisdom of giving him intoxicants, but he was already in so weakened a condition it could hardly hurt. Besides, I reasoned, it might blunt the edge of the pain in his head. He closed his eyes but did not sleep again. Instead, he pushed his arms out of the velvet coverings, muttering about the heat. "You must not take a chill," I insisted. I made to tuck him in again, but he grunted in protest, wrapping his arms about me instead.
"Stay,"
he mumbled, and I did. I stayed, clasped to his chest as a child might hold a beloved toy, closely and with something like reverence. It seemed like the time for confidences. He had not fallen into unconsciousness again, but drifted, and I ventured a question as much to distract him as to satisfy my own curiosity. "Stoker," I began, "during Merryweather's visit, there was a slip of the tongue when you were talking to him. I don't even think you realized it," I said softly. He was silent so long, I wondered if he had swum into sleep again. But at length his chest rumbled with a reply.
"I did, as soon as it passed my lips."
"You mustn't gamble with the Templeton vein," I quoted. "They have the devil's own luck." "They."
"You saw Rupert,"
he reminded me in a thick, slow voice.
"and you saw Mary, and you have seen Tiberius. Peas in a pod, the Templeton veins. They always breed true. Auburn hair and grey eyes. My mother even had the same colouring. She was a distant cousin, one of the veins."
I looked into his eyes, blue as an equatorial sea beneath hair so black a raven would envy it. "When did you realize?" He shrugged.
"The cuckoo in the nest never sounds quite the same as the other nestlings. Always something that marks you as different. His lordship, the old Viscount, the one they call my father,"
he said, with a twist of his handsome mouth.
"He did what they all do. He gave me his name and pretended not to notice. But he noticed. And through 1,000 ways, he showed me he noticed."
I said nothing, and he went on, talking almost as if I were not even there, purging himself of the memories. My teeth showed an alarming tendency to chatter, so I clenched my jaw tightly and listened.
"He had a stormy relationship with my mother. It was an arranged marriage, aren't they all? She had money, he had the name and the title. They got along tolerably well for a while, I'm told. There was Tiberius, the heir, and Rupert, the spare. But then something happened. He took to drink. So did she, to hear Rip tell it. And they began to quarrel. He got a child on a housemaid, and Mother found out about it. Things went from bad to worse. He decided to have her portrait painted as a sort of peace offering. He commissioned a Welshman to do it.
He broke off and smiled bitterly to himself.
Well, he did more than paint her. And the result was a black-haired infant in the nursery who looked exactly like the painter.
These things are not always certain, I began. He attempted to shrug and winced, thinking better of it.
This is. The Viscount went abroad for a while. He was not within 1,000 miles of his wife when the deed was done. Everyone knew what I was before I did, he added simply. I understood I was different from the first. I did not know why until Tiberius very kindly informed me of it during a childhood quarrel. The word isn't a pretty one. When I asked Nanny what it meant, she washed my mouth out with soap, and his lordship whipped me. I never told them where I heard it. Tiberius expected me to. I saw it in his face as the Viscount was whipping me. Oh, his lordship always made us watch when he inflicted punishments upon the others. He thought it would teach discipline. It just made us hate him more. But I was the only one honest enough to say it aloud. I got whipped for that, too.
But surely your mother...
My mother was a very beautiful, very weak woman who would have lost everything she loved most in the world if she had ever stood up to him.
He broke off with a sudden groan.
You're shivering. It is the shock. You killed her, didn't you? You killed her for me, and now you are sick with it.
I am not sick, I told him, holding him more tightly.
Of course you are,
he said in a slurring voice.
It takes you like that, the first time. Battle is one thing. You are prepared for it. You expect it. But this is something altogether different. How were you to know?
I did know, I said in a small voice.
You can't,
he insisted.
And you did it for me.
You tried to leap on her to save me, I reminded him. Of all the woolly-witted, ham-headed, thoroughly stupid things to do. I broke off, unable to finish.
But you did it instead, and now you have to live with it. It changes you, that first time you take a life. And I am sorry it is because of me,
he said. I put my face to his neck, feeling the pulse there as I hid my eyes. It is not the first time, Stoker. I have taken a life before, and I would take 1,000 more if it meant I could save you. But I cannot talk about it. Not now. Talk to me so I don't have to think about it, I ordered, desperate. Tell me about your mother, your beautiful mother with the grey eyes. For a long moment I did not know how he would react to my confession. Any other man would have shoved me away, would have repudiated me for carrying the mark of Cain upon my brow. But Revelstoke Templeton Vane was not any other man. With infinite care, he raised his arm and put it about me, drawing me closer as he began to speak.
She didn't love the painter, you know. You mustn't think I was conceived in some grand passion or deathless love affair. It was a sordid little interlude between a fellow on the make and a woman who was in need of some kindness. As it happens, the painter was a bounder whose silence upon the matter was bought and paid for.
I felt a little of the chill ebb from my body as I realized he was not going to make me speak of things I could not. Instead, he was offering up his own tragedies to spare mine. It was an act of true generosity. He put his palm to my cheek, catching my tears and letting them run through his fingers. Your family paid him hush money?
Every month until I left home. After that, The Viscount washed his hands of me. Said he didn't much care if my paternity was exposed. I was a troublesome child who had caused him nothing but grief when I ought to have been grateful.
He fairly spat the last word.
I ran away, frequently. The first time my mother was still alive, and she is the one who forced him to set a detective upon me.
That was when you met Sir Hugo Montgomery, I put in.
Yes. I eluded them for 6 months, and those were the happiest days of my life. I think his lordship would have been willing enough to let me go, but Mother forced the issue. They had made up, you see. After my birth, they realized how close they had come to wrecking everything. The possibility of divorce and public scandal was too horrifying to contemplate, so they put a happy face upon things. Merryweather was the result of that, the embodiment of their determination to make a go of things.
His expression was thoughtful.
I've often wondered if it makes a difference, you know, the circumstances of conception in the character of a child. He has always been a sunny little fellow, happy as a lark, and I have always been other. Does that mark a child forever?
I am perhaps not the person to ask, I reminded him.
Damn me, he muttered. I forgot.
I had not yet come to terms with the circumstances of my own conception. I wondered sometimes if I ever would. Never mind, I said. It does not matter.
Of course it does. It matters more than anything. It shapes us. Don't you see that?
I drew back to look at him. The pain in his eyes was unlike anything I had ever seen before. I had seen his undraped body, but this was true nakedness. I looked away, studying my fingernails instead. His blood was caked beneath them, thin scarlet moons. We are both of us children of the wilderness, I said lightly. All the more reason to send their opinions to the devil. What care we for the judgments of others?
Very convincing. I might almost have believed you, he said,
brushing his fingertips over my damp cheek to collect my tears.
But for these.
I am not weeping about your silly brother, I told him, drying my eyes on my sleeve. It is that wretched story of your childhood. The whippings and the coldness, being shut out of the rest of the family. At least I had Aunt Lucy. She was warm and real.
But she wasn't yours,
he said softly.
She lied to you as much as they lied to me. And now we've broken free of the lot of them. Let them keep their shame and their secrets. We shall take life on its own terms.
I gave him a watery smile. There is an old Spanish proverb. Take what you want. Take it, said God, and pay.
We have paid every minute of our lives. Let someone else pay, he said, with a rough edge to his voice. Presuming we get out of here, he added.
We will, I promised. I did not doubt Emma's resourcefulness, but it could take many hours to find the authorities at this time of night, persuade them of the urgency, and I wondered how long he could last on a cold stone floor without proper treatment. The hardest lesson I had learnt upon my travels was patience. There are times when every muscle, every nerve, screams for movement, when every instinct urges escape. But the instinct to fly is not always a sound one. There are occasions when only stillness can save you. I wanted to do nothing more than lift Stoker's recumbent form onto my back and stagger out of that place. It was a futile thought. With the difference in our sizes, I could not have managed more than a few 100 yards before putting him down, and in the meantime I could do incalculable damage by disturbing whatever fragile clots had formed to protect him. It was a measure of my regard for him that I smothered every inclination to action, and simply put my arms about him and held him close, giving him my warmth and letting my own worst imaginings devour me. I must have drifted off to sleep, for the next thing I knew, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the grotto. I can only blame the disorienting effects of deep sleep when surrounded by corpses, as well as the suddenness of my coming awake for what happened next. My wits were clouded with slumber, and not entirely recovered from Lady Ramsforth's homicidal attack. I was conscious only of the need to protect my injured and vulnerable partner. I grabbed the first thing that came to hand, raising my weapon just as a figure emerged from the shadows of the narrow corridor. With a fair imitation of the Maori battle scream I had been practicing for some years, I leapt forward, bringing my weapon down hard upon the head of the man who entered.
"What the bloody hell was that?"
Mornaday roared, clutching his head as he fell to his knees. Sir Hugo Montgomery stepped into the grotto and took in the scene with a glance.
"I believe," he said acidly, "Miss Speedwell has just knocked you about with a very large lobcock."
I looked to my weapon, and realised then that I had snatched up one of Miles Ramsforth's prized phalluses and used it to assault a member of Special Branch. I held it out for Sir Hugo. He reared back and gestured for one of his assorted underlings to take possession of it. They surged into the room, a crowd of the plainly clothed Special Branch investigators, asking no questions but carrying out their superiors' orders with alarming efficiency.
"Miss Speedwell will come with us,"
Sir Hugo told them. Miss Speedwell will do nothing of the sort, I countered, not until Mr. Templeton Vane has had medical treatment. Sir Hugo looked at Stoker's recumbent form. In spite of the chaos and noise, he had not moved, not even stirred in his sleep.
"What the devil is ailing him?"
He was shot in the head by Lady Ramsforth, I informed him, and he needs proper treatment. Surely Emma Talbot informed you?
"Miss Talbot gave a somewhat garbled story to which I was not privy,"
he told me. Sir Hugo waved a beckoning hand to one of his subordinates, a police surgeon, as it happened. The fellow made a swift but thorough assessment of Stoker's condition.
"Pulse is strong but slow. Given the look of him, I would wager he has lost a fair bit of blood, but he should be right enough with rest and time. The shot grazed the bone,"
he informed Sir Hugo. I sagged in relief, and Mornaday, who ought to have held a grudge, kindly offered his arm in support. "Aren't you angry?" I asked.
"My head hurts like the very devil," he told me, "but you look like 7 hells."
I could well imagine. My hair was half undone, snarling nearly to my waist, whilst my face and hands were streaked with Stoker's blood. Soot from the guttering lamp had no doubt left black ash on my skin, and I was certain that sleeplessness had marked dark shadows under my eyes. "Don't be ridiculous," I said, tucking my hair up and straightening my shoulders. "I am perfectly well. What has become of Emma Talbot?" Sir Hugo spoke up.
"Miss Talbot's appearance at the nearest police station occasioned a bit of alarm. The superior officer there decided her story was untenable and held her on suspicion of being an escaped lunatic. She has only just now been released."
"Then how on earth did you know to come here?" I demanded.
"I am afraid that is down to me,"
said Lady Wellingtonia from the doorway. Chapter 28. It was some days before Stoker was recovered enough for us to assemble in Lord Rosemoran's drawing room for a proper discussion of the curious conclusion of the Ramsforth case. He suffered from the occasional headache, and his hair, shaven at his temple to permit suturing, by his own hand at his insistence, was just beginning to grow in, pure white against his black locks. He wore his eye patch to help with the ache in his head, and he looked every inch the dangerous malefactor as her ladyship organised the seating arrangements. Sir Hugo appeared, as did Emma Talbot and Sir Frederick Havelock, accompanied by the maid, Cherry. She pushed his bath chair with an officious air, and wore the starched uniform of a private nurse with great pride. Whatever had caused him to elevate her status in his household, She was clearly determined to make the most of it. But Lady Wellingtonia was more discreet than I had given her credit for being. She inclined her head when Cherry had settled Sir Frederick near the fire.
"Thank you, my dear. Mrs. Bascom will be very pleased to entertain you in her parlour,"
she said, in a tone that brooked no contrariness. Cherry withdrew with a single backwards glance, pregnant with longing. I could not blame her. It seemed hard that she should know so much of the affair and not the conclusion. I only hoped Sir Frederick would take pity upon her and relate the story in time. After tea had been served and a quantity of excellent sandwiches and cakes eaten, Lady Wellingtonia took the lead.
"It behooves me to begin with an explanation, which I believe is perhaps long overdue,"
she said. "Too right," I said, with deliberate firmness. Whatever explanations she had been about to offer the night of Stoker's shooting had been pushed aside in favour of prompt medical attention. Since then we had been left to our own imaginings. I had not wanted to leave Stoker long enough even to go up to the main house, but instead played nursemaid, an endeavour that required minding his domestic beetles and reading out the journals of the various zoological societies of which he was member. A brisk argument on an article about the relative merits of the Bactavian method of preserving specimens had marked a turning point in his recovery, I am happy to report. Lady Wellingtonia's mouth curved into a smile.
"I am the reason you were brought into this affair, Miss Speedwell, and by extension, you, Stoker, although even I could not have anticipated the dangers."
Her tone was almost apologetic, but her entire manner seemed to have changed. The aging grande dame had assumed a new authority, and it was with mingled admiration and shock that I discovered Sir Hugo deferred to her.
"I have, in the course of my long life, been fortunate enough to be on intimate terms with the royal family," she said. "I do not like to make much of it, because there are those who will seek to play upon such connections, but I have always been deeply concerned with their well-being, and even, upon occasion, privy to their secrets,"
she said, with a meaningful glance at me. Quick heat rose in my face, and I bent over my teacup. I understood her perfectly, and I also understood the reason for her oblique explanations. Whatever the sins of my father, she would not want them exposed in front of others. She went on smoothly.
"When this terrible business happened, I was abroad. I knew little of what had occurred, but when I returned a few weeks ago, Princess Louise came at once to see me. She was distraught. She said a terrible injustice was about to occur, that a man, a very good friend of hers, was about to be hanged for a murder he did not commit."
She gave a little cough.
"Now, from time to time, the little problems of the royal family have caused me to rely upon the diligence of Sir Hugo," she said with a nod to him. "But in this matter his hands were tied. He could not subvert the course of British justice, and British justice had condemned Miles Ramsforth."
Emma Talbot gave a little shudder and took a hasty sip from her teacup. Lady Wellingtonia looked at her thoughtfully.
"There is a rather good single malt in the decanter upon the sideboard," she instructed. "Pour a measure into everyone's tea, child. I think we could all use a stiffener."
Emma rose and moved about the room, pouring a considerable bit of amber consolation into each cup. When she had taken a sip of her own and the colour had come back to her cheeks, Lady Welly resumed her narrative.
"With Sir Hugo unable to help, and Louise unable to explain exactly why she was convinced of Miles' innocence, it occurred to me that the princess might do something desperate. She might engage a private inquiry agent, someone indiscreet and unreliable, and that I could not condone. My thoughts, therefore, turned to Miss Speedwell," she said, inclining her head to me. and naturally to Mr. Templeton Vane, with whom I was already well acquainted. I knew him to be a resourceful and intelligent man of action, and I had heard Miss Speedwell was nothing if not damnably curious. If there was some means of overturning the conviction, surely they could find it, I reasoned.
I bridled a little at the description of myself as damnably curious, but Stoker was grinning into his cup. Lady Welly went on.
And so I suggested to Louise that she confide in Miss Speedwell and set her to investigating. In the meantime, I arranged to take up residence in my nephew's house, so I could keep an eye upon things at close quarters and perhaps provide a little support, should it be required.
Such as supplying little tidbits of information about Sir Frederick and his household, I put in. Sir Frederick roused himself.
Yes, Lady Welly and I are indeed old friends. I am sure she had much to say.
Not that much,
Lady Welly contradicted swiftly.
Some things were not at all pertinent to this affair.
She looked to me.
That last night, when you left here, you gave me a message that was to be delivered to Sir Hugo in the event you did not return by the following morning. I confess to anticipating your need for him and suggesting, she corrected quickly, that he come to your aid with all expedience, but that is the extent of my involvement.
I might have believed her, had it not been for that little slip. She would not admit it, I realized, not even if I confronted her directly. But I had small doubt she was the puppet master who pulled Sir Hugo's strings. Why she occupied the role of guide and protector of the royal family, I could not imagine, but her function as éminence grise was indisputable. I flicked a glance to Stoker and saw him watching her closely. Before she noticed, he dropped his gaze to his cup.
One thing further I must confess, she said in a tired voice. I quite thought that Louise was being an hysteric about the whole affair. I never expected there to be an actual murderer on the loose, and I certainly never expected there to be any real danger. At most, I thought dabbling in an investigation would be a way to distract her, to give her a little peace of mind and the drama she so loves.
You know,
Stoker said quietly,
there are places in Africa where, when one wants to hunt a lion, one tethers a goat to serve as bait, while one lies in wait for the lion to come. I presume one doesn't tell the goat, but it does seem a trifle unfeeling, doesn't it?
She lifted her chin, but something of the fight seemed to have gone out of her.
I deserved that hit, boy, and I will take my lashes. I made a mistake, and you nearly died for it.
Stoker coloured quickly.
It was nothing,
he assured her.
A mere scratch.
It is a lie,
she returned, with a ghost of her usual bravado.
But I appreciate it nonetheless.
She took a deep breath.
That is the extent of my involvement and the enormity of my failure. I am leaving tomorrow for my shooting box in Scotland, where I plan to meditate upon my shortcomings.
No sackcloth and ashes on my account,
Stoker told her. Her lips twitched as if suppressing some strong emotion, but she said nothing. Sir Hugo stirred the whisky into his tea.
The necessary formalities have been concluded, he told us. The inquest into the deaths of Julian Gilchrist and Artemisia Ramsforth concluded this morning, and the verdicts have been returned.
I gaped at him. But Stoker and I were not asked to give evidence. How is it possible that you have held the inquests? He gave me a smooth smile.
The evidence was quite incontrovertible. Julian Gilchrist was murdered by Artemisia Ramsforth, who, in an act of contrition for her crimes,
took her own life.
Took her own life? My voice was hollow to my ears.
Yes, Sir Hugo replied. There were no witnesses to the contrary.
I was there,
I protested.
Were you? I do not recall seeing you.
He plucked a piece of lint from his trousers before flicking it away.
Miss Talbot and Mr. Templeton Vane were both there, I reminded him.
Could Miss Talbot swear to what happened in that grotto?
He asked.
Could Mr. Templeton Vane?
Well, no, I faltered. I turned to both of them in turn. Miss Talbot? Stoker? Emma Talbot shrugged.
I was lying upon the floor. I never saw what happened. I only made the assumption that you killed her. I might have been wrong.
I gaped, and she smiled at me. The first real smile I had ever seen upon her face. It kindled something quite beautiful in her expression, and I realized that she was, for the first time in the short history of our acquaintance, happy. I turned my gaze to Stoker.
I was unconscious. I remember nothing of that moment, he said truthfully. I could not give evidence. Satisfied, Miss Speedwell? Asked Sir Hugo. There is no one to give evidence that the blade in Lady Ramsforth's heart was delivered there by any hand but her own. But why? It was necessary, he said quickly. I presented in evidence a written confession discovered in her room at Havelock House, detailing her crimes and acknowledging her murderous activities. She took responsibility for the deaths of Artemisia and Julian Gilchrist, as well as the intention to see her husband hang. A confession? Stoker asked.
Sir Frederick spoke at last.
Perhaps the handwriting was a little different to Arteley's, he said in a decidedly neutral tone. But since I was the one to confirm that it was in her hand, my word was believed.
But who? I began. Emma Talbot put aside her cup and smoothed her skirts.
One woman's hand looks very like another.
You wrote her confession? I stared at her in astonishment. From her I looked to Sir Hugo, Sir Frederick, and Lady Wellingtonia. You conspired to do this, all of you. Why? It was Sir Hugo who replied.
Expediency, Miss Speedwell. When I presented a confession in evidence, everything fell into place. Lady Ramsforth was condemned for the murderess that she was. Miles Ramsforth has been exonerated fully and will be released this afternoon as soon as the necessary formalities are completed. The ledger has been recovered from Lady Ramsforth's possessions and destroyed. The princess's property has been returned to her, he said, with a delicate hint at the jewels. And her name has not been mentioned in connection with the affair.
Something unpleasant gnawed at me. I have to know. Would she have let him hang? Or would she have come forward and told the truth? He spread his hands.
Miles Ramsforth is an incurably optimistic fellow. He put his faith in her, always believing she would repay his loyalty. And she did, after a fashion, he reminded me. She brought you and Templeton Vane into the investigation. That decision, as much as I deplored it, has led to this rather convenient outcome. It is finished to everyone's satisfaction.
Except mine, I retorted. It is not the truth.
There are many truths, Lady Wellingtonia said firmly, and this is as much truth as the public requires. We, all of us in this room, have done what was necessary to bring justice to bear in this case, and she has prevailed.
I did not like it, but I could not fault her logic. Miss Talbot poured out another measure of whiskey, and when it was finished, we began the lengthy task of saying our goodbyes. Sir Hugo was the first to leave.
"Must get on,"
he said, rising and straightening his waistcoat.
"Goodbye, Aunt Welly,"
he murmured, pressing a kiss to her wrinkled cheek. When he left, I gave her a piercing look.
"Aunt Welly?"
She waved a hand.
"An honorific. I am, in fact, his godmother."
"Among other things," I said, sotto voce. Lady Welly smiled her crocodile's smile. I sought out Sir Frederick to shake his hand before Cherry came to claim him.
"The girl is a marvel," he told me. "Quick as a hare and cheerful as a lark. She is fine company. I mean to shut up the house and take her to the seaside. I think a good long rest is just what I require."
"Thank you for your help," I told him. "All of it," I added, with a significant lift of the brows. Sir Frederick smiled.
"When did you guess?"
"That you sent the key to help us in our investigations? Not until I found the slippers," I confessed. "There were numerous possibilities for our anonymous benefactor, but when I found the slippers, it was proof that this foul plot was hatched under your own roof, by your own sister-in-law, and I remembered the painting you had done of her, how you captured the violence of her emotion. I wondered then if you suspected her, and tried, after a fashion, to guide us." He sighed.
"Utterly did not love Miles. She was obsessed with him. You may think these emotions are the same, but they are not, my dear child. They are opposite sides of the same coin, yet one of them will destroy you. I was fortunate. With my Augusta, I had love. We fought and laughed and spent every minute living to the fullest. But Ottilie's passions were different. I saw it from the first. She became attached to him in a way that no human being should ever be attached to another. She was consumed with him, consumed by him. That is why I painted her as I did. I saw it, even then."
"That is her tragedy," I observed.
"And his. Although I suspect this will change him. All of his frivolity, his dissipation, will be burnt away by this experience. He will emerge from prison an altered man."
"Altered for the better,"
Miss Talbot said as she joined us. The happiness I had observed in her still illuminated her face. She looked tired and a little thinner, but the radiance was unmistakable. She turned to me with a shining countenance.
"I have been able to send messages to him and receive them in kind," she said. "As soon as his liberty is restored, we are leaving England."
Sir Frederick's heavy brows rose.
"You? And Miles?"
Stoker stepped into our little circle as I spoke. "Miss Talbot has always been in love with him. Isn't that right?" She nodded.
"Yes, and hated myself for it. He was everything I despised, devoted to dissipations and changeable as a winter's sea. But I could not help myself. Even at his worst, he could be so sweetly good, like a wayward child. There was no malice in him, no real wickedness. He was inconstant as a weather vane, but so ready to believe the best of people, even when they let him down. He always expected everything would be quite all right, no matter the situation, and everyone indulged him as if it was some great joke that he was less than he ought to have been. I was the only one ever to be angered by it. I thought I concealed my feelings. How did you know?"
She slanted me a curious glance. "Stoker found a sketch of Miles that you drew. We had seen photographs of him in the newspapers, but your sketch was something altogether different. You gave him a nobility we had not seen in him," I told her with gentle tact.
"I drew him as I wanted him to be, as I knew he could be. I never imagined he would feel the same, but he tells me that he always believed himself unworthy of me," she said, lifting her chin proudly. "We have vowed to put aside all such barriers. We will leave for Greece as soon as possible. He will want to be away from the newspapers and the gossiping tongues. We will find peace there."
"You will be missed," Sir Frederick told her. "And mind you do not neglect your art."
"There will be time to say goodbye,"
she assured him. She bade us farewell, pressing our hands in turn before going to find Cherry. I turned to Sir Frederick. "Godspeed, Sir Frederick." Impulsively, I kissed his cheek, and he lifted my hands to his lips.
"If I were a younger man," he said,
a wistful tone to his voice. I turned away sharply and left Stoker to say our farewells. There was little more to be said. When everyone else had left that evening, and Stoker had whistled up the dogs to make his way slowly to his little temple, I remained behind. I poured a fresh measure of whiskey, waiting until Lady Wellingtonia and I were alone. She came to sit by the fire, taking the chair next to me as Crates and Hipparchia fussed in the corner. I stared into my glass, watching the sparks in the heart of the crystal as the firelight played over the surface. "So, everything is sorted," I said. "How very tidily it has all been managed. You must be very proud." Something in my tone alerted her ladyship. She gave me a level stare.
"We did what we had to do, Miss Speedwell. I regret that Stoker was harmed, but that is not what this is really about, is it, child? You are angry at being kept in the dark."
"I am angry at being used as a pawn," I retorted. "I am not your chess piece, to move as you see fit, my lady. I was not engaged upon this investigation simply because you wished to amuse Her Royal Highness or make certain Miles Ramsforth didn't hang. You were testing me." She gave me a thin smile that did not quite reach her eyes.
"Why on earth should I want to do that?"
"Because when Sir Hugo offered me a pension, their money to keep my silence about who I am, I refused it, and that has made you uneasy. You did not know how far you could trust me, so you took the first opportunity to challenge me."
"I am old, my girl. I have not many years left, and I must be efficient with them. I took the opportunity to peg two little birds with one well-placed stone. Surely you do not blame me for that."
"I will not be part of your games," I told her. "I explained to Sir Hugo that I want nothing from them, and now I am telling you. They are nothing to me, and I am nothing to them. They have made that perfectly clear." The fact that Louise had accepted the return of her jewels without so much as a line of thanks had angered me beyond reason, but her neglect to follow through on her promise to introduce me to my father had shown me my true worth in her eyes.
"You want your father?"
There was no triumph in her voice, but she had thrown a gauntlet.
"Child, you try my patience,"
she said, bringing her stick down sharply upon the floor.
"Who do you think insisted upon this piece of theatre that Sir Hugo has played out in the inquest? Who do you think demanded that Artemisia Ramsforth's confession be written and submitted into evidence?"
Ice numbed my spine. If I had given evidence, I might have been charged with Artemisia's death, I said, groping slowly towards understanding. He could not take the chance that I would be exposed.
"He could not stand that his own child would suffer,"
she corrected.
"He did this for you."
It was a long moment before I spoke again. "It was considerate of you to look away," I told her finally, as I put aside my handkerchief.
"I do not like maudlin displays," she said, wiping her own eyes.
Her voice was suddenly gentle.
You must understand their limitations. He cannot acknowledge you. He cannot even meet you. But there is not a day goes by that he does not think of you.
I rose. I want nothing, I said. And this time I meant it. Lady Welly cocked her head and studied me from hem to head.
If they could see you now, they would clap a tiara on your head and give you a title. Imperious as a duchess. And that is something one cannot be taught.
I have no doubt you intend that as a compliment, I told her, but I find it hard to take it as one. She rose slowly to her feet, using her stick for support.
I know you deplore my methods, Miss Speedwell, but my cause is just. So goes the family, so goes England, and so goes England, so goes the world.
I understand that the feelings of one person cannot interfere with what is best for the country, I said haltingly.
Then you understand them. Whether you like it or not, your fate is now entwined with theirs,
she told me, and I did not know if that was a threat or a promise. Chapter 29. The next week, Stoker and I sat out in the grounds of Bishop's Folly, enjoying the last of the sunshine of St. Martin's summer. Autumn had officially come a fortnight before, but the gardens were warm and bursting with rose-hips and turning leaves, apples and quinces weighing the branches of the orchard with ripe promise. Patricia lumbered about in search of late lettuces, and Bethany, to everyone's surprise, was round with a pregnancy that could only have been caused by the lowly Huxley. Quite how he managed it was a subject of much speculation in the house, and even a few bawdy wagers on the part of the housemaids. Lady Wellingtonia, now settled in her shooting box in Scotland with Mr. Baring Ponsonby, had already claimed a pup as soon as they were weaned. Stoker and I quarrelled happily over tracks that had appeared in the garden, he insisting they were those of a fox, while I maintained such a creature would never be so bold as to encroach upon Huxley's territory. And the sun shone down, gilding the late afternoon scene to a picture that would have sent Constable scurrying for his brushes. Another letter had come from Stoker's family, a rather gentler invitation from his eldest brother, the Viscount. I said nothing, but I noticed that this one had not been consigned to the waste-paper basket as quickly as the others. There was a new thoughtfulness about Stoker, and I wondered if perhaps a rapprochement was in the works. I was equally silent upon the subject of Caroline, the name he had uttered when I kissed him in my opium-stoked delirium. Whatever hold his former wife had upon him, she possessed it still, and that knowledge stood between us, unspoken, but a thing unto itself. Caroline had left her scars, and this investigation had left one as well, I reflected as I glanced to his temple. The wound would heal cleanly, but the white streak at his temple would always remind him, and me, that he had thrown himself in front of a revolver for me. Caroline might have her claim upon him, but I had one of my own, I decided, and mine was the stronger, because I demanded nothing of him save friendship. His soul was his own.
"You're pensive today,"
he said lazily. I am content, I told him truthfully.
"Veronica."
The word was soft as a prayer. I did not turn my head. I knew it was an invitation to talk, but it was an invitation I could not accept. Not yet, I told him. I knew he had questions about what I had told him the night Miles Ramsforth had died, questions about my past and the life I had taken. But I had no answers ready to give. I smiled and repeated what he had told me at the Haymarket. I have not spoken of it. I may never. But when I do, it will be with you." He gave a nod, and I turned to watch a pretty Camberwell beauty flapping a lazy path through the air, the light glowing violet on his wings as he fluttered around a privet hedge. Beyond, sounds of clattering and hammering and breaking of glass rose and fell, along with the cheerful voices of workmen set to their tasks. "What is all the palaver about? Has his lordship formed a new enthusiasm?" I asked. Lord Rosemoran had decided that a heated plunge pool would be just the thing to speed his recuperation, and had installed one in his Roman folly at hideous expense. But the thing had been finished a fortnight before, and no doubt our benefactor was herring off after a new diversion.
"His lordship is restoring the glass house,"
Stoker told me, his gaze suddenly intent. "For what purpose?" Anticipation quickened in my blood.
"For the purpose of breeding butterflies."
"He means to install a vivarium?"
"We cannot mount an expedition for some months yet, and the gardens here can only offer you so much diversion for the hunting of butterflies. But a proper vivarium will give you a place to breed your own, to study them. He means to stock the place with the right sort of plants, and he wants you to compile a list of the larvae you will require to begin."
A vivarium. My mind reeled at the possibilities. The glass house was an enormous thing. To fill it with hundreds of fluttering jewels of every description, to watch them metamorphose from dull, lumpen larvae to spin their silken cocoons and emerge damp-winged and laden with lustrous possibility, it was almost more than I could bear.
"In time," Stoker went on, "it might make a good addition to the museum. People could enjoy and appreciate the butterflies without having to pin them to the walls. They could watch them fly about and feed and rest."
He paused.
"Veronica, you have not said a word. Are you happy?"
Happy? It was too puny and small a notion to describe my eruption of joy. I reached out and took his hand, squeezing it so hard I could feel his bones shift.
"Well,"
he said gently,
"you may not have said a word, but you have spoken."
"You did this," I said at last, when I could speak. "You told him to do this. For me." His gaze held mine for only a moment. Then he looked away, watching the beauty as he dropped to feed upon a berry.
"When I most had need of you, you did not leave me. Whatever this thing is that makes us different, this thing that makes quicksilver of us when the rest of the world is mud, it binds us. To break that would be to fly in the face of nature."
He tightened his grip on my hand for a moment, then let it slip away. The warmth of his skin lingered upon my palm. He reached for his watch chain to unfasten the guinea that hung there.
"I seem to recall you won the wager,"
he began. I put a finger to his hand, stilling it. "Keep it. We will wager double or nothing next time," I said with a grin. What the future held I could not say, but we would have more adventures together, of that I was certain, and I could not wait to begin them. Until then, I turned my face to the light and closed my eyes, as the Camberwell beauty dipped his wings and soared over the privet hedge against the setting sun. The end. This is Angèle Masters. We hope you have enjoyed this production of A Perilous Undertaking by Deanna Raybourn. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.